Do you know when Rumble does the whole 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 countdown? It was just doing that. It's like the heavy part, so it should be okay now. Excellent. So I posted the thing on Instagram, 15 minutes of it, and TikTok the whole thing. Fortunately, TikTok didn't take down the sound. They always take down the sound when I fucking do things. But they didn't for this. And then I did what I thought was a smart move. Since I'm shadow banned on Reddit, and I know you're um skeptical of shadow bans on Reddit, but it literally tells me on Reddit in the subreddit shadow ban, you're shadow banned on my account. Um, and up, well, I read it to you. Remember that? I don't know if you remember, but I read it to you. Um, yeah, and I did it on 3 different accounts. So, hey, Chinese merchant, did you watch my interview yet? An influencer named Sam Bond. Yeah. All right. Go to my YouTube. It's at Rabbi Rothschild, and it's the first thing posted. It's 39 minutes, and I will say this: it's some of the best of I could have done. If you don't watch all 39 minutes of it, then I'll be hurt. I want you to. I think it's really important that you see it. So we'll see. You could play it in here if you want. Okay, well, you can go watch Vikings. You don't have to watch it right now, but just know every time I see you, I'm going to quiz you on it, and I'm going to quiz you deeply. I'm going to quiz your deep mind uploading technology. If I'm going to want to know all the different kinds of ways that you might be able to live a digital immortality. So you better take notes. Hey, it's really cool that you like Vikings. That's a really cool show. So feel free to watch that, but then watch my interview. You want Okay, absolutely. You wanna watch this? It's a very good interview. You want me to put it on? Just for you, I'll put it on, but you gotta watch it. Okay. I respect I respect that. I respect that. Yeah. He gets paid by Kick to stream. Oh no, when you get into his level, it starts at that it gives way higher. They pay Amaranth more than $10 million a year. No, it's documented. She makes $18 million on OnlyFans alone. Right, but do you know how she promotes her OnlyFans? On Kick. She just sits there and looks nice on Kick and says, "Go to OnlyFans." We're not considering that. I know. We're not considering that. We're talking about a streamer. Okay. Well, be a Superman and go watch this fucking interview. Let's see your. Same. Caspian, so you changed your avatar. May I ask why? Hold on. Let me see this. I'll tell you what, I recognize you with the other one a lot better because it looks like you. This one doesn't look like you. So it's like, who's that? Like you come in and I don't recognize you. Not that that's a big deal, but so I'm just asking, why don't you just ask Riser to do the one like he did, but with this with the third eye with the switch or whatever. Okay, okay, cool. Oh, you just changed it. Looks great. Like I see that and it's fucking recognizable as shit because it looks like you, and it's cool because it's like a cartoon, but yet it still looks like. Not that I don't like the other one, but to be honest with you, I couldn't really tell what it was. But don't trust my vision. But even still, even on like a larger thing, it's kind of that switch. It was a little small. But this one's baller. I'm telling you, when you start going like you really start branding that look, but with a circle around it in green that says Caspian Sea and then Linktree / Caspian Sea, like the top arch which says Caspian Sea, and then the bottom arch is oh dude, I didn't tell you. We had this chick who came in here the other day. She's really cool. Um, but let's just say she gave one hell of a show. One one for the record books, people, and it was amazing. She's really cool. I even shouted her out in that video. The guy's talking over me when I'm saying her name, but yeah, she's a streamer on Kick, and you know how she found out about me? I think this is how. I was just live in one of these fucking I, daddy Discord or mommy Discord or I Show Speed or one of them. And she said, I know that person because she knew me from Kick. And so she knew me from Kick. And then she saw that I was live streaming. So she pressed the Discord and then came in and everything. And she's really cool. I mean, I think she, she can be a regular, meaning like she's not just here for one, like she's come back a couple times instead. Oh, with me? No, 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 no. No, I know who I'm marrying. It's not that person. Uh, I mean, we'll probably fuck in the future if digital immortality is not a thing. But no, she's in a relationship basically with some. I don't want to say who, but she basically has a friend. Um, No, no. Pardon me. Oh yeah. No, 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 no. Um, but yeah, that was interesting. And what else? I've had to create robots to simulate my presence in chat rooms to gain VC experience. So basically, like in order to stream in like Chill Zone or Chill Bar, um, you have to like, or even Daddy or Mommy, you have to do a certain amount of chatting, and or iShow Speed was the same thing. I told you how I did with iShow Speed. Basically, for that one, for 8 fucking hours straight, I basically had to spam at least a few times a minute, like some kind of GIF of him. Well, these are different. These chats don't move as quickly, and they have moderators who are right there. So I actually have a couple different bots going for certain chats, and so it's very funny this system that I have. I bought a chat, and I send emojis because emojis are like the least like they're the least expressive thing without saying a sentence over and over and over again. So I'll send like a heart or like a smiley face or whatever, and then it'll be like a heart, a smiley face, and then I say sending positive vibes, and you can spam sending positive vibes a lot. And the reason why is if anybody says, isn't it? If anybody says, dog, why are you spamming that? You're like, what kind of douchebag confronts the person sending positive vibes? So long as it's not like every other fucking message, it's just once every 10 minutes. What the fuck is wrong with that? And what the fuck is your problem? Like, so I haven't gotten any shit. Exactly. Exactly. And then in between there, either a smiley face or a heart to keep it lively. And then what happens, it's so funny. People start to get the pattern that it's like, oh, here comes a heart, and then here comes a smiley face. Though sometimes the color of the heart changes, and sometimes it's a different smiley face. But then it says sending positive vibes, and then people will respond to it. They don't know that my account is linked to that. So it sends me a message, hey, so and so just mocked you by sending positive vibes back or whatever, or they're really nice and they just say sending positive vibes back or whatever, and I can say, oh, thank you so much, and they're like, oh, you're real, oh, like, or like some people will test me, some people will be like, tell me you're not a bot right now, and I'll be like, I'm not a bot, and they'll be like, oh, I'm so sorry, sending positive vibes back to you. But that's like the perfect, it's the perfect phrase that you can spam it and not get in trouble. If you spam sending positive vibes and then a couple of emojis, that you can let that robot go basically indefinitely, and nobody's really going to have too big of an issue with it. And so long as it's not constant. When you get into multiple spams a minute, nobody fucking wants that. When you spam, then you spam again, and you spam again, and spam it, stop. But if it's once every 10 minutes, and then I can sleep with that bot on and nobody fucks with me, that's what it's about. Definitely. Um, yeah. So I've got of these bots. Let's see. Oh, I have to tell you, they came up with a phrase for me. Okay, so what is it called what I'm doing when you just turn on your camera and sit there? Like to me that's not like a thing. That's like kind of new. But it's called VC camp. It's called VC camp, which is like, okay, I get it. You're going to use gamer a gamer phrase or whatever to get me. Okay. But so at least in iShow Speed, they're saying like, and they say all the time, like, this person's VC camping. And I say to them, where in the rules does it say that you can't VC, quote unquote, VC camp? If you're going to have an extensive list of rules that you can and can't do, then VC camping should be in there, in my opinion. If it's a, so I say to them, it's fine if you don't want me to be there. Absolutely. I understand. But you have a list of 15 rules. Make it 16. If you don't, it looks like you're picking on me because I'm following all 15 of your rules. And I am. I'm not doing anything. Look, I'm the king of fucking. I'm the king of publicity. I'm the king of self promotion. And I don't do that in here. So, of any one that I should have broken, it's that one. You want to get me with VC camping? Like, and you're making that up. That's not a. That's not a rule that you have. That's literally, this is what happened. One person came up with that phrase. I don't know if it was in here. I'm sure it's been used other places. But then they spread it to the moderators, and now the moderators start using that phrase. And I explained to them, and that's fine if you want to consider it bad. You know what normally happens? They just kick you out of the VC, and if you come back, then you're fine. So I don't know if you saw in that video, but I created a robot that if I get kicked, I come right back. So their fucking VC camping doesn't count. So then they just permaban me, which is like, you go from 0 to 100 with this fucking permaban. And I'm serious about this. When I have a chance to be able to speak to the world about technology, the permaban will be illegal. This is how it will work. If you want to ban someone, you have to reban them once a year, annually. And you have to manually go in and say that I want to ban this person again for another year. If not, their ban goes away and they get another chance. Because if not, you could have a situation where you have someone who goes to jail for 5 years, they paid their debt to society, and yet they're still banned from your whatever group 15 years later because one moderator made their decision 15 years ago. That moderator is long gone. It just doesn't make any sense. What I'm saying is the punishments are too harsh. Pardon me? One more time? You understand? Excellent. Yeah. And I think that it'll be a thing that it'll just be like everybody has just a day where they take an hour at the beginning of the year. You know how you do like people do their taxes? Well, just before January 1st every year, you would just take an hour and just make sure all the shit that you banned the previous year you want to continue to ban. And if you want to give people a second chance, you can. And if you don't ban that shit, then the ban goes away. And you can always ban them again. It's not like but that way, it because here's the thing, a lot of people who you banned just for whatever reason, it was your fault. You were in a bad mood or whatever. It's not their fault, and just the punishment is too great. And anyway, that's just how I feel about the matter. Okay, so we've been watching these history of Judaism podcasts. So if you hear me listen to that, that's what we do, baby.
The fourth section is Nezikin, or damages.
I'm glad you're back.
Nashim and Nezikin are perhaps the most studied section of the Mishnah, and especially the Talmud, upon which the Talmud is really essentially an extended commentary of the Mishnah, as we'll discuss in next week's lecture. Nezikin, it deals with damages like torts, civil law, criminal law, things like this. Reuven's cow eats the grass in Shimon's porch, and Shimon's porch falls in, and Reuven's cow or goat breaks its leg. How do you sort those things out? That's all in Nezikin. The last two sections are not as well studied. Kodshim deals with essentially the temple rituals, holy things, and Tahara deals with the complex laws of maintaining ritual purity for several of the functions involved in the temple in particular. So that's basically the content of the Mishnah. It forms an acronym in Aramaic, Zman Nakat, which means time flies or time is taken, which is an easy way to remember all 6 of these. Now, one of the most fascinating aspects of Mishnaic debate is the fact that since it involves the opinion of so many rabbis, it is quite intentionally ambiguous in nature, meaning Rabbi Yehuda Nasi rarely clarified, what is the bottom line. A typical Mishnah will read, Rabbi X says that this kind of chicken is kosher. Rabbi Y will say this kind of chicken is not kosher. And that's the end of it. Then you'll go on to something else. And so here you are, if you're trying to read a law book, a law code, you're saying, well, which one is it? Do we accept the opinion of Rabbi X or do we accept the opinion of Rabbi Y? The Mishnah rarely says what Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi feels is the correct text. And so as a general norm, rejected opinions are cited in this text. This is something which is really quite fascinating and speaks to the root of Jewish culture, because in the very, very foundation of this important document, debate is essential. The only way you can really engage this text properly is by arguing about, okay, well, what are the grounds for Rabbi X's opinion? What are the grounds for Rabbi Y's opinion? Perhaps Rabbi Y was speaking out of a particular circumstance. Perhaps Rabbi X was speaking under the assumption that certain factors were pertaining to the situation or to the chicken and so on. So it means that the only way you can really learn Mishnah properly is through dialogue, which is later expressed in commentary. That's essentially what the Talmud is going to be, as we'll speak about next week. The Mishnah also is not a typical law code in that a lot of non-legal material is also included within it. Most famous, perhaps, is the tractate known as Pirkei Avot, the chapters of the fathers, which is an absolutely brilliant and soaring discussion of Jewish philosophy and ethics, which is ritually studied every year as an incredible, basis for Jewish thought and morality. So, in conclusion, the Mishnah is a work of subtle genius. The fact that Rabbi Yehuda Nasi left it so open-ended and left it rather unfinished in nature meant that the only way that Jews could deal with this is through being involved. It's not a kind of text where you can read it once and understand what's going on. Every passage has to be puzzled over, and perhaps more importantly, every passage should be debated, which requires an interlocutor. It requires someone else. It requires a chavrusa, a study partner, to engage in the text together. This formed the basis of Jewish study, requiring Jews to live closer together and to be attracted to people who were able to explicate this complex document. And in a way, this book was essential to preserving both the oral quality of the oral Torah, because it required that active human interface, and it also preserved the vitality of the Jewish people and allowed them to keep their Judaism even under the trying circumstances of the diaspora. So that's about it. I hope you enjoyed this lecture, and I look forward to speaking with you on the next topic. Hello, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the first lecture. I got some really great feedback, and it was really helpful for me to get a sense of how to design these classes better. So today we're going to go into the first real historical lecture. The lecture that you just listened to was a little bit more theoretical about historiography as opposed to history per se, and now we're going to get into the nitty-gritty. My goal for today is to really go over two things. First of all, to give you kind of a lightning review of Jewish history from the beginnings of time all the way up until the beginnings of the first millennium, the year zero. And then we're going to go from there. We're going to look a little bit at Jewish sectarianism. I want to give you a sense of the diversity of Jewish thought at the beginning of the first millennium. So that's our goal for today, those two things. Let's get started. So here you see in the cover image a really interesting kind of thing. It's a mural from the Dura Europos synagogue, which is a 3rd century synagogue that was unearthed in rather remarkably good condition. And as you can see, it's a great example of Hellenistic Judaism. It's a great example looking at the influence of Hellenism on Jewish thought and practice. This is a scene in the synagogue that depicts the rescue of Moses from the Nile River by Bat Paro, the daughter of Pharaoh. You can see her there at the bottom of the screen, tastefully edited by my little block there. But in the background, so obviously they had no problem with nudity and things like this in the walls of synagogues. But if you look at the style of representation, they all essentially look like Middle Eastern, really Greek women with the almond-shaped eyes and things like that. And the sort of two-dimensional framing, the expressions, all this sort of stylistic devices are clear influence of Greek culture, which is normal. I mean, after all, the Jews were living in a very Greek culture at the time. And that's going to be the underlying theme of today's class. So first of all, let's talk a little bit about our sources for Jewish history. I mean, what exactly are our sources for Jewish history? First of all, we have the Bible, the Torah, perhaps better phrase, the Tanakh, which refers to the 3 sections of the Hebrew Scriptures. That is the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, followed by the Nevi'im, or the prophets, and then finally by the Ketuvim, or writings, which cover things like Proverbs and Psalms and things like that. And it's a fantastic source with all kinds of amazing information, and it really is the first go-to source for any of the information we're going to look at in the ancient period. Unfortunately, it is not intended by its authors as a historical source. I mean, the prophets and so on, when they recorded those things, they were not necessarily intending to give us a modern critical historical account of what happened in the ancient period. The primary goal of the works of Nach in particular are spiritual edification, to teach us spiritual lessons and to try to, advance the cause of Jewish values and so on. So it's great for gathering information, but it should not be considered a history book per se. Secondly, we have the so-called pseudographa and apocrypha. These are works which are ancient, usually of Jewish authorship, but they didn't make it into the Tanakh. For various reasons, sometimes discussed in the Talmud, for example, these books were debated. Do they have sufficient spiritual content? Are they in line with mainstream thinking on Judaism? In fact, some books like Shir HaShirim, the Song of Songs, were actually debated and made it into the Tanakh. Others were debated and did not make it into the Tanakh. For example, Ben Sira. And these books are sometimes included in other Bibles, like, for example, the Catholic Bible has some really interesting books that the Jewish Bible does not include. And I'm not talking here about the so-called New Testament, which is the Christian scriptures per se. There are books like Judith and Tobit and First and Second Maccabees, which were considered Sifrei Chitzoniyim, external books or exterior books by the Jews. They were considered, integral to other traditions, and they were in fact incorporated into non-Jewish Bibles. But these kinds of texts, like the biblical texts, were intended primarily to, impart an edifying message, cannot be considered appropriately as historical sources, but they do have historical data that we can use. Finally, we have scattered sources in various non-Jewish documents and archaeological finds and things like that. And these are of somewhat dubious value as well. First of all, there are not so many of them. There's clearly the first source to go to are intrinsic Jewish sources, but there are occasional references in ancient Egyptian literature, later Greek literature, and Roman literature, which can shed valuable light on Jewish history. Obviously, they're highly tendentious, often trying to cast the Jews in a particular light. This is the stele of the pharaoh Merneptah, the earliest reference found to Jews in a non-Jewish source, and it dates from the 13th century before the Common Era. And there's this phrase, Israel is wasted, its seed exists no more. rather nasty kind of doomsday statement. But if we look over here, okay, so this is what Israel's seed looks like today. Okay, interesting, nice, happy children. It's a Yom HaAtzmaut, Israeli Independence Day celebration there. And this is what the author, or this is what the Pharaoh Meremptah looks like. Not so good. Let's have a look at the end. Here's Israel's seed, which according to the Pharaoh is wasted and no more. And let's look at the Pharaoh. I mean, I'm just saying. Okay, let's go on. So, anyways, let's go quickly through the First Temple period. And this is going to be a lightning flash through quite a few centuries of history. We begin with the conquest of Canaan, which is described in the last section of the Torah and the first few books of Nach, specifically Joshua and then Judges. And then we move from there rather rapidly into the monarchy, the establishment of the first Jewish king, known as King Saul, which then is handed over to his son-in-law, King David. In fact, that takes up most of the description of the book of Samuel. And then it's handed over to David's son, Solomon, Shlomo, and that goes into the book of Kings and so on. After the monarchy is established, then we have its dissolution into two states, two divided kingdoms, Judah in the south and Israel in the north. I'm going to show you a map of that shortly. Then in the late 8th century, a terrible tragedy strikes as the northern kingdom is conquered by the Assyrians, and the 10 northern tribes are taken away into captivity and lost forever. This is the source of the famous 10 lost tribes of Judaism. And it's interesting, if you follow the history of the idea of the 10 lost tribes, there are all kinds of peoples, including, for example, the British people, American Indians, African tribes who have claimed to be descended from the 10 lost tribes. Might be some interesting things actually coming out of DNA research right now. But moving on from there, the most important event afterwards is the 6th century destruction of all of Israel by the Babylonians, and then the carting away of a good chunk of the population to Babylon in particular. They are there for about 70 years before they are allowed to return and rebuild the temple. Most Jews stayed in Babylon, but quite a few returned to Israel and created a second temple. And there was a Jewish Renaissance. So if you have a look at the maps here, here's a map of the divided kingdoms of Judah and Israel. You can see that Judah is in the Judean desert and southward towards the Negev. The kingdom of Israel is further north in the region of today's Shomron, the Galil, and even extended across the Jordan River into contemporary Jordan. Here's a map of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, the period in which the Jews were carted off there. And they're leaving from places like Judah, you see towards the left, moving over into the Mesopotamian region. The word Mesopotamia means between the rivers and refers to the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, not shown here, but they sort of go diagonally down from the center of the map into the Persian Gulf, what would be today contemporary Iraq, ending in Kuwait. And the Jews set up several cities or several villages, which later grow into cities along these two rivers, and this becomes the heartland of Judaism for the next few hundred years, as we shall discuss in later lectures. This is kind of an interesting little thing. This is a piece of pottery that was discovered in Israel around this time of the Renaissance of Jews after the return under Ezra in the 6th century. And it's written in the Old Hebrew script, and the text reads, belonging to Yehoyishma, daughter of Shamash Shar Usur. So the Yehoyishma is a Jewish name, meaning God will listen in Hebrew. And Shamash Shar Usur is a man's name that refers explicitly to a Babylonian god. So it's kind of an interesting document because it shows that the daughter who owned this signet had a Hebrew name that with a clear reference to the Jewish god, but her father, who was not so from, had a Babylonian name. And I think this is a little bit like, if you can imagine, like a t-shirt or something, and you looked at the collar in the back and it said, this belongs to Yehudis, the daughter of Marvin, as kind of a comparison today, where a girl has a Hebrew name and her father has an English name. I myself, I go by my slave name, Henry, in public, I guess. But all of my kids have Hebrew names. So it's kind of a funny thing. And if you go back a couple of generations in my family, then everyone has Hebrew names again. So there's kind of this cycle of Hebrew and then more assimilationist, then Hebrew and so on. But let's move on. Okay. So concluding with the first part of this lecture, the next big chapter is the introduction of Greek culture, known as Hellenism. Hellas is the Greek word for Greece, and it really starts with Alexander the Great. If you have a look at this map here, Alexander comes from Macedon, which is towards the top left of the map, and he embarks on this massive crusade in the 4th century before the Common Era that conquers the entire eastern half of the Mediterranean basin and then extends out through Mesopotamia and makes its way all the way over to Afghanistan and what will be today parts of Pakistan. And this area is suddenly included within one overarching culture, Greek culture, and this creates essentially a Hellenism that stretches over many boundaries that prior to this point had never experienced a significant contact with Greek culture. And it really makes a huge difference. In fact, the Jews loved it. The Jews just found Hellenism so fascinating. One may say that Western culture, meaning European culture and by extension American, North American culture, South American culture as well, really derives from the cultures that come from two cities, Athens, which is one of the most important Greek cities, and Jerusalem, of course. And this refers to the melding of Hellenistic culture or Greek culture with Jewish culture. The Greeks contributed philosophy, art, literature, science, a lot of the ways that we think about the world, the way that we understand beauty, for example, really are based on Greek norms. But on the other hand, the Jews contributed a lot of our religious knowledge. A lot of our morality came from the concept of Jewish monotheism, the idea of a personal deity, meaning a God that actually knows each of us personally and will communicate with us individually, and that we can communicate with individually through prayer. A God that worships a God that values justice and will punish the wicked and reward the one who does right, and so on. And of course, the extensive idea of life after death, which really flows from the idea of schar va'onesh, or punishment and reward. But the difficulty is, and was especially for Hellenistic Jews, where to draw the line. I mean, it's all fine and good to have Greek science, Greek literature, Greek art, things like that. But when you get to Greek mythology, Greek gods, things like that, where do you say stop here and no more culture, because then it affects our own culture? So in fact, this is one of the major fights that was battled by the Jews in the second and first centuries, particularly in the Hashmonaim revolt of the 2nd century, where, as I'm sure you're familiar from your Hanukkah stories, that several Jews began to protest against other Jews who were so-called mityavnim, or self-Greekers, those who make themselves Greek, and they felt that they were tossing away too much that was essential to Jewish tradition in open slavish emulation of Greek norms, which got to the point of even desecrating the temple with idols and things like that. A national revolt ensued, led by the Maccabees, and surprisingly, the Jews were victorious, and they succeeded in establishing a Jewish kingdom for a brief period of time, separating from Alexander's reign and creating an independent state. Now, by the time we get to the year 0, the Hashmonaim had unfortunately declined, and ultimately the Romans began to take over the region. By the year 0, the Romans were firmly in power, and now we're moving into the second part of today's lecture, which really has to do with Jewish sectarianism. I'd like to take kind of a quick cross-section at Jewish opinion about how to deal with the Roman reality, and we'll place that into the larger historical context. So, the first group that we should look are the so-called Sadducees, or in Hebrew, the Tzedukim, who took their name from Tzadok, who was one of the early Kohanim. So-called because they were associated quite profoundly with the temple and its rituals. The Romans, having taken over political power, essentially gave the temple to those people who would bow to their bow to their wishes. And as a result, the Sadducees gained power in exchange for ultimately capitulation to the Roman demands. The Romans would demand things which went far beyond really what was acceptable under traditional Jewish practice, but the Sadducees felt that the Romans were, invincible, and the only way to really preserve Jewish practice would be to simply go along with what they were thinking. Similarly, the Sadducees were highly Hellenized. They rejected core elements of what had become Jewish standard thought, for example, the belief in the oral Torah, life after death, things like that. And they were excoriated by other groups of Jews, as we shall see. Here's a piece of art from another religious tradition, and there's a Sadducee here known as Caiaphas, and you can see that he's portrayed even by another religious tradition, not necessarily in a complimentary light. So the first group are the Sadducees. Then we move on to the Pharisees, and these are the so-called good guys. The Pharisee in English derives from the Hebrew parushim, which means to separate, those who separate, lifrosh. And their strategy was to essentially separate from the political institutions of Jewish power. They believed in kind of a tactical retreat, meaning if they could not control the temple without giving in to Roman demands, it would be better if they retreated from the temple, if they abandoned the temple, but they retreated to a position where they could safely define the core elements of Judaism and ensure that their followers were towing the line. Things like tithes became very important. Attachment to scholars, study of the oral Torah, these things became prominent to the Parushim. They are essentially the main progenitors of what we would call today Rabbinic Judaism. The Pharisees were the rabbis, and most of the heroes that we have in the Jewish tradition derive from this group. The next group that's really important are the Zealots, and we're going to spend a lot more time talking about them next week when we look at the Roman-Jewish wars. But their strategy was one of attack, meaning they did not believe at all in capitulating to the Romans like the Sadducees. They also did not believe in a tactical retreat like the Pharisees. They believed that the only way to defend the Jewish polity would be to forcibly throw the Romans out of the country. An amazingly quixotic and fanciful kind of desire, given the overwhelming power of the Romans, but emboldened by the example of the Hashmonim, the Hasmoneans, the Zealots felt that this was a viable alternative, and thus they were prepared to undertake it, even to the extent of fighting with other Jewish groups. We'll return to those groups. We'll return to the Zealots next week. Finally, you have the Essenes, which were one of several highly separatist Jewish groups whose strategy was radical retreat, meaning the end of time was near. The Messiah was about to arrive, by the way, a belief that cascaded through all of these Jewish groups in one way or another, and that the correct way to deal with the Roman threat was to totally distance themselves from everything and focus completely on spiritual activities. Many of the Essenes practiced rather bizarre antinomian behavior, not necessarily traditional in Jewish practice at all. They tended to live in caves like these in the Judean desert, where in 1952, a young Arab boy was looking for a lost sheep. He wandered into one of these caves and he found one of the most amazing treasure troves discovered in modern history, the so-called Dead Sea Scrolls. Called the Dead Sea because Qumran, where they were found, is very close to the Dead Sea. And if we look at those scrolls, like we go into one of these caves here, watch this really cool effect. Here we go into the caves. He found these clay pots and he opened them up and he brought them into Jerusalem, and they were found to have all these amazing scrolls, samples of the entire Hebrew Bible and lots of other documents as well, which were collected by groups like the Essenes and sheltered away in these caves. So we know a lot about the tenor of Jewish life at the turn of the year zero through documents like the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are now housed, by the way, in an architecturally amazing shrine in Israel, in Jerusalem, called the Shrine of the Book. You walk into this amazingly shaped device, which is supposed to be evocative of the original containers in which they were discovered, and you find the various scrolls laid out for public viewing. So those are the major groups. Let's plot them on a Venn diagram very quickly so it's easy to remember. First of all, you have the Sadducees, whose goal was to capitulate. They said the only way that we can manage our relationship with the Romans is if we give in to them and we essentially let them have what they want. They were opposed by the Zealots, who felt that we should be at war with the Romans. We should forcibly evict them from the land of Israel. And also at odds with the Essenes, who felt that, politics, nish varuns, not for us. We're going to go live in caves and separate completely from society. The sweet spot, which really evoked elements of all of these groups in one form or another, were the Pharisees, whose primary strategy was one of tactical retreat, meaning a temporary and well-defined retreat in order to be able to maintain a much more defensible ideological boundary with the outside society. And those are the progenitors of Rabbinic Judaism today. Okay, so that's the second lecture. I hope you enjoyed it. And I look forward to speaking with you in person, virtually, and in the next lecture. Okay, today we're going to speak about the beginning of the diaspora, specifically the results of the Roman Jewish wars of the first and second centuries. What you're looking at right now is an amazing night photograph of Masada, where some of the rebels against Rome made their last stand, a rather amazing photograph. It's a rite of passage for many Israelis, and in fact many diaspora Jews, to climb Masada. I know I myself, when I was about 18 years old, I went with a kibbutz that I was staying on, and we climbed it by candlelight in the pre-dawn hours and stood on the top watching the sunrise over Moab. And for a long time, especially in my generation, the slogan was, Masada will never fall again. So against this backdrop, let's have a look at the beginning of the diaspora and the disastrous Roman Jewish wars. So to start with, we should think a little bit about our sources. I mean, how do we know about this period? First of all, we have some Jewish sources on it, primarily in the Midrash and the Talmud, documents which we will discuss more extensively later on in the course. There are some difficulties with using these two texts, however. First of all, they're not intended as historical texts. And secondly, they're often composed decades or even centuries after the events that they describe. It's similar to the problem with using the Bible as a historical source. There's a lot of valuable material, particularly for the spiritual and philosophical approach to the debacle of the Roman Jewish wars, but it can be problematic as a strictly historical source. Also problematic as a strictly historical source, but nevertheless much more fulfilling, is the work of Flavius Josephus, shown here. Not necessarily the way he looked, but it's kind of an interesting looking picture. I doubt he wore a turban quite like that, but nevertheless, let's go on. Josephus was a Jewish leader who was ultimately pressed into Roman service, and he worked directly for the Roman governors, and in fact was well acquainted with the Roman Emperor Vespasian, and especially his son Titus. We know quite a bit about him because he left a large corpus of literature, including a book called The Jewish War, which treats specifically the war of the first century, also an autobiography, and also a massive work called Jewish Antiquities, which was a much larger discussion of Judaism as a whole and its history. He wrote in both Aramaic, which was the lingua franca of the age, and he also wrote in Greek. Unfortunately, the Aramaic version, which may have shed different light on what he had to say to Jews, from a Jew to other Jews, is lost. We only have the Greek version, which was written for the victors, written for the Romans in particular. So we have many questions about really what his attitude was. Some historians will view him as a kind of a Jewish traitor for having gone over to the Roman side. Others will say that he was a victim of circumstance and he chose the most viable option possible in those times. We'll set that debate aside for another lecture, but nevertheless, he left an extremely detailed account, if slightly tendentious, that gives us a lot of information about the period in general. Looking at the political context, so we should recall that this is an era of increasing Jewish sectarianism. We spoke about it a little bit last week, but these divisions between Jews grew even sharper and more fractured during the period. We have not yet touched on the growth of early Jewish Christianity. That will be the topic of next week's lecture, but that was also an increasingly difficult element in the stew that was Judaism and the Jewish people at the turn of the first century. There's also a lot of messianic fervor circulating, something that really affects all of the movements, the Sadducees and the Pharisees, just as much as the Essenes and the early Jewish Christians. And in fact, one of the elements that was very important in the revolutionary movement was competition over which Jewish leader would in fact be the Messiah, the Redeemer of the Jews. Another element of the political context is the gradual and incremental extension of Roman rule over the province, an erosion of Jewish privileges, and an extension of Roman demands on the Jewish people. And sometimes these things descended to tiny degrees of significance that were nevertheless extremely important to the population as a whole. For example, there was a question over whether or not a Roman leader could build a house that overlooked the temple courtyard itself, which presents in Jewish law some difficulties because it would have been physically higher than the temple itself, but it also afforded less privacy to the priests and the Levites who were performing the various sacrificial acts. So in retaliation for the building of this palace, the priesthood had a wall built that would extend up over the temple courtyard and prevent vision of what was happening actually in the temple courtyard. And there was considerable violence exerted over this one small construction. And this is just one example of the kind of increasing level of friction that was experienced by the Romans and the Jews at this time. The Zealots were perhaps the most active and corrosive element in the Jewish mix at this time. The Zealots were a loosely defined group of discontents, far more extensive than they had been in the Hellenistic period, and they were also known for their proclivity to violence, meaning they were ready to attack Romans and other Jews with the drop of a hat. Ironically, they had the support of the Idumeans, who were Jews who were forcibly converted several centuries earlier, many of whom were regarded as not Jewish by many of the Pharisaic elements of society, and they turned out to be the most powerful Jewish nationalists of them all, really being very, very aggressive in their defense of their conception of Jewish political autonomy. The massacres went on between the Zealots and the more moderate groups, sometimes in the hundreds and thousands, and they also massacred each other as they competed for the title of the Messiah, because this is something that was brewed about with really quite a bit of energy, the feeling that one of these leaders would ultimately emerge as the political and military redeemer of the Jewish people, and they competed for it in the streets with violence. To give you a sense of the way in which the Zealots dealt with other elements of the Jewish community, there's a very fascinating and famous passage in the Talmud in which the moderate Pharisaic Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai wanted to achieve a form of a compromise with the Romans who were besieging the region, and there was no way that the Zealots who were inside the fortifications would allow him to go out and speak with the Romans. So he faked his own death and his students asked permission to carry his body out in a coffin for burial. He, meanwhile, was alive inside the coffin, and the zealots, suspecting that something was amiss, they used iron poles and shot through the top of the coffin, hoping to make sure that Yochanan ben Zakkai was in fact dead. He amazingly survived this ordeal, and once he was outside of the limits of the fortifications, he was able to conduct his negotiations with the Romans. But this gives you a sense of the very difficult relationship between the more moderate Pharisees and the Zealots. So the first Roman-Jewish war was precipitated when Eliezer, who was previously a Sadducee, became a Zealot, and because he was in control of much of the temple ritual at the time, he prohibited the acceptance of sacrifices from foreigners. This was in the month of August in the year 66. And prior to this, non-Jews could easily bring sacrifices to the temple, which was, allowing them to participate in the overall cultic aspects of Jewish worship. And it was very customary that a certain number of sacrifices would be offered in honor of the Romans by Romans. So by rejecting these sacrifices, this was essentially a slap in the face to the Roman authorities, saying that they could no longer continue participating in the temple ritual. And so Agrippa, a Jewish representative of the Romans, sent troops out to force Eliezer to receive these sacrifices as he had previously. Eliezer counterattacked by burning down Agrippa's palace, and in an indication of the socioeconomic elements of this revolt, he also burned down the House of Records, which held all of the records of debts and especially mortgages, because there were many impoverished Jews who felt that they were being aggrieved economically, and by destroying those mortgages, that meant that they would have more freedom to pay their debts. Now, at the same time, a contender for the leadership of the Jewish people, a approved military commander named Menachem, someone who had already attacked successfully the Romans at Masada, entered Jerusalem, seeing that a rebellion was beginning. He immediately sought to vanquish his rival by murdering his father and his uncle, and Eliezer in turn managed to capture Menachem, tortured him until he was dead as well. So this is just an illustration of the kind of infighting that was going on between the Jews, and in fact the story would get much worse. Eliezer behaved treacherously towards the Romans, promising, for example, that soldiers would be spared if they would surrender, and then breaking his word and slaughtering them. On occasion, some were spared if they were to undergo circumcision, but otherwise Eliezer conducted himself really in a thoroughly dishonorable manner. But this was certain to invoke the ire of the Romans. So let's see how the Romans responded. It's not surprising, really. As the news of the revolt spread through the ancient world, there were violence directed at Jews everywhere else. In Crete, in Syria, wherever there was a significant Roman community or Greek community, there was violence against Jews, and the Jews were typically minorities in these regions and were largely hapless. Rome decided to counterattack by sending reinforcements down from Syria. They were not, however, quite successful. The Jewish guerrilla forces were able to harass them on the way and ultimately even stop them before they reached Jerusalem. And so for a very brief period of time, the Jews managed to hold off otherwise overwhelming Roman might and maintain their independence. But this was to be short-lived. The Emperor Nero appointed Vespasian. You can see their busts on the top here, and unlike the picture of Flavius Josephus, these are probably much more accurate reproductions of what they look like. He appointed the general Vespasian to handle the Jewish revolt. And this was, by the way, the context in which Josephus came into Vespasian's circle. Josephus, surrounded by Vespasian's troops, designed a suicide pact with all of his fellow Jewish soldiers. By drawing short straws, he managed to somehow make sure that he was one of the last ones left to survive, and all the other Jews had killed themselves, at which point he turned himself over to Vespasian and he was taken captive. Vespasian took a liking to this intelligent young Jewish man, and his son Titus befriended him, and this is how Josephus began his climb to authority. The Jews, meanwhile, were basically free to do what they wanted for about 3 years early on in the war, as Vespasian realized that they were, destroying themselves quite effectively, and so he allowed these zealots to essentially expend their own energies, murdering each other, and he kept his forces quite safe, waiting for the time when he would be able to enter Jerusalem. He was also quite active in overall empire affairs, as he was ultimately appointed the emperor to succeed Nero, and he handed over the operation to his son Titus. Ultimately, Titus was able to enter Jerusalem, and in August of 70, he was able to destroy Jerusalem and especially the temple. The destruction of the temple is, of course, commemorated every year by Jews on the 9th of Av, Tisha B'Av, which is traditionally understood as the day of the destruction of both temples, as well as the fall of Beitar, which will be later on in the Second Revolt. At this point, the Romans took their revenge in a very significant manner. Titus slaughtered resistors left and right. Anyone over the age of 17 was captured and exiled, and many were simply set aside for the famous bread and circuses, the gladiatorial games that were so important to the Romans. 2,500 were killed for Titus's brother's birthday party alone, fed to lions and chained before armed gladiators and so on. Josephus's estimate is that about 1.1 million Jews were killed in this first Roman-Jewish war. Probably an exaggeration, but Tacitus, a Roman historian, gives us a more reasonable figure that says that the normal population of the city of Jerusalem was about 120,000 at the time, quite a large city. And because of the fighting in the countryside, it may have swollen to about 600,000. And so you can imagine that within this context, with a large refugee population living within the town, there will be incredible devastation. And there's no doubt whatsoever that the numbers were absolutely atrocious and the Jews suffered heavily. After Titus achieved his victory, which was a foregone conclusion because the Roman Empire was really so much more massive, the Romans were far more expert in their military skills. He went on to construct a whole series of ceremonial arches and coins and other elements that celebrated the defeat of the Jews. Let's have a look at this coin here, which you can see on the right says Judea Capta, Israel is captured, Israel is taken, and you can see this seated woman with her head on her hands that represents the saddened Jerusalem, and the Roman authority looks on with some pleasure and authority. And on the left you see a figure of a Roman authority as well. Down here you see a large view of the Arch of Titus that stands in Rome that celebrates the victory over the Jews. Here's a view from underneath. You get a sense of how powerful it is. And if you look on the right-hand side, you see a very important element that's really quite famous in art history. This is a slightly different colored version of it that shows the Romans carrying the Jews off. And the spoils of war includes the menorah, although there's some dispute over that in Jewish sources. And generally, this is a depiction of the Jews' subjugation to the Romans at the end of the First Roman-Jewish War. The last stand, however, was at Masada, which was this massive rock formation just north of the Dead Sea. You can see it there in the upper left photograph. And Eleazar and his followers held out there for 3 years. They were able ultimately to withstand a very punishing Roman siege, but in the end they all succumbed to a mass suicide pact, something like the version that Josephus describes in his own life, in which they all took lots and decided to massacre each other the Romans rescuing over a handful of survivors. Here's a beautiful view of the archaeological dig. You can see on the bottom there are some palaces there that were constructed by previous emperors, and on the top are the fortifications where the Jews made their last stand. You can see the forbidding landscape of the Judean hills in the background. Here's some of these structures that still remain. This is believed to be some kind of synagogue area. And here you can see there's some dwellings, some living quarters, and so on. And there's even some caves, which may have even had some weapons or fortifications, and what's believed to be a mikvah or a ritual bath, a very important element in the self-purification rituals of traditional Judaism, which may have been practiced to an even greater degree by the zealots. Especially fascinating as they would have a mikvah at the very top of Masada in this incredibly dry environment. It's actually the lowest point on the face of the earth, just next door at the Dead Sea. The devastation after the revolt was phenomenal. The Romans followed a scorched earth policy that destroyed much of the arable land in the region, which they seized anyways, and they declared it all part of the state. The Romans then resold or rented the land to its former owners or to the highest bidder. They destroyed half of the buildings in Jerusalem, and the population was reduced by at least 2/3. Finally, as the last insult, the so-called fiscus judaicus, the Jewish tax, which was previously imposed to support the temple. All Jews had to support the temple by paying this tax. It was remained in place. It was held in place even though the temple was destroyed, but instead the funds were directed to the temple of Capitoline Jupiter, which was in Rome. In other words, the money that Jews used to celebrate their central religious structure and institution was now directed to the upkeep of pagan idol worship in Rome. The tax was also extended to include women and all age groups, which was something that was not part of the original Fiscus Judaicus. And this was really a very clear symbolic gesture that Judaism and the Jewish people were now completely under the control of the Romans. A few decades later, we have a short reprise of the Jewish-Roman War in the Second Jewish-Roman War, sometimes called the Bar Kokhba Revolt. Emperor Hadrian, who in other ways was often considered more of a liberal figure, he imposed several draconian bans which were directed at larger populations but were felt especially hard by the Jews, and there's no question that Hadrian was fully aware of the impact it would have on Jews. For example, his ban on circumcision affected the Phoenicians and Egyptians and others, but the Jews were the ones who were the most fervent about attaching themselves to this ancient ritual, and by banning circumcision, this was seen as direct attack on their national religion. Hadrian attempted to settle large numbers of Romans in Israel to dilute the remaining Jewish character of the region, and he in fact renamed Jerusalem Aila Capitolina, which is a reference to both Hadrian's family, he was one of the Aili, and also the previously mentioned temple of Zeus or of Jupiter in Rome. There's some debate over the chronology of these elements, whether or not these were the cause of the revolt or the revolt was the cause of them, specifically the renaming of Jerusalem. But there's no doubt that the imposition of policies like this sparked a major revolt, which broke out in the year 132. Here you can see a coin that Hadrian minted at the time, and there's a reference here to Judea, but on the right, there are several references here. The woman with the begging bowl, or with the sacrificial bowl, and with the three children. No reference whatsoever to the Jewish character. More references really to the pagan character of the Roman imposition on Israel. So the Second Roman-Jewish War broke out in the year 132. The Jews had been preparing for it for more than a decade. Jewish workmen, for example, were known to prepare poor weapons for the Romans, and when they were given over as per their demands, the Romans found them unworthy and simply returned them. So the Jews were able to arm themselves to some degree and prevent the Romans from having an extensive amount of arms. They may have also prepared some subterranean tunnels that allowed them to hide out from the Romans. But ultimately, there was no way that they could succeed in their attempt to throw off the massive Roman Empire. They were led by a ferocious and talented military leader, Shimon Bar Kokhba, known as Bar Kokhba, the son of a star. And his popularity was bolstered by the fact that none other than the older Rabbi Akiva, one of the leading Pharisaic figures of the period, actually believed that Bar Kokhba was in fact the Mashiach, the Messiah. Others disagreed. Rabbi Yochanan of the time said to Rabbi Akiva that grass will grow on your cheeks and the Messiah will not have come. But nevertheless, Akiva's support of Bar Kokhba certainly added to his authority and his popularity. The early rebels of this time managed to take Jerusalem early and construct more defenses and so on, but ultimately there was no way for them to succeed. Their last stand was at Beitar, which was destroyed in August of 135. It's believed that it occurred on the same day, Tisha B'Av, as the destruction of the two temples. This is in many ways known as, in a somewhat flippant way, National Jewish Bad Luck Day, where so many terrible things happened to the Jewish people throughout history, right up through the 20th century as well. Here's a coin from the period minted by the Bar Kokhba forces. They were fond of taking Roman coins and then simply melting them and printing their own designs on top of them. This not only was less expensive because the coins were already prepared, it also took Roman coins out of circulation. And finally, there was a certain level of satisfaction in the symbolic value of stamping out the Roman presence and in putting on a Jewish presence. There's frequently in Bar Kokhba's coins from the period lots of religious metaphors, symbols such as the lulav and so on. You can see on the left here a reference to the temple. So there's no question that the Bar Kokhba revolt was very closely tied to religious values of the era. When the revolution was put down, it was put down with great ferocity and violence. This is the period of the so-called Asara Ruge Malchus, the 10 martyrs of the state. 10 rabbis, including the famous Rabbi Akiva, were captured and were horribly tortured and murdered by Hadrian at the time. Rabbi Akiva's death, of course, along with several others, is memorialized in the Yom Kippur service as he is being flayed alive. He says to his students how all his life he had wanted to be able to fulfill the requisite commandment of the Shema, saying to love the Lord your God with all your soul, and he meant even by giving up his soul. Jews were banned from entering Jerusalem and, in fact, even banned from being within eyeshot of Jerusalem. The entire Judean region was emptied of Jews. A major population shift occurred to the Galil region, the Galilee, where there was significant Jewish life continuing, and the exile, which was quite clear really in the first century, was now absolutely confirmed. But there's a famous story that's worth mentioning in conclusion here. At one point, Rabbi Akiva was walking through the ruins of the temple with his colleagues, and they saw a fox running through the ruins. The other rabbis began to cry, and Rabbi Akiva began to laugh. So the other rabbi said, "Rabbi, why are you laughing? This is terrible. Foxes are running loose through the temple." And Rabbi Akiva quoted a prophecy that says that this would in fact happen in order to bring about the redemption. And he says that since we know that Jerusalem is destroyed, we also know, therefore, that the redemption will one day come. Okay, thank you for listening to this lecture, and I look forward to speaking to you next week when we're talking about early Jewish Christianity. Hello, welcome to the fourth lecture in this series, Judaism and the Origins of Christianity. Let's go straight to the material and discuss this fascinating topic. So first of all, let's look at this background image, which is a reproduction of the so-called Strasbourg Sisters, a representation on the outside of a major cathedral in Strasbourg that shows church contrasted with synagogue. And this is obviously a medieval depiction. Actually, it's a modern reproduction of a medieval depiction, but it's a theme that was extremely important to this topic and will become even more important when we look at the medieval period. Basically, on the left, you see the ecclesia, the church, and she is always portrayed in the many hundreds of examples we have of this sort of theme as an upright, crowned figure. Her staff is unbroken. She's holding the chalice, the Holy Grail. Her gaze is steady and her clothes are properly arranged and so on. And she's looking with perhaps some disdain at the fallen synagogue. You see that her head is uncovered, representing, a loss of modesty. Her staff is broken, representing a loss of temporal power, a loss of physical power as a state. She is blindfolded, indicating that she's blinded to the truth of Christianity, and falling from her left hand are representations of the two tablets of the law, indicating that she's even losing hold of her own religion. Her whole posture is one of decline. She is falling. If you look at the original, which I don't have unfortunately to show you right now, but she's actually falling away from the rock. And the overall message that this couple portrays is that the synagogue has lost its authority and the church has replaced it. And we'll return to that topic in just a few minutes. And hopefully when we get to the medieval period of this course, we'll look at many more examples of ecclesia and synagoga, which have a lot of different variations and themes as well. But the idea is that according to the early Christians, really into the 2nd century of Christianity in particular, this idea becomes very prominent that God has abandoned the Jews and has transferred his favor onto the church. Okay, so let's have a look at the actual material of the course. First of all, what are our sources for this period? One of the most rich treasure troves of sources for the study of early Christianity is, of course, the corpus of early Christian literature, which includes the New Testament, the so-called addendum to the Hebrew scriptures, now called the Old Testament, which describe the life of Jesus and the life of his followers and their teachings and so on. In particular importance are the 4 first books known as the Gospels, which are purportedly written by people who knew Jesus personally. And this is not the place to get into more extensive literary criticism, but it's unlikely that the texts as we have them today were really written during Jesus' lifetime by his followers, although there may be some core elements which were faithfully handed down in an oral tradition and then later transcribed. So these 4 Gospels have an incredibly important thing to say about Jesus within the context of early Judaism and early Christianity. They differ on some key details, and that's the basis for a large engine of scholarly research. Again, someplace that we're not going to go today. But nevertheless, the Gospels are perhaps our most important source for this period. We also have an extremely important resource in the Talmud, which records, again, many oral traditions that were written later. Like the Christian sources, the Talmud is somewhat deficient as a source because it's highly tendentious. I mean, the Christian sources obviously want to magnify the role, importance, and even divinity of Jesus, whereas the Talmud wishes to contract that authority and that respect. And we'll look towards the end of today's class at a couple of examples of that. So the Talmud also written much later than the Gospels. Many of the versions that we have today date from the 3rd through the 5th century, hundreds of years after the life of Jesus, although again they may be relating some authentic oral transmissions. We also have some interesting references, not necessarily directly to Christianity, but nevertheless to the zeitgeist, or the spirit of the time, by looking at the Dead Sea Scrolls that we discussed in an earlier chapter. Finally, some scattered and tantalizing references in Roman sources such as Josephus, which are beyond the scope of today's
What's up,
commentary.
Dave? Did you watch my interview yet?
Sources, the early Christian documents, the early Jewish documents. At the very beginning, of course, the term Christian had not been coined, and the early Christians were all Jews, and so it's difficult to tease out what's Christian and what's Jewish at a certain level. But those are our major sources for the discussion that we'll have today. So let's go over his life story very briefly.
Dave Smith, go into
I'm going
the
to skip over the
chat
parts
and
that you
get the
probably
link.
get by passing by, monuments around December to his life. But basically, it seems that he was something of a rebellious Pharisee. There's no question that Jesus himself was deeply enmeshed in Pharisaic teachings. Most of his most significant discussions, theological disputes, are with Pharisees or concerning Pharisaic doctrines. So he definitely was part of that larger group of thinkers. He frequently quotes early Mishnaic figures, such as Hillel in particular, and his most let's say, acerbic comments are directed, at least in the version of the Gospels that we have, towards Pharisees, not because he is furthest away from them, quite the opposite, it's because he is closest to them. For example, if you think of your own families, if you have siblings, you're more likely to reserve your most cutting and caustic remarks for your siblings, not because they're distant from you. You wouldn't say such things, for example, to someone you just met on a bus, but you say them to your sibling because you love your sibling and you can say what you think for good or for ill, and they will forgive you. So much of Jesus's dialogue with the rabbis should be understood within this context. They were having very heated, passionate disagreements over the nature of God, God's role for humanity, the requirements of one human being to another, but nevertheless, it was really an inter-family or intra-family dispute, and not something that was, much more distinct. His principal teachings really can be derived heavily from the teachings of Hillel, although there were some significant modifications. For example, Hillel's teaching of the so-called golden rule, as is known from Jesus' time, is placed in the negative. When asked in a famous passage in Tractate Shabbat, can you teach me the entire Torah standing on one foot? Hillel responds, that which is hateful unto you, do not do to your neighbor. That is the entire Torah. The rest is all commentary. And then he adds, go and study. Jesus puts it in the positive that you should do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If this were a theology or a philosophy class, we would engage in this discussion perhaps in a larger context, but right now that gives you an example of the relationship between Hillel and Jesus. In many cases, Jesus simply quotes Hillel directly, often without attribution in the Gospels, but Talmudic scholars can work through the literary archaeology and find the Talmudic sources. His principal teachings were very populist. One of the criticisms that he had to endure was the fact that he reached out to all classes of society, the dispossessed, the discarded, the sometimes ritually unfit, and he was really, as far as we can tell from our sources, an extremely popular preacher who was not afraid to take on authority. The relationship with other groups was caustic. He was not a fan of the Sadducees whatsoever, and his disruption of the activities at the temple was definitely seen as an open incitement to rebellion against the Romans, who were, of course, the primary patrons of the Sadducees. He also was not fond of the extreme violence associated with the Zealots, and in fact, the overall tenor of his teachings were much more pacifist. Ultimately, however, this comes down to the end of his life, which is an extremely important topic that we will certainly return to in the medieval period, the passion of Jesus, which refers to his crucifixion and death, and according to the Christians, his resurrection 3 days later. The basic version of the story, just reading the Gospels without any further kind of layering of meaning, is that he was betrayed by his own disciples to the Romans. The Sadducees, in particular, the high priest, were interested in removing this irritant from their larger society. the Roman governor Pontius Pilate, again from the Gospels, apparently quite enamored with Jesus as an individual and perhaps even believing in his messianic identity, offers to the Jews on the eve of Passover, immediately after, by the way, or actually maybe it was the second day of Passover because they had the Last Supper and that's supposed to be the Passover Seder. Not sure. Fact check the instructor here, send in a comment. But at any rate, Pontius Pilate offers the Jews, and we have no other historical basis for this custom, but he offers the assembled Jews in the courtyard of the temple the opportunity to have one prisoner released. He offers them the choice of Jesus, the one they call the Messiah, or Barabbas, a common thief. The assembled Jews from the version of the gospel say, well, we want Barabbas, we don't want Jesus. Pontius Pilate essentially says, are you sure? This Jesus seems rather special, and so on. The Jews say no, and then a very famous passage recorded in the book of Matthew, which would reverberate with great significance down the centuries. The Jews assembled there say, his blood be upon us and upon our children. For scholars today, that's understood as being a kind of retro reference to the destruction of the temple that would happen several decades later. In other words, it was a prefigurement of the destruction of the temple. So those Jews who specifically allegedly condemned Jesus would later bear fruit of their decision in seeing the temple destroyed. But throughout the ages, medieval commentators and particularly lay practitioners have understood this as a millennial acceptance by Jews for the responsibility of killing Jesus. Meaning, your average Jew in the 13th, 15th, 21st century somehow has the blood of Jesus on his hands because the Jews back then said, his blood be upon us and upon our children. This is probably a gross distortion of the original meaning of the author, but even more importantly, it's a gross distortion of Christian theology. Not something that I consider myself an expert in, but it's a pretty basic idea that Jesus died, Christian thought, for our sins. Therefore, everyone has a share in the guilt of the death of the one they call the Messiah. And so, therefore, to shunt all that blame onto the Jews seems very much against the basic tenor of Jesus' teachings. At any rate, from this point on, the Romans take over. The Romans are the ones who crucify him. He dies a horrible death, and his followers later claim that he was revived from the dead and will one day come again. As your Christianity 101 for those of you who are taking this with only a Jewish background. Of course, in the medieval telling of this story, the Jews have a much larger role in it, actively torturing Jesus as he makes his way to the site of the crucifixion and so on. But that's not anywhere recorded in the Gospels, which are really quite terse and very clear on who's responsible for the death of Jesus. Amazingly, Christianity grows from this tiny sect of Jews with a tiny following in this tiny region of the Roman Empire, and within 300 years, it actually ends up being accepted as the official religion of the entire Roman Empire. Emperor Constantine, shown here in this bust, is the one who makes this official in the early 4th century, and it is one of the great success stories of a religious movement to see how Christianity moved from such a tiny little kernel of an idea to something that encompassed the entire civilized Western world at the time. It's also especially ironic because relations between the early Christians and Jews, and even more so Romans, were terrible. The Christians were persecuted bitterly by the Romans. They were a favored choice of victim for the gladiatorial games, and the relationship with Jews, which we will explore in a second, was also quite fractious. But the key element in the success of Christianity was essentially the movement from this intra-Jewish sect to a Gentile religion. Gentile, of course, meaning non-Jewish. Once Christianity could be exported, its key ideas, its fundamental concepts could be exported to a larger non-Jewish audience, and the specifics of Jewish practice that were found so difficult by many non-Jews, including, for example, circumcision, the dietary laws, the mandatory Sabbath laws, which it's hard for me to understand because Shabbos is the best. At any rate, these kinds of restrictions were seen as so negative by Gentiles. There's just no way that Judaism could sell on a really big scale. Although I hope towards the end of this unit, not today, but maybe a little later, to talk about the. Well, let's just skip it because I like doing these things in one cut, no editing. Probably you realize that by now. At any rate, once they could transport basic Jewish ideas through Jesus's teachings, like the idea of a personal God, the idea of life after death, the idea of prayer, the beautiful ethical instructions of love your neighbor as yourself, things like that. Once that could be exported to a Gentile audience without the ritual and customary restrictions of Judaism, then all of a sudden it could explode. And that's exactly what happened. At the same time, this transformation of Christianity from a tiny Jewish group to a larger Gentile movement had some repercussions, which we will now turn to. The way in which this really happened was through the activity of Paul of Tarsus, one of Jesus's primary exponents. Saint Paul, celebrated in the Christian Bible after the Gospels. In particular, he wrote quite a few of the books of the Gospels. And he essentially took Christianity on the road throughout the Roman Empire, especially in Asia Minor, in Syria. He was just getting out there and discussing what Jesus stood for. He himself was locked in a conflict with other early followers of Jesus, many of whom felt that Jesus's movement was intended really for Jews. It was kind of like Judaism plus, that Jews were supposed to observe all of the ritual commandments of Judaism, plus believe in Jesus as the Messiah and adopt his ethical teachings on top of the onerous burden, the Ol Malchut Shemayim, the yoke of the kingdom of heaven, that represented the 613 commandments of Judaism. So Paul was the one who eventually defeated this opinion to say, no, Jesus' ministry really means something for the entire world, and followers of Jesus need not adopt more than a few key practices, such as, for example, baptism. But Paul had several challenges, one of which was, for example, what do you do with the Hebrew scriptures? The foundation of Judaism was in the Tanakh, and it was widely respected throughout the ancient world. Romans, Greeks, they respected the fact that Judaism clearly had antiquity. It was a religion of great age and importance, and they could point to this document that had withstood the test of time for centuries and centuries, and it testified to their validity. Now, one of the things that's really so important in the Bible, the Hebrew Bible, is this repeated emphasis of the chosenness of the Jewish people. A difficult theological concept that Jews will have to wrestle with all the way through their history, but it's very difficult to get away from passages such as the Am Segula, the treasured people, the Mamlechet Kohanim, the kingdom of priests, the B'nai Bechori Yisrael, my child, my firstborn Israel. It's very clear from the Hebrew scriptures that God has something special in mind for the Jews. It is not totally clear from those texts that God says they are somehow better. That is, again, not for a history lecture, more for a hashkafa or philosophy, theology lecture. But there's no question that Jews are chosen for something. So when Paul is going throughout the Mediterranean basin talking about Christianity, one of the key questions is, well, how does this relate to Judaism? The Jews are generally not accepting what you're saying. So what are you adding? What is different? So Paul essentially articulates a replacement theory, sometimes called the Pauline doctrine, in which he says that all of that is true. Everything in the Hebrew scriptures is absolutely valid. The problem is that the Jews didn't keep up their end of the bargain. Meaning, God makes all these promises to the Jews, he gives all kinds of value to the Jews, and they blow it. They worship idols, they transgress ethical teachings, and as a result, God, as it were, transfers his favor from the Jews to now the Gentiles who follow Jesus, aka Christianity. And this is a really important point that we saw in that overall image that I started the class with, Ecclesia et Synagoga, the church versus the synagogue, that expresses in non-literary terms, very, very important for an illiterate audience of peasants who need to be educated in the ideas of Christianity. It articulates the Pauline doctrine that, true, Judaism was really special at one point, but now Christianity is really special. That way, they can go back and read the Old Testament and even read Jesus's life into it through so-called prefigurements, where there are lots of references, for example, in Isaiah, to a character that later could be applied to the life of Jesus. For Christians, of course, these are theological non-negotiables. For Jews, they represent a distortion of the meaning of the text. But again, this is a history class, so we're not going to go on it. As Christianity develops further away from Judaism, and specifically as it becomes ethnically less Jewish and more Gentile, the nature of the Christian-Jewish dialogue changes as well. It used to be this internal argument, this family discussion over who's right and who's wrong, but it morphs into an us versus them kind of discussion, where the Jews are clearly the them, they are the outsiders, and this represents a greater rift between these two groups, Jews and Christians. Now, the Jews were not completely uninvolved with this entire process, and we see a very strong Jewish counter-reaction to this growing gentilization of Christianity. And at some point, probably in the late 1st century or early 2nd century, the Jews reached a rather strong decision to formally break with the teachings of Jesus. There was no such earlier discussion to do so, but as they saw the movement changing and adopting, a more lenient attitude towards the mitzvot, towards the commandments, then the rabbis decided it was time to make a clear distinction. Let me just make one small point that I think is very important here. Judaism, traditional Judaism is often called orthodox, which means one doctrine, one set of ideas. And that is a little bit of a distortion of what traditional Judaism is. The term, in fact, by the way, was coined by liberal Reform Jews in the 19th century, and it was a term of opprobrium, meant to make fun of Orthodox Jews, so to speak. But in reality, traditional Judaism is not so much orthodox, one doctrine, as it is orthopractic, one set of practices. There is this idea that there's only a handful of commandments which deal with how Jews should think. Obviously, there are many teachings and ethical exhortations to think in a certain way, but really, in terms of commandments, it's really where the rubber meets the road. How can you make a chicken kosher? Are these two people allowed to be married? Those are the kinds of decisions that occupy most Jewish discourse throughout their literature. Traditional Judaism is probably better thought of as orthopractic, meaning one practice. Even that is a bit of an exaggeration, because you have various takes on how to behave, Sephardic, Ashkenazic, Machmir, Makil. We won't go into those. But Christianity was basically fine in the Jewish context until it began to challenge Jewish practice, to admit people to the fold who did not observe the traditional laws. And that's when Judaism and Christianity really began to split from the Jewish perspective. There's a fantastic incident with Rabbi Yoshua ben Prachia that I would really like to discuss, but I won't be able to keep this lecture under 30 minutes if I do so. So I'm going to skip ahead to number 2. And this is a passage that that's described in the Tractate Brachot, where the rabbis decide to add a new blessing to the Shemona Esrei. They decide to add a new blessing to the central prayer of Judaism, which essentially draws that line in the sand by placing a blessing on the heretics, so to speak. The blessing here is euphemistic; it's really a curse. And the text of that blessing basically says, anybody who informs against us, and they're thinking here about informing to the Romans, for example, and even deeper thinking, and this is supported by some, literary, archaeological evidence of anyone who is really a Christian, is outside of the fold. And this particular blessing, which would have to be read publicly by the prayer leader was a way of identifying those Jews who were early Christians. By challenging a person to lead the prayers, obviously a male, to lead the prayers, the person had this difficult choice of either pronouncing this blessing, which would essentially bring down a curse upon himself, or he could omit the blessing, in which he would be exposed as a Christian and then be ejected from the synagogue. There are some scholars who believe that St. John, the author of one of the Gospels, was so expelled from his community, and this may be the reason why his Gospel in particular tends to have especially vituperative language directed at Jews. Nevertheless, even though the separation between Jews and Christians really widens when you get into the 2nd century, Jews and Christians are still cross-fertilizing each other to a tremendous degree, so much so that many of the church fathers, such as St. John Chrysostom, have to specifically warn Christians, stay away from those Jews. We don't practice Jewish habits. We don't do these kinds of things. You don't have to be kosher to be Christian, etc. For several centuries. Many of those things are formalized in the Council of Nicaea, for example, which determined that the Christianity would not follow the Jewish calendar, that Easter, although associated historically with Passover, would no longer be so, which is why these holidays are really usually very close together in the Gregorian calendar we follow today, but they are on different dates. So one last point before I make my 30-minute mark. There's an extensive scholarly debate on the origins of anti-Semitism that reflects on this topic. By the way, the image here is another example of ecclesia and synagoga. I couldn't find a colorized version, but it's also very beautiful. You see the same motifs of the broken staff, the downcast gaze. You don't see the blindfold, you don't see the tablets dropping, but there will be some variation. The theme nevertheless repeats many times. So among scholars, there's a great debate as to when does anti-Semitism per se actually develop. One school of thought is that it goes way, way back, perhaps even to the biblical Esau. And you certainly see some support for this in the extensive references to non-Jews, which are extensive references to Jews, which are pretty much universally uncomplimentary in the Greek and Roman sources. But on the other hand, there is another argument to be made, which we will have to follow up with in a later lecture, that says that is something special about the relationship between this nascent Christian movement, separating itself from the mother religion of Judaism, that adds a dynamic of criticism that is much more caustic and ultimately long-lasting in its implications. So again, I'm running out of time. I want to keep these under 30 minutes. We'll have to return to this in a later lecture, but I hope you found this useful. Thank you very much for listening. Hello, everyone. Well, today we've got a great topic. We're going to look at the Talmud, a topic that really is fascinating for me. It's something that I spent a lot of time studying and something that I continue to get a lot of energy out of. It's an extremely important text in Judaism. It's been called the Constitution of Judaism because of its very centrality to Jewish life and thought. And so let's have a look at what exactly is involved with the Talmud. So what we're looking at right here is the frontispiece or the title page of a very famous edition of the Talmud that published by the Widow and Brothers Rom from Vilna. This is a typical title page from a so-called Vilna Shas, and we'll explain exactly what that term means. As you can see from the bottom there, this one was published in 1881. The edition comes really from the 1860s, and it's one of the most important editions of Talmud that's ever been published. Moving along in the text of the Talmud. Oh, by the way, I kind of like including this because I always felt such a warm feeling when I looked at this particular page with the the portico, the gate going into the Talmud. It always felt so fascinating and exotic. And oh wow, okay, here we go. So to begin with, I'll tell you a very quick story about something that happened to me when I was studying in yeshiva, which is, of course, a center for adult study of the Torah. And I was studying in a place called Or Sameach in Jerusalem. And they had this problem where they had a lot of students who had come to the yeshiva, especially those who came from the collapsed Soviet Union, where there was a certain amount of trepidation that perhaps the yeshiva would close, perhaps something would go wrong with the yeshiva, and people would be left without anything to eat because the yeshiva did provide food for these often impoverished individuals. So, but the problem was, so a lot of these young men would go into the yeshiva, into the cafeteria, they would take their lunch portion, and then afterwards they would take a second portion and they would take it up to the dormitory room. And the problem was that, this cost a lot of money for the yeshiva, and it also, attracted bugs and all kinds of things like that. So the yeshiva decided to make a new policy that they posted outside the yeshiva door, outside the cafeteria door. The policy read like this: the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No student is permitted to stand in line for a second portion. Now, what the administration of the yeshiva had probably not counted on is the fact that these are young men who spend their entire day focusing on textual questions and on, analyzing possible readings of an ambiguous text. And so when I came out of lunch that particular day, I happened to glance back and I saw the sign, and I saw that someone had subtly altered it with just a few little emendations. And so it read like this: the yeshiva provides food for one portion only? No, student is permitted to stand in line for a second portion. So this is an illustration of the kind of skills that are developed through studying the Talmud. Very, very sensitive analysis of the text, of what is possible with the text, and really a phenomenal mental exercise and spiritual exercise that has been the primary intellectual occupation for the Jews of the diaspora for about 1,500 years. So I'm going to take a lot of stuff from a book I wrote a couple of years ago, a small book that is a brief and personal introduction to something they call the Sea of Talmud, that talks a little bit about my personal encounter with the Talmud. It has a lot of kind of like fun stories like that in it, I think, and a lot more material which really talks about what exactly is the Talmud. By the way, this photograph here, two things. First of all, it's not photoshopped. That is an actual photograph of me wearing a black suit going into the Atlantic Ocean. A friend of mine, Stephen Mills, took this great photo. And it was, I have to say, I had a lot of explaining to do when I got home because my wife was a little bit perturbed with what I had done. Luckily, however, the cleaners, and I thank them in the book, the dry cleaners did a good job with the suit. They cleaned it perfectly well. I was able to wear it again, of course. And the funniest part is that the sand got into the hem of cuffs of the pants. And they had to actually unsew all of the cuffs, get the sand out, clean it again. Second thing I should tell you is that I'm holding a Talmud volume there, but we were very careful that no Talmud volumes were harmed during this photo shoot at all. Of course, that would be disrespectful, and we took good care of the Talmud. At any rate, on my website, there is a short excerpt from this text that basically talks about what I'm going to say today. If you'd like to read the whole thing, well, of course, that would be great. So what exactly is the Talmud? First of all, it's an extended commentary on the Mishnah. I refer you back to the lecture where we talked about what the Mishnah was. We won't go over that again. But basically, this is a long discussion of the text of the Mishnah. It goes off on tremendous tangents. Often the tangents are longer than the actual discussion of the Mishnah itself, and can really comprise any type of information. There's discussion of, biographies of great rabbis, or recipes, or analysis of anthropological or zoological phenomena, what kind of lessons we can get from the behavior of a cat, meteorological information. Really, a tremendous gamut of information is contained within the Talmud. And that's why it's known as the wine of Torah. Let me show you a chart which explains why it is the wine of Torah. Let's jump ahead. Here it is. Basically, it's because while it is ostensibly a commentary on the Mishnah per se, it really includes two other elements of Jewish thought, which are combined into this overarching massive document, the Talmud. First of all, the Mishnah, of course, is essentially about law, about Jewish practice, although there are a lot of Mishnayot that go into very different topics other than practice per se. But in order to understand that Mishnah, quite often the rabbis have to bring in Midrash, which is essentially rabbinic commentary on the various biblical passages, and very creative kind of commentary, much like that sign that we saw outside the yeshiva in Jerusalem. And finally, the Talmud has a tremendous amount of mystical thought. The Kabbalah, a lot of the esoteric teachings of Judaism are brought into the Talmud in the context of the discussion of the Mishnah or one of the many fascinating tangents that the Talmud contains. This is kind of like a process of distillation, hence the term wine of Torah, because it is something that requires effort and processing in order to access it. Jumping ahead now, just to quickly review, we saw this in the Mishnah, but let's look at it again. The Talmud is often called Shas, which is an acronym for the Hebrew phrase Shisha Sidre, the 6 orders. And since those 6 orders apply to the Mishnah, they also apply to the Talmud, which is the commentary on that Mishnah. Some people sometimes confuse the Talmud with the Gemara. They are actually identical. Gemara, which is the Aramaic term meaning completion or learning, is related to the Hebrew cognate word Talmud, which comes from limud, learning. And both of these documents sit right on top of the Mishnah. So when you buy an edition of the Talmud, you automatically get the Mishnah contained within it. I'll show you a picture of that shortly. Actually, why not? Look, I have a copy of the Talmud right here with me. This is one volume of 20. This is the Babylonian Talmud. And well, this one's a little bit anomalous. Let me just get another one off my shelf. Here we go. Okay, here we go. I have one handy here. This is Tractate Shabbat. So just to give you a sense of how this looks. So Tractate Shabbat is one of the longer tractates, and it goes to not 314 pages. It actually goes to double that. Let's see, this is 157. No, that's right. 314 pages. It's double the folio size. Oh my gosh, I can get into so much detail here, but I better not. But when you look at the whole volume here, this is the Talmudic text itself, and this is a whole bunch of commentary, including various edited versions of the Talmud, like the Alphas at the back and so on. So of a typical volume that's this thick, about half of it is typically Talmudic pages, and the rest is commentary. And of course, there is commentary on the pages. I'm going to show you a chart of that in just a second on the Prezi. But at any rate, this is a 20-volume edition, the most standard edition, the Vilna Shas. Here you can see my favorite portico drawing as well. I really enjoy this. Oh my gosh, I just feel like going inside. You know what I mean? So back to the Prezi, though, the 6 orders of the Mishnah and the Talmud basically are listed here and their topics. And as I mentioned earlier, the Talmud goes off on a tremendous amount of tangents, so you can't simply think that everything dealing with marriage and divorce is in the order called Nashim. You will find marriage and divorce in Moed, in Nezikin, and other orders as well. It's a very fluid and flexible, or maybe a better word to use would be it's a very fragile and delicate structure that keeps many disparate topics joined together, although in a non-linear fashion, something you could expect to see in a more Greek-style textbook. At any rate, who wrote this text? Well, there is basically hundreds of authors involved. There are the original rabbis of the early period, the period of, let's say, Moses, Joshua, and the elders, as Pirkei Avot describes it, that will hand down teachings, and they are continued through the prophets and various scholars through a period known as the period of the Zugot, which are associated with the early Mishnah, and then the Tanaim, which are the Mishnah teachers proper, and then finally it reaches the Amoraim, or the speakers, who take all of these things and combine them into the Talmud. Another way to look at it is basically these are the transcripts of huge, massive discussions of rabbis in the various academies, both in the land of Israel and in Babylon, processing all of this material, trying to analyze the Mishnah by bringing in variant texts from the various Baraitot and Tosefta. You'll remember that from our lecture on the Mishnah, comparing them and trying to refine exactly the truth of the material as a whole. Now, I mentioned there are two Talmuds, the Jerusalem Talmud and the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud is actually a bit of a misnomer because it wasn't written particularly in Jerusalem. It was really written in the north, in the Galil region, the city of Tiberia region. But at any rate, this is an earlier version of the Talmud, which was written probably around the 4th or 5th century of the Common Era. The Babylonian Talmud, written 100 or 200 years later in the Mesopotamian region, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come together. The Jerusalem Talmud is not nearly as popular as the Babylonian Talmud. The Babylonian is considered more authoritative, primarily because it could consider the Jerusalem in its own deliberations, although there are many sections which are in the Jerusalem that are omitted from the Babylonian Talmud, primarily because they are not as relevant to Babylonian life. In particular, for example, the agricultural law that was related to living in the land of Israel, the sabbatical law, things like that, whereas the Babylonian Talmud is especially expanded in the area of civil and criminal law, the order of Nezikin in particular. When people say they're studying the Talmud today, they're almost invariably studying the Babylonian Talmud, although there are many scholars, of course, who look to the Jerusalem Talmud for a tremendous wealth of information that's not present in the Babylonian. So the Talmud, as it's presented, is very fascinating. I mean, a lot of people like to look at the page of the Talmud itself, and in reality, the page of the Talmud is a page of history presented in a two-dimensional format. In many ways, it's similar to the internet, the World Wide Web specifically, because it has hypertexting. And it is possible that when you study the Talmud, you are really engaging in a massive conversation that covers millennia, literally millennia. You'll look at a text that goes back to the Mishnaic period, quoting a text from the Bible that's even earlier, that will be debated by two Talmudic rabbis, and then there will be people in the 10th century, let's say Rashi, discussing it, disputed by Tosafot in the 13th century, moving up through, let's say, Rabbi Akiva Eger in early modern Europe, and all the way up to the 20th century. It's really a fascinating, really 21st century, a fascinating document that offers so much history really on a single page. The page is divided into three basic areas. There is commentary on the text. That is basically a way to try and just get a sense of what does the text say. The Talmud is written in a highly arcane Aramaic idiom that not only is difficult because of the linguistic difference, where we no longer have Aramaic as a vernacular. It was, of course, the vernacular of the rabbis when they wrote the Talmud, but it's written in a highly coded and condensed version that is especially useful for oral retention, because, as I should not omit to mention, this is oral Torah. It was committed to writing only centuries after it was discussed. So in the oral format, it's really highly compressed, often with one word signifying an entire paragraph of meaning, and it takes many years to be able to learn to decode the text, which incidentally is presented entirely without punctuation. That makes it, even easier to figure out. Then there is a second level of discussion on the Talmudic page, so-called analysis, and that's especially something you see with Tosafot, where text will be compared. Tosafot will say something like, wait a minute, how can it say this on this page of the Talmud when 30 pages ago we saw something totally different? Or even 30 pages later, we will see something different. The concept of time, of linear relationship of ideas is not truly present in the Talmud. It's one huge gestalt whole that you, like the sea, that you have to really approach at any shoreline, and eventually you will reach the other shore, but quite often you have to experiment with swimming in hot water or cold water, deep water, water filled with massive marine life and jellyfish and sharks and all kinds of things like that. I'm getting off topic. And the other thing you'll find in the Talmud is often coded material. We'll talk more about this when we get later in this course, but codes basically are an attempt to kind of digest all this material and say, all right, let's organize this and say, what exactly is the bottom line? How are we supposed to behave? Is this chicken kosher or not? Can this couple be legally wed or not? And the codes, which often appear on the page or as cross-references to the codes that are printed elsewhere, will tell you that kind of information. What is the bottom line? The Talmud like the Mishnah, often does not get to the bottom line, often does not produce a sentence that says, after discussing this for 10 pages, we have decided X. That does occur occasionally in the Talmud, but more often than not, it does not. And it is up to the student, guided by a teacher, a qualified teacher, to really understand, what did the Talmud just say after all? It's really not so simple. Here's a look at the Talmudic page. I showed you a copy in my own Talmud, but here's from Tractate Brachot. And really, we could spend a lot of time talking about all of the details. To give you a quick look, you'll see that the Mishnah occupies the top part of the central portion of the text. And that's, of course, the ancient document that comes from the 3rd century. Then following it is the Gemara, that's signified by a larger print, Gimel and Mem for Gemara or Talmud, which is a discussion of that Mishnah. Now that section of the Gemara can and does go on for many, many pages, before the Gemara then concludes and a new Mishnah is presented. On the right-hand side, it'll be on the left-hand side on other pages. It's always on the center of the binding, though, is the commentary of Rashi, which is essentially a really important commentary just to follow the line-by-line description of what's happening in the Talmud, sort of unpacking that really dense text for 11th century readers. Now, of course, we often need commentaries on Rashi to unpack it for 21st century readers. And then on the opposite side, you typically have Tosafot, which are the school. It's not just a single person, a school of rabbis who analyze the text, who try to break it down, criticize it, question it, turn it every which way, and try to get, wring every last little bit of truth out of it. Tosafot includes, among others, Rashi's own descendants. And then typically on the outside, sometimes squeezed on the inside, and even between the margins, you'll see cross-references to other texts, such as the codes. And that's a typical page of Talmud. Okay, there's a lot more to say about how the Talmud was studied, role of women in the study of Talmud, but I fear I'm running out of time right now, so I'm going to stop here, and I certainly encourage you to read more about this amazing document. Hello, everyone. Today we're going to discuss an entirely different topic. We're going to go into the early Islamic period, which is going to be extremely important for Jewish history because it's going to cover several centuries of Jewish activity under the Muslim rule. And really, it's a period of tremendous achievements, and on the other hand, one of tremendous potential that is perhaps not realized in the later medieval and early modern period. But we're going to go into that more in the next module of this course. For now, though, we're going to concentrate on the early Islamic period, which means basically from the 7th century through the 10th century, and then we're going to pick up a little bit more later on in the course. So to begin with, when we look at this period overall, perhaps the most misunderstood issue of the Jews in the Muslim period is whether or not it was a period of great persecution or a period that was really more like paradise. In fact, one of the problems we have as historians is that we are so influenced by 20th century perspectives and 21st century to a certain degree, that we tend to read history through the lens of our current experience. And looking at current experience, Jews and Muslims get along rather poorly. This is especially because of the conflict over the Zionist experiment in Israel with the recreation of a Jewish state in the Middle East, which has in many ways soured relations between Jews and Muslims. If you take History 156, we'll spend a lot more time talking about the evolution of this conflict and how it affects contemporary Jewish and Muslim and as well Arab ideas. But for now, we're going to concentrate on the early Muslim period. And when we try to look at Jews in the Muslim period, perhaps without the prejudices that we have because of the current conflict in the Middle East, we see that in fact it was actually rather good on the whole. Certainly there were periods of great persecution. Maimonides pictured here fled that persecution from one Muslim region, but then he ended up flourishing in another Muslim region, for example. And so overall, if we have to compare the status of Jews under Muslim countries, which basically is the northern coast of Africa and the Middle East, if you have to compare that to, and of course, a little bit further east than that, and you have to compare that to the Jews in Northern Europe, on the whole, many scholars feel that Jews did better in Muslim lands than they did in Christian lands. That's a topic that we will be more prepared to explore later on in this course. But let's go straight to the Muslim period and try to understand a little bit more about what exactly happened to the Jews. So first of all, the Muslim religion begins, of course, in the Arabian desert. If you see the large red area in the middle of your screen, Mecca and Medina are the most important regions. And when you look at one of the most important cities, when you look at the area as a whole, it's got a lot of different religious groups working in there. Of course, there are the pre-Muslim pagan Arabs. There are very significant Christian communities, and there are extremely significant Jewish communities. In fact, the very name Medina, later known or previously known as Yathrib, may have been a Jewish settlement to begin with. There's some significant cultural activities before Islam comes to the fore. Like, for example, this is some of the amazing architecture at Petra, which is just over the border from Israel in Jordan. Amazing sculptures of rock that were, made into these massive buildings. The Nabatean culture, beyond our scope, but still, you get an idea that this is a very sophisticated environment as well, religiously, intellectually, and so on, with all kinds of currents coming from the Roman Empire, from Judaism and from Christianity, and of course, indigenous movements as well. Now, to the roots of the faith, we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about this. This is rather unusual depiction, by the way, that because Muslim tendencies do not view with favor the representation of human images, something that, of course, Jewish culture had for quite a bit of time as well. But on the right is Muhammad here, and on the left is the Archangel Gabriel, borrowed from Jewish tradition, Gabriel, who was instructing Muhammad in the finer points of the Muslim faith. He was born in 570, more or less, as from a merchant family. He was rather impoverished. He ended up marrying a very wealthy woman, and later was in her employ as a caravan driver. And he was given to all kinds of, spiritual explorations. Very interested in Judaism, very interested in Christianity, and in fact, he linked the new faith to those earlier religions, seeing Islam as a fulfillment of really the teachings of Judaism and Christianity. And essentially, these things are recorded in a book known as the Quran, related to the word Korah in Hebrew, meaning to read. Muhammad had difficulty convincing many Jews to follow his faith, although he had early hopes for them to join Islam once they saw how much of an advance it was over what he perceived to be the failings of Judaism. And he ended up moving to Medina from Mecca. At that point, he actually had tremendous successes. He was a negotiator of many peace treaties between the various warring tribal factions, which include Jewish tribes as well as Muslim tribes, or Arab tribes, I should say. And he gained quite a reputation, and then he eventually returned to Mecca in what was called the year zero. And when he returned to Mecca, he was already a very famous and very influential leader. He rededicated the Kaaba, which was the national shrine of Mecca, to a Muslim shrine. Unfortunately, he died shortly thereafter, leaving a succession crisis that took several generations to work out. And in fact, there are many divisions in Islam today as a result of that succession crisis. But Islam spread dramatically, incredibly fast. Let's see from this map here. Starts out in the red area, which is really during Muhammad's own lifetime, and then dramatically expands through the entire Middle East, goes across the coast of North Africa, right up into Spain and is stopped only at the Pyrenees Mountains. It then moves to the east as well, conquering all of Syria and what would be Iran and Iraq, and going all the way out to northern India and Afghanistan, and also makes its way across Turkey into Europe, finally stopped at Europe proper, a little bit further north. This map shows you a little bit earlier than its actual final conclusion, but it really made a phenomenal impact, encompassing, the lower 2/3 of the Mediterranean basin and all of the Middle East, all the way out to northern India. Part of the reasons for this dramatic spread include the basically convert and die approach, where indigenous religions were given the choice of either converting to Islam or remaining in a basically pagan faith. And many chose wisely under those circumstances to become Muslims. But that's only part of the story. It's important to understand that Islam was a tremendously egalitarian religion, one that did not recognize color biases. And this was especially important when you get out to India, where there are a lot of populations there who are living in a rather rigid caste structure. And many of the lower castes saw Islam as a tremendous opportunity for social, political, and economic advancement, and so Islam really appealed to them as well. Also, Islam was remarkably tolerant of a wide variety of religious approaches, many of which were simply incorporated within Islam proper. For example, in northern Italy, India, where you have a lot of interesting various mystical movements, such as these people, the Sufis, or specifically here, the whirling dervishes, who practice their faith by turning in these circles for literally hours at a time. And in so doing, they enter into a rather amazing kind of religious ecstasy. Absolutely fascinating material. Islam was able to simply absorb Sufism directly into itself, making it a Muslim faith, incorporating those elements that were appropriate to Islam, and in other ways, really allowing many of the indigenous populations and their religious movements to remain within the fold of Islam. And these kinds of things all together, of course, the convert or die warlike aspect of Islam, but also the egalitarianism, the openness to other religious movements, all these things really made for a rapid expansion of Islam. What does Islam stand for? Just in brief, 5 basic pillars of Islam. The first is a very intense monotheism, the proclamation that there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is his prophet, something that was viewed with great favor by Jews. And this is to the exclusion, for example, of the Trinity in Christianity. So there's a lot of common ground between Jews and Muslims in that area. Prayer 5 times a day. Muhammad was impressed with the Jewish custom of prayer 3 times a day, facing Jerusalem. And initially he adopted that, but then later changed it to 5 times and facing Mecca. Specifically here, the Kaaba, which is the central shrine inside this big black building. And you can see the Muslims are all bowing down in prayer to Allah in this context. A month of fasting, the month of Ramadan, where fasts go from dawn to dusk. The Muslims also adopted a lunar calendar, which was different from the secular calendar used by Christians, first the Julian, then the Gregorian calendar, which basically is solar in nature with 365 odd days. And the Hebrew calendar, which is lunisolar, which means it's basically a lunar calendar, which has 354 days, but is corrected every few years on a 19-year cycle to allow the holiday of Passover to always fall in the springtime. So it's corrected with the leap month of Adar. The Muslims under Muhammad adopted a purely lunar calendar. So that means that every year there's about 11 days lost. And therefore the holiday or the month of Ramadan changes every year, and it's earlier and earlier. So it can be at any time during the given year. The Hajj, which is a a once-in-a-lifetime pilgrimage incumbent on every Muslim to go to Mecca. In fact, the word Mecca has entered the English language, meaning, center or place of attraction and so on. And finally, zakat. You can see the relationship to the Hebrew word tzedakah, which means basically a mandatory charity that is incumbent upon all Muslims. So that's, in a nutshell, what is Islam. Obviously, lots more to say that we can't in this short lecture, but let's talk about how that affects the Jews. So perhaps the most important thing to realize is that Islam really thinks like Judaism in a lot of ways, especially when you contrast it with Christianity. There are so many elements of Islamic, vocabulary, just the way that Muslims think about the world around them, that fit with the way Jews think around them. Maybe not in the particulars, in fact, certainly not in the particulars, but in generalities, they have a common language, something that you don't have to the same degree with Christians. Christianity is a much more of a creed-based faith, brushing with very broad strokes here, that places tremendous emphasis on what a Christian believes, whereas Judaism and Islam spend a lot more energy thinking about what does a person do, behavior, praxis, rather than doctrine. So looking at a couple of these things, first of all, monotheism, huge, right? For Jews and for Muslims, the idea of there being only one God, extremely important. The idea of Jesus as the Son of God is deeply foreign to Judaism, as it is to Islam. Secondly, the concept of an overarching code of conduct, which includes civil law, criminal law, ritual law, with no distinctions really between these things, that is embodied in Jewish halakha, or Muslim Sharia, which is similar translation, meaning the way or the path, the way that Muslims should behave. So obviously, Muslim Sharia is different from Jewish halakha, but the concept is very similar. And Muhammad was consciously thinking about Judaism as Sharia developed. Muslims and Jews have a series of dietary rules that are overlapping in some ways. They both don't eat pork, and of course, as I'm sure you've known, whereas Jews who keep kosher will not rely on halal standards. If they have no other choice, Muslims who keep halal will go to kosher stores to buy their kosher meat as the second best, which makes for some very interesting conversations in the aisles of kosher land and places like that. There were definitely elements of conflict in the early Muslim period. Muhammad did act with some severity towards several of the Jewish tribes who failed to convert to Islam. And a lot of scholars have looked at this period and tried to understand exactly what it means. There are some who see this as early Muslim anti-Semitism, and there's a lot of arguments to be made in favor of that. Other scholars at the same time have said that, Muhammad is a political leader, and he was working with these tribes all the time, and he definitely had reason to, favor one tribe over another, sometimes an Arab tribe over a Christian tribe, or a Christian tribe over a Jewish tribe, or an Arab tribe over a Jewish tribe, and there were several occasions in which Jewish tribes suffered tremendously. I'm going to skip this difficult decision because a little bit too much detail for us today, but let us say that the early record is somewhat mixed in this regard. And it may have been just an example of realpolitik in which the Jews found themselves really on the wrong end of the political spectrum during that early period of Muhammad's rise to power. But definitely the elements that were included in this were the Jews' resistance to conversion to Islam, and being part of the general factional relationship of Jews, Arabs, and Christians at this time. The bottom line in this early Muslim period is a document which purports to be a legal precedent set by an early Caliph Umar. Probably was written much later and was written in such a fashion that it was backdated, but nevertheless it sets the tone for Muslim-Jewish relations for really the rest of Muslim-Jewish history right up to the present day. The basic idea of this Pact of Umar was like this. According to the document itself, the Jews petitioned the Caliph, meaning the leader of the Muslim world, this is after Muhammad had passed away, of course, they petitioned him to say, okay, how are we supposed to behave? What is our responsibility in Muslim reality? What are our privileges? What, all these kinds of things. So the Caliph responds to the Jews in this document, laying out a whole series of privileges, responsibilities, rights, and disabilities that dictated really Jewish modus vivendi within Muslim lands. For example, so the basic idea is, by the way, this is very important, that the Jews were considered a protected people, or dhimmi, meaning both Christians and Jews in particular, because they had at one time received a revelation from God in the form of the Torah, and in the Christians in the form of the New Testament. Muslims accepted the idea that they had received the communication with God, and therefore, by remaining true to their religion, they were therefore safe from any persecution. And in fact, they should not be forcibly proselytized. That's different from pagans who did not receive that same kind of treatment. They were expected to adopt a monotheistic faith. At any rate, since they were dhimmi, they were subject to certain privileges and certain disabilities. First of all, synagogues could exist in Muslim lands. They were to be protected. However, if they fell into disrepair, they were not to be renovated beyond their existing condition. Obviously, this was observed more in the breach than otherwise, and Jews frequently would simply bribe local officials to be able to expand synagogues, sometimes even build new synagogues. But the idea was, okay, fine, you have your synagogues, you can keep them, but we don't want them sprouting up everywhere. Jews were to be allowed to practice their faith, but not in public. In other words, like public Purim parades, or very, very loud prayers that could be heard in the street. Things like this should be minimized. Again, hard to understand how they would actually enforce these things, but nevertheless, this was the concept of the pact. There were certain things where Jews had to show external respect to Muslims. They had to dress differently. They had to wear their hair differently, believe it or not. These are also things, by the way, we'll see in Christian canon law at the same time. And there are a host of small symbolic discriminations. In many ways, this parallels something that would happen in the Christian world, known as the doctrine of witness, that we hope to discuss a little bit later on this course, which basically says that Jews were allowed to practice their religion for internal, in this case, Muslim reasons, in the Christian case, Christian reasons. They were not allowed to expand, but nevertheless, they were allowed to maintain the status quo. So this is something that really held for the next many centuries, as the concept that Jews were subject to the hospitality of the Muslims. They were guests within Muslim lands, and there was a code of conduct towards guests, but at the same time, the guests were not, so to speak, citizens, if we can use that term anachronistically. They did not have the full rights of Muslims, but they were nevertheless entitled to practice their religion. A couple other examples, they were not, for example, required to pay the zakat, the charity tax, which is something that Muslims would have to pay, but they would have to pay something called jizya, which was a poll tax just for their existing. And that poll tax was bigger than the zakat, but nevertheless, it was something that allowed Jews to exist. So that's basically the quick overview of Jews in the early Muslim period, and we will return to this in a later lecture. Thank you for watching. Hello, everybody. Well, today's topic is a little bit different than some of the other lectures I'm giving, because rather than approaching this in a kind of historical manner, moving from one point in time to another, perhaps looking at a specific individual or a movement, today I need to take a little bit more of a thematic perspective to discuss the phenomenon of women in Jewish history. And what I'd really like to address in this brief lecture is some of the challenges that we have in trying to understand the unique elements of women's history in the long, saga of the Jewish people, and give some sense of how these things have changed in the last 150 years in particular. And that'll be it for our topic today. So really the topic is women in Jewish history. I'm not going to speak a lot about individual women, but I'd like to speak a little bit more about the trends and themes in women's history. Okay, so we'll begin with the first thing that we note when we're looking at women's history in Judaism is like, where are they? The majority of our sources for women's history are essentially written by men for men. Male readership, male authorship, the entire chain of transmission of materials on women and on their perspectives is unfortunately handled almost exclusively by men. Now, there are some distinct exceptions to this rule. For example, the memoirs of Glucka of Hamu. Here's a great picture. This is not actually Glucka herself. We don't have photographs from that time. This is a much later photograph of one of her later descendants, I believe it was 19th century, dressed in clothing that would have been appropriate for Glucka in the 17th century. But besides her memoirs, which are quite fascinating in themselves, we have very few examples of women actually writing for themselves, either for another woman's audience or, in the case of Glucka, of her memoirs on her own. The majority of the materials that we have to deal with are essentially written by men, and that presents a lot of historiographic problems, make it difficult for us to tease out what exactly is going on in women's history specifically. But, with that major caveat, we can identify a few larger phenomena that are common to most of Jewish history, Jewish women's history. First of all, Jewish women tend to be a silent majority with an exceptional minority. That is, women in general through Jewish history tend to take a very passive or at least hidden role in the unfolding of events. We occasionally hear in the sources like the Talmud of women general wanting this or wanting that, or arguing for this or arguing for that, but very rarely do we have unique voices. And again, they're handled by men, so we don't know exactly how they would have phrased things themselves. Nevertheless, with that silent majority, we do have these exceptional minority figures that really go all the way through Jewish history. Specific individuals, women, who stand out against the crowd and often adopt leadership positions. For example, the matriarchs, that is the wives of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Moses. Devorah, the judge. But most of these women, as I've just mentioned, I realize as I'm saying it, a lot of their authority derives from the men to whom they are related, either through marriage or through birth. But that's not always emphasized in the text. What is also common about many of these women, besides their intrinsic value, and they are revered for their leadership and for their strength of character and so on, is that they often use power in a subversive manner, primarily because they do not hold, again, with some exceptions like Devorah, they do not hold conventional types of authority and positions of power. So if you look at Rivka, for example, who manages to fool her husband into giving the blessing to Isaac rather than Esau, and Yitzchak rather than Esau, or Yael, of course, who uses her wiles to be able to kill Holofernes and things like that. There are women who use their positions of authority, and rather than forcing a situation, they will use some kind of deceit or trickery to get their way. This is a trend that we see quite often as a result of these strong women finding no other avenue to achieve their objectives. They are generally trapped within the male narrative. We can only hear of them through what the men provide for us. Of course, the Torah, understanding it as a divine document, that's also quite problematic. But their unique expression often comes through. This is especially true with one of my favorite biblical characters, Talmudic character, Bruria, the wife of Rabbi Meir, who was undoubtedly a phenomenal scholar in her own right. And she is exceptional, not only because she identifies one of the problems in women's history in Judaism is that women had very limited access to formal training in the traditional texts, in particular the Talmud. This is especially the case until the 19th century and the 20th century that we'll speak about towards the end of this short lecture. But Bruria was able to go beyond that, and in fact she appears many times as a unique, distinctive voice in the Talmud, teaching men, correcting men, often with a very acerbic wit. And I'll give you one example of that. But I want to mention to you specifically in this context, there's a discussion in Tractate Sota, I believe, in which the rabbis debate what is the appropriate amount of learning that a woman should have. And it would take me far beyond the scope of our discussion here to discuss why it is that some feel that she should have more learning, the typical woman should have more learning of Torah, and others disagree and say, no, it's not a healthy thing for her to learn a lot of Torah. But the conclusion of that Talmudic passage is that it would be better for women not to learn extensively, specifically Talmud. This is considered to be something that would, change her fundamental character and expose her to wiles that the rabbis do not recommend, and so on. Now, this passage is significantly revised in the 20th century, and in fact, many women, even in the most orthodox of streams, have access to texts and traditions, even in the Talmud, that are far beyond anything that even their grandmothers and great-grandmothers ever had. But nevertheless, looking at the general scope of Jewish history, for the vast majority of Jewish history, women were formally excluded from learning Talmud. Bruria, for example, hints at this when she is greeted by some men who are looking for directions. And they say to her, "Excuse me, ma'am, can you please tell us the way to Lod?" And she answers them back, first of all, quoting a passage from the Mishnah, saying, "Fool, haven't you read what it says? Do not speak overmuch with women. You should simply say, which way, Lord?" Meaning, rather than the "excuse me, how are you?" and going on, she says, if you were to really be a Torah scholar, you would simply say, which way, Lud. Obviously, she is poking fun at not only her interlocutor, but also this implicit limitation on women's learning. This is an interesting photograph that I tried to look for the actual YouTube clip. I could not find it, but this is a passage, a little photograph from a film called Tevye der Milchaker, which was later adapted into Fiddler on the Roof. And you're probably familiar with the later 20th century version. But this is a 1930s Yiddish version. And in the scene, you have Tevye, who is a dairyman, who is trying with very little success to teach his son, who's something of a blockhead, the passages in the Bible. And meanwhile, his daughter, who is formally excluded from learning, is looking on over his shoulder and is answering all of the questions correctly, which Tevye finds amusing, but he keeps on trying to move her away from the table where he's attempting desperately to learn with his son. And the whole message is that, here the girl is obviously more klug, more clever than her brother, but she is denied access to the text. And this is a theme that occurs throughout much of Jewish history. Now, another element that's very important in trying to understand the Grundlage, the foundations of, that was a very fancy word, I didn't have to use that, but the foundations of women's Jewish history is the relationships they have to the commandments, which are distinct from male relationship to the commandments. Specifically, looking at this chart here, you'll see that we can divide the commandments, that is the 613 commandments given in the Torah. We can divide them into 4 basic quadrants. Those that are defined by time or not defined by time, meaning those that must take place within a certain period of time, let's say the Sabbath or a holiday, something like that, or those that are, generally required. Then you can also, that's the up and down, the y-axis. Then on the x-axis, we have those commandments which are negative, meaning thou shalt not. Do not do these things. And we have positive commandments, meaning these are things that you should go out and do. So let's give a few quick examples, and we'll see how women relate to this. So under the positive and not defined by time quadrant, we have, for example, honor your father and mother. This is something that you should do. You have to actually go out and do things for your parents. So it's a thou shalt, a positive commandment, but it's not defined by time. So long as your parents are alive, and in fact, after they've passed, you're still obligated to honor their memory. So men and women are equally obligated in this category of commandments. Then you have the negative commandment of do not steal, which is thou shalt not. Obviously, don't steal. And at the same time, it's not defined by time. There are no times when stealing is permitted. So therefore, men and women are also equally obligated in these commandments. Then thirdly, we have negatives that are defined by time, such as, for example, do not eat bread on Passover. Obviously, the holiday of Passover, leavened products are forbidden. That includes bread, beer, pasta, things like that. It reminds me of a joke. I'll tell you very quickly. I know I shouldn't in these short videos, but I can't help it. I was once talking to an Israeli consular official who told me that he was a member of a very left-wing socialist kibbutz. Hashomer Hatzair was the name of the movement. And this was a very anti-clerical, anti-religious kibbutz. And he said that this is like a communal farm in Israel. He said that, when he was a child, they used to have everything on the table on Passover. Bread, beer, pasta, all forbidden foods were on the table on Passover. Now he says the young people, they just don't keep the traditions like they used to. Okay, so thou shalt not and defined by time, like do not eat bread on Passover, men and women are equally obligated. Now here we get to the important one. If you have positive commandments, which are also defined by time, for example, the commandment to shake the lulav on Sukkot. These are the 4 species. They're kind of like a long palm frond and a citrus fruit and some leaves of various types. And there is a commandment specifically to shake these things together on the holiday of Sukkot. So since it is positive, thou shalt, and defined by time, men are obligated, but women are exempted, which means women do not have to do these commandments. The observance is, for most communities, understood as optional. That is, should they so desire to do these commandments, they are welcome to do so. There are some exceptions to that as well, but in general, they are able to do these things, but they are not required to do these things. Now, there are exceptions to the rule as a whole. Like, for example, lighting the Friday night candles, that's defined by time, that's positive, but it devolves upon women rather than men. Men may do so, especially if their wives are not able to, but it's primarily a woman's mitzvah first. Drinking the 4 cups of wine on Passover, also positive, but women are obligated. So there are some exceptions to these rules, but the general thing is that if it's a positive time-defined commandment, women are exempted. Now, what that means anthropologically or sociologically is that women are not tied specifically to the ritual calendar of daily observances, particularly those that require the gathering in synagogue. It's a separate issue altogether about whether or not women count in a minyan. We're not going to go into that. But what this means is that women have greater freedom, or viewed it a different way, greater responsibility when it comes to the activities in the home, in the private sphere, because they are not so easily interrupted. One cannot simply leave the baby with a dirty diaper and say it's time to go to synagogue in the morning, although husbands will do that. Women, because they're exempted, they're second priority, and they may stay home with the child. Some would say they have to stay home with the child while the husband must go to synagogue. But this means there's a huge bifurcation in women's daily life that reflects this divide as a result of the positive commandments defined by time. One can understand this bifurcation as a private versus public sphere bifurcation or split. Women are given higher priority in the home, and this is traditional throughout Judaism. And in fact, if you look at some of the most important things that go on in the home, specifically in the kitchen, in the bedroom, to a lesser degree perhaps in the dining room, women are basically in charge. Again, this is sociologically and anthropologically, but also halakhically. There are many areas in which women have much more leadership and authority than men, beyond the scope of this lecture, but nevertheless a pronounced phenomenon. In the public sphere, however, in the area of the marketplace, in the area of the synagogue, that is generally ceded to men. And since that is an area that garners much more attention, it stands to reason that there's a lot more status associated with it and so on. Nevertheless, there's a lot of emphasis in the Jewish tradition on the concept of all the glory of the princess is within. Kol kvuda bas melech pnima. It's a verse from the book of Psalms that says that there is value for those things that are hidden. Again, it would be far afield our topic to go into in great detail, but there is this concept of something called tzniut, which means hiddenness, sometimes translated as modesty. And women are associated more with tzniut than men in much of Jewish literature. Tzniut is an emphasis to keep things more private, more hidden, kind of like the Torah, which is something that is highly valued, and it is kept under various coverings through the mantle and then inside the ark and then inside the synagogue and so on. So there is a valorization of the public sphere in Judaism, but especially as the value of traditional Judaism declines in the modern era, that valorization of the public sphere tends to be lost, and much more emphasis is placed on the public sphere than ever before. Now, a lot of this changes when you get to the 20th century for many reasons that are associated with larger changes like industrialization, increase in urbanization, and so on. But perhaps the most important change for the sake of women is the opening up of formal educational options. The most significant of which is undoubtedly the Beis Yaakov movement, which was pioneered by Sarah Schinnerer, which if you look on my website, you'll find I have a whole hour-long lecture on her specifically. But basically, she argued effectively in the early 20th century for the introduction of formal education for women. That is, regular classroom-type education, which was largely closed to women in a Jewish context past, let's say, 4th or 5th grade in most Jewish communities. And she said that women really need higher education in Jewish subjects. This was contrasted with the phenomenon that a lot of upper middle class Jewish women were simply not getting Jewish education whatsoever past 4th or 5th grade, and they were going on to secular university, and they were getting, in Eastern Europe, they were still getting strong education. Things like
Well, you little bastard, how you doing, baby?
And whatnot, but they were lagging.
Take an aim. I think it's too late for golf tonight. He's here. I don't know if he's awake. How are you? Yesterday, dog. Oh my! Remember yesterday when I was like, dude, no more questions. That motherfucker asked me questions for 3 fucking hours. I was like, dog, please, I'm good, man. Like I had to say that like 50 times, and I've never gotten to this point, where I just didn't talk anymore. I just was like, stop. He's just asking me every fucking question. Every I fell asleep to him asking me questions, man. So it was at least a solid. The first hour I answered questions, all kinds of stuff on Aleister Crowley and all kinds of questions that he had. Just basically a 19th and early 20th century movement leader, the Lydians. Anyway, then he just kept asking me questions. Like I just had told him, please, like I'm good, man. I answered your questions for another hour. All I've done today is answer questions, and he then kept asking me questions. But I almost want to tell you this. He had a mental issue. because he kept saying to me, I just ask you questions when I'm bored. And I'm like, okay, well, you have to understand that I'm going to bed right now. So I'm not going to answer any more questions. All right, well, but when I'm bored, I'm just going to ask. I'm going to ask him. Like, oh, wow. Anyway, I normally don't mind questions, but sometimes I need a break. And yesterday this guy just was overload. I'm telling you, I fell asleep to him just asking questions. And no, exactly, 100%. He did not. Right, exactly. You're right though. I started answering his questions, and then I just saw Zoot left, and I saw you left, and I was like, "Oh man, I knew this was gonna happen." Like we get into this, and I'm trying to tell him to download the thing, and he's like, "That's okay. I'm just here for the conversation." And I'm like, "I know." Anyway, it was yeah. Well, I did my. You're exactly right. That's what that was, and he just came in and was just like, well, he asked me all these questions, and then he got to the point where he was, well, actually, he was being pretty rude. Um, he started using some language that I wouldn't normally tolerate in here. However, I didn't want him to know I could hear him. So I've just I just let him say whatever he wanted. Like this is what happened. He kept asking me questions and kept asking me questions and kept asking me questions and kept asking me questions. And I kept answering them and I kept saying, okay, now this is the last one. Really, I just need to focus. I'm gonna like try to upload the remainder of this video and I'm gonna then get to bed. So I really appreciate you being here. Any questions that you have, I will answer them. Just let me answer them tomorrow. I told him like I 100%. 100%. And so he's like, yeah, no, I know. Okay. So I'm just going to keep asking you questions until I'm bored. And when you're telling somebody that, you're basically saying, like, I don't care about you. I just care about myself and my own entertainment. And so I said to him, I politely answered as many questions as I'm really going to. And I want you to know that I really appreciate you being here. And I'm going to turn on this lecture. And he's like, oh, okay. And then he continued to ask, continue to ask, continue to ask. So I just started not listen. Like it's pretty loud when people, not super loud when people, oh man. Yeah, exactly. And so I was just playing that and he's like, can you hear me? And then somebody else came in here and they're like, I think he can hear us. And then multiple people are asking me questions and I'm like, guys, it's like 1 o'clock and I literally like answered questions for like an hour today. Then I uploaded a video of me with the answering all the questions. And then I've just been answering other questions in here from other people. And all I want to do, I just want to tell them, all I want to do is just play mini golf with my friends and just like not have to. It's here's the thing. When people ask me questions, I don't play golf as well. I don't play mini golf as well because I'm not fucking focused on it. I'm focused on whatever their answer is or whatever I'm trying to communicate to them. And I know I don't play as well. So Anyway, this guy, he asked me so many questions though. I've never gotten to the point where I'm just like, I'm just gonna be quiet here and just literally just watch. I came over to my computer and I turned it down because it would just be quiet for like 15 seconds, and then he'd be like, "What do you think of Aleister Crowley's association with the Theta Society?" And like, I'd be like, I answered this question 2 hours ago when I told you that essentially he started it, and with like as I understand, he had a mansion off the coast of Loch Ness in Scotland that was essentially like very esoteric and like so anyway I went into like but it's like, dude, I told you that 2 hours ago. I didn't learn anything more. I've been right here the whole fucking time. I mean, I'm not an Aleister Crowley fucking biographer. I literally could tell you like everything I know about him within about a minute, and that's about every single person on the planet. There aren't a lot of people that I just have this super fucking in-depth knowledge on. I mean, like even like George Washington. I could talk about George Washington for like a minute, and then then after that we're gonna have to like do some research together about or like find specifics about him because I just have a limited knowledge. Anyway, the amount of questions that I just kept getting peppered with was like by one person who's like, "Oh, this is a new record," and yeah. So I've got another interview tomorrow or today, I guess, at 10 p.m. Pacific. So it's pretty late our time, but it'll be cool. It's a podcast, and yeah. So I don't really know what he's gonna ask me, but usually podcasts aren't too bad. Um, because usually they're right, right. I, I very much just wanted to play um mini golf at that point. I with this. Oh yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. Wait, wait. That's what it was. Yeah, because at least then it's like we have something in common to talk about instead. It's like pop, 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 pop. I was thinking, well, what the hell was it? Oh, I know what it was. This is what it's a thought. The Well, normally I want to answer people's questions, but there are a couple things I've been having to answer more and more questions recently, which is fine, but it's made me realize like not everybody asks me questions in the same manner or for the same purpose. There are maybe 90% of people who ask questions, they just have they're curious about something and I'll do my best to find the answer for them. Then I get another small segment that wants to ask me every question on earth, literally wants to ask me every question on earth, but doesn't want to hear my answers. So I have a friend of mine who does this all the time, and he will pepper me for 3 or 4 hours at a time. And he'll come in here. He came in here 4 in the morning 3 days ago, and he's like, hey, do you have time to talk? And I'm like, man, I'm going to bed. So then he came in when I was awake, and he peppered me for 2.5 hours, just question after question after question after question. And I even told him in the question, or in the questioning, I said, you're not even listening to my responses. You're literally like so excited to get answers that every time I provide one, you're thinking of your next question. And as I was telling him that, he really was thinking of the question, and I just had to yell, shut the fuck up. Listen to me and listen to what I'm saying. I'm answering your questions, but you're not comprehending the answers. You're just already coming back with the next question. And it's like, think about what I have to say. And then if you have another question, you can certainly ask it. But he was just asking me questions without thinking of the answers. And the guy last night, he was kind of doing the same thing. He was just like, he was just and like peppering me. And yeah, well, it just shows that you don't respect me or what I'm saying. If you do, then you wouldn't just talk to talk and ask me questions to ask me questions. Um, and I understand sometimes we're bored, but if you're gonna take time out of my day to ask me about information, then listen to what I have to say. I mean, it's common courtesy. But I understand people get excited, and then there's another one. So there's that kind, and that one's just like an excited questioning. That's fine. And then there's another kind which I don't get very much, but where I will get someone who wants to get into an argument, or like they'll just start asking me like really difficult questions, um like you perfect, right? Why don't you give away money? Why don't you I mean, like, do you defend? Yeah, do you defend like the killing of children? Do you defend the death of innocents? Like, these are tough questions, and I'll find. Well, it goes to the there isn't. It's a loaded question, so it doesn't have an answer. That it's the same kind of question. Do you still beat your wife? There isn't a correct answer to that, because if you say no, I don't still beat my wife, well then you used to, and if you say yes, then you still beat your wife. So I've really learned. No, no, no. It's like a cross examination. You can only answer in the affirmative or negative. Yes or no. Do you still beat your wife? Right. But but it's already left the impression that you're a wife beater, because now you want to get into semantics. It's an unfair question. That question is something that makes me recognize that all like there's no perfect question. Basically, any question anywhere can be manipulated, and thus it's in my best interest not to answer any questions, period, if I always wanted to be right. But and then I get people, this doesn't have as much in here, but it happen on Twitter, where people want to quiz me on stuff. And fortunately, I've been correct on everything. Not 100%, but like I haven't had a gotcha moment. And I'm on camera. And so I want to avoid any kind of gotcha moments that I, potentially can have. And so people will want to do that. And I understand that too. But the big ones are like, you know, like how do you defend XYZ, and or like who do you like, this country or this country? I get that one all the time. And see, here's the thing, you don't see it, but I get asked on the fucking wars. I get asked directly on country X versus country Y half a dozen times a day. Just every single day. It's like 6 times a day I get asked all that shit, all that shit, all that shit. And so I just say world peace because it's not going to get me anywhere if I choose a side. And it's not just I don't just get these questions in here. I get them in my DMs all the time. I get them worse in my DMs because um people just and like I'm open to them and I answer people's questions, and if they want to talk more in depth, they can. But look at the shit that I get. That is just like it. I don't want to say it's just. Why would you ever do this to someone? This asshole, he sends me this shit every fucking day. Just and I don't block him because I just I don't know. I don't really have a hateful heart. It could be. Um, let's see here. What does he say? What does he say? I'll find it. He wrote me. Um, I sent him like my. Okay, what did he write? Well, I've got one here that says, "I hunt Jews for a living." Like, who the fuck writes that? What is that? Like, does that even like you're proud of that? What does that even mean? Okay, this guy. There's another guy in here though. Well, I mean, I'm not a pussy, and so sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. You can say whatever the fuck you want to me. You can threaten me. I don't give a shit. So long as you don't put your hands on me, say whatever the fuck you want. Because once we start legislating what you can and can't say, then I feel that we run a slippery slope. I am gonna find what this motherfucker writes me. He doesn't just write me shit. He sends me these really mean. Um, he sends me these really mean. Let me just type the word Jew and see if it fucking shows up. Uh, here's someone. Can I ask why you sit in Discord, you stupid, greedy, long-nosed Jew? Shut up, Jew. Kill the Jews. These are all different people. This guy sends me a fucking meme of like that big-nosed Jew. Yeah. A lot of people. Right. Um, yeah. I mean, I don't usually respond, but well, no. I mean, yeah, I don't. Except the way that I respond is by spamming them back with all my shit. So, there's this one guy. Where the fuck is he? Exactly. There's this one guy. He sent me the. It's like it sticks out in my head because it was so mean. Uh, let's see. Wow, I have gotten a lot of fucking questions. I do, honestly, if somebody writes me a question, it's so much easier for me to answer it because I can answer it on my own time. And then also, the chances that they're going to ask me 50 subsequent follow up questions is just not like it is in here when somebody's just like, oh, it's somebody who I can just torment. Oh, here it is. Here it is. He says, "Can I ask why you sit in Discord, you greedy long-nosed Jew? Oh, greedy, you stupid, greedy, long-nosed Jew." He says, "Hey, do you have a fucking life by any chance? Rabbi, kill yourself." Then he sends this like terrible meme. I don't know if you can see this, but it's like It's like a flashing, like not. You can see it's flashing. Yeah, exactly. Swastika still, and then this shit. So like my inbox, exactly. And then he writes "kill the Jews." Um, so there he is. Zoot, you motherfucker, dude. You talk too much in that fucking Twitter space. I was gonna plug the coin. I was gonna fucking plug my interview, but no, you and Jehan get to fucking jerking each other off. Literally 30 minutes of you guys blabbing later. I had to fucking leave. I was up ready to talk, and but I will say I will say that Zoot, what you had to say was pretty good, so I'm not gonna give you too much more shit about it. Zoot, how do you like? We're approaching an all-time high. Do you like that? I know you plugged it. You plugged it. Kangaroo. Oh, it's kangaroo. It's not just kangaroo coin. It's kangaroo. It's not kangaroo coin. All right. Are you ready to get your focus kicked? Your ass kicked? I think. I think it. I think it'd be pretty big. Um. Zoot. I mean, Riser. You want to play? Zoot. You want to play? Riser. You want to play? All right. Just one though. I agree with both of those statements because we're personalities in Web3. Riser, did you get my invite? You're good. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. Basically, anybody who is a little bit of a personality in Web3 could have a coin, a very successful coin. He is. He's good. He has, it's not perfect, but it's good. All right, we heard it here first. Riser, I think it's better that you. Wow, this is an interesting shot. This is an interesting fucking shot. Maybe the best strategy is just going crazy in there. Ooh, that was bad. That was bad. Way too hard. Giving him a free shot. Bad. Oh, I'm really fortunate you went in the water. Zoo takes everything. I'm pretty much in agreement with you on that. In the Halloween ones? Ooh, that wasn't the shot. All right, I'll take it. This is a difficult shot. That skeleton. Oh, I thought he was going to do it. Oh, that is a great shot. Hit my ball. That's perfect. I did. Oh, that was nice. That was really nice. Yes. Yeah. Oh, wow. Are we all going to try on the hole? Zoot's just awful. Just absolute dog shit. Just absolute dog shit. Just absolute positive dog shit. One of the, I You're so bad at this. Dog. That's the shot. Oh, I was gonna say if that didn't go in, that was a good one, Zoot. I didn't. I went my own way. Sure. This is this is our chance to put Riser away. What a great what a great shot. Now I really think that you have to hit off the back wall and also get a push, but I don't know. Oh, finally. Zoot's fucked. Zoot's fucked. Dude, it's going right in the water. Oh, 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 that was watch now. Zoot gets it in after his absolute dog shit of a shot. His first shot. Oh, what? Hit that thing's hand. Oh, wow. I'm not going to have any points. I have to make this. That kept me in the game. Bad. Yeah, I'm not good at it either. There's so much shit in it, and I never get the arrows right. That's perfect. Fuck him up. Hit his ball. Why would you do that though? Take out that fucking tree. Take out the tree. Dude, now he's in my way. Badly in my dog. This would be such a huge comeback for him. Oh, he helped me so much. Make this. I think that's how we'll end it. That was nice. I like when we end like that. I'll take it off 3 minutes. No, I'm good. You guys don't know what Mel's hole is. It's this thing I listen to all the fucking time. It's about a hole that is a never ending hole. A hole that just keeps going down and down into the earth. And you can throw whatever you want down it and it never would fill up. It would never all this weird stuff would come out of it, like allegedly like it was like a UFO portal and they'd have these like there's a story about a guy who took his dog and threw it in the hole. A dead dog. It was already a dead dog. And he threw it in the hole to bury it and then the dog came back to life. All kinds of weird shit about this hole. Anyway, I would be really reluctant about it. It's like one of these huge urban legends. But there have been stories about these other holes that have been found, especially on native lands. Like one of the reasons why natives would pick a certain land would because of some of the paranormal shit that would happen to them. But there's like these stories about these holes that are basically portals into the earth. Anyway, what else about this fucking thing was weird? Oh, so how deep was the hole? It was over 80,000 feet deep, which is like it's like 16 miles. It's really, really deep. Great question. He did it with fishing lure. So he would just take like a fishing line. The guy was originally no, with the 80,000 kilometers, 80,000 feet. So it was, and there are 5,280 feet in a mile. So approximately like, hold on, it's going to be something like 16 miles. And that's, well, no, I'm not saying it was. It's like, I know the fucking answers to a lot of things. What came first, the chicken or the egg? All that kind of shit. but like there's some kind of unexplained things. UFO and alien shit is really interesting to me. Anyway, this is one that is just a weird fucking story, and it actually involves Australia in a big way. So basically, the guy who finds this hole, Mel Waters, it's on his land. He talks about like when he bought it, everybody for generations have been throwing all their garbage in it. There's a guy who would pull up a pickup truck every single day with tires and just throw it everything in this hole. And it no, it was the use case of the whole town. Everybody in town would throw their garbage down in this hole, and that was just that's why it's such an That's the thing. It's all oral. There isn't even a picture of the hole. Now, if you're like, what do you keep in mind? This story took place in the 90s. Now, that doesn't mean no, that's not what happened. The US government took over the land. And if you're like, okay, so what's this story with the US government? Basically, yeah, uh, in some weird ways. So, Mel calls the largest overnight talk radio station in the Western Hemisphere, Coast to Coast AM, and he tells this story about this hole, this like never-ending hole. It doesn't have a bottom. Everybody throws their garbage in it. It has some weird paranormal shit. Anyway, the government comes out to his house one day and says that there's a plane crash on his land, even though there was no sign of a plane crash. And they said that they were taking over his his real estate, and they were going to lease it from him. And so they ended up leasing it from him for $200,000 a month. So that's what $200,000 a month is something like $2.4 million a year. And so he took that money and moved to Australia, of all places, and started. Well, I mean, it's the government. What are you going to do? They tell you we saw a plane crash land here. We give you nothing for for the land, or we'll lease it for $200,000 a month. So they end up leasing it for $200,000 a month, and then um he moves to Australia and starts a wombat rescue. I know it sounds so fucking strange. He spends he spends so much money on these wombats that he goes broke, spending $200,000 a month on them, basically, in this wombat refuge. So then he moves back to the United States, and it's this weird story where he gets beat up pretty badly in San Francisco, and he ends up like no, it was nothing like that. It was he I forget exactly why. I usually fall asleep in the story, but basically he then makes it back to his land in Washington State, and the government basically said that that's not your land anymore. And so what evidence of this is that this is real? Oh, and then like Mel disappears. Like no one ever hears from him again. So this story is really interesting because it takes place over the course of a few years. He would call in an update. And then another thing about it, before Google Maps, they had like satellite imagery, and Microsoft had one, but it wasn't like Google Maps. It wasn't nearly as good. It would just take like pictures of satellite images and kind of put them together. And so in the area where Mel owned this land, the government had blacked out that part of the map. So there was something weird going on, and it's not. And Mel couldn't have controlled that, meaning he's just like a little old man from like upstate Washington who's like a farmer kind of a guy. I mean, or he wasn't a farmer. He was a deep sea fisherman. That's how he had access to such amount of line. So he lived near like Washington State, and he'd go deep sea fishing in the Pacific Northwest. And so he had a lot of familiarity with line and like deep sea line and like really heavy gauges and things. And he said that well he they the host of the show inquires with the audience, and they take a look at the imagery that is on from space. And this was like in the late 90s, and you can see, I've seen pictures of what people see. It's just like a map that it would look like anything you would see on Google Earth, but with like big black squares taken out, and you don't know what the fuck is there. And they do this now with Google Earth imagery, but they just blur it and make it look like the surrounding terrain. But back then, they did not have that kind of technology. They did, but it would take too long, so they would just straight up cut it out. So it tells you exactly what. Exactly right. Exactly right. So just exactly. So exactly. So and then at the end of this story, this, I believe, this native tribe, this Native American tribe, indigenous people tribe, contacted Mel to go visit their hole. That they had a hole in like northern Nevada that is like connected to their people, and that it was like a never-ending hole. Anyway, there's like the hollow earth theory and all of that. This does not go into that. This does not go into flat earth. This is just like an old man story from the 1990s that is just like an urban legend in America. And I mean, I've got my finger on the pulse of everything paranormal on this earth. And I know basically like most things what was a hoax and what was not, but this one I do not know. And like, meaning I don't know if there are holes that exist on this earth that go into the earth for miles. And it was not that. It was truthfully what it sounded like is that it was a somehow a portal for aliens to get to the center of the earth, like a almost like a sewer hole that just like a manhole cover that they would just fly into. Now, if you think though that like, hey, these guys have the power to travel interdimensionally, don't you think they could turn on some kind of like switch and make their ship like invisible or like impenetrable to the ground around them? Yeah, all that stuff could be true. I don't know. But I do know that like some weird shit happened with this hole, and that perhaps there could be some truth to this. There are only a couple of questions that I have still in my life. Like, I mean, like, I know aliens are real. Is there a God? God is energy. I'm okay with that. What happens when you die? That's a complicated one, but generally nothing. As I understand, at least people who've had near death experiences, if you do, right before you end up becoming brain dead, there is apparently somehow that you go through every moment of your life like a movie exactly, and it's very vivid. And then I've also heard like you don't want to go towards the light. If you go towards the light, you die. So you want to actually stay in the darkness. And that going to the light. Okay, that's not what I know it as, but that could be. As I understand, if you go towards the light, you die. If you stay away from the light, you continue to live in this world. Um, and then there's something called the Mothman, which was uh, a story that took place in the 1960s, West Virginia, and there was a bridge collapse. Basically, there was this weird creature that was seen in the area of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, and it it was like flying. It was like someone flying around in like a suit that had wings, and they could fly around without making any noise, and they had like these bright red eyes. And it turned out that um, this Point Pleasant was a place where they were doing a lot of munitions. Go ahead. You're okay. Go ahead. Essentially. Just keep just keep in mind when you say infinity, all kinds of crazy scenarios then occur. And you have to understand, like when you say infinity, you mean absolutely everything that could happen must happen. And that opens it up to a lot of different things. That's why I don't say infinity. Generally, I say till the end of the universe, which is a set time. It's approximately 50 years, 50 billion years from now. Yep. Okay. Sounds like a plan. Zoot, I did think what you had to say in that Twitter space was good. I was just frustrated that I wasn't able to speak. And that was just my own stubbornness. And I also didn't want to just come in and be a huge cheerleader and these people were like, who the fuck is this? You guys were already talking like pretty high level stuff. I would consider it quite newfie, to be honest with you. I don't know if Riser got that reference. And because of that, I wasn't gonna fuck it up. But um yeah. And I heard you say that you got your Sproto PFP. I like how it's like you show your allegiance with your PFP. Like, yeah, I went back to the Sproto PFP. I hope everybody noticed that. And then you plugged your coin. That was pretty brilliant too. I heard you. I know what you were doing. And you, okay, well, you said it. Are Riser and I members of this cult? Yeah. Can we can we call ourselves Kangaroony Loonies? Excellent. I love it. I'm in. What do we call ourselves in Harry Potter? Don't we call ourselves Sprotos? But that doesn't really make sense to me. We're not Sprotos. That's a different thing. We're Harry Potter about H posers, I guess. That's not nearly as cool as Kangaroony Loonies. That's a good name. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. So let's be careful with the terms that we're using here. The solar system really only encompasses our sun and 8 planets. So you're really talking the universe. I get it. I do it all the time. You're really talking the universe. Exactly. Okay, so you're asking, well, to my knowledge, the universe is expanding. It's going to continue expanding until a certain point when then it begins contracting and it will end up in the big crunch. It started with the Big Bang, then there's the Big Crunch, or there are a bunch of different names for it. The Big Crunch is, though, pretty well known. Okay, so you have asked a question as well about the universe expansion, and it is expanding. It's expanding as I understand, at the speed of light, very, very fast. It can't go any faster than that, though. And the physical mass is only between like 5 and 10% of actually everything that encompasses the universe. Most of the universe consists of dark matter and dark energy, and not visible matter. Okay, so with that being said, um, 90% of everything that is in the universe is not visible, and that is expanding as well. So let's just, like, in one sentence, I think you have a question of this. If the universe is expanding, into what is it expanding? Because it's everything. So what's it expanding into? Does that make sense? Is that a question you have? Okay, so let's look at it. If the universe is constantly expanding, into what is it expanding? Because doesn't the universe consist of everything? Please explain this to me like I'm 5 and use bullet points. Okay, so it's a here's a simple explanation. The universe, it's everything we see, like stars, planets, and galaxies. Expanding means, imagine blowing up a balloon, it gets bigger, the dots representing galaxies move away from each other. No outside. The universe doesn't expand into anything. It's all there is. Think of the surface of the balloon. There's no outside space. Space itself, the space between everything is stretching, which is one of the things. This is which is why things seem to move away from each other. So the universe is getting bigger, but there's nowhere it's expanding into. Actually, that makes complete fucking sense to me. That was fucking brilliant, ChatGPT. I've seen this. Yeah. No, no, it does not pop. It never pops. It never pops. Then what it does is, like, when you blow up a balloon and then you let out all the air and it contracts. That's what it does. Well, with the multiverse theory, not only could that be true, but it must be true. Mhm. Right? All that could be. And then they could be in a balloon, they could be in a balloon, until you get to one fucking alpha civilization that is not in a balloon. They just blow up all the balloons. Here, let's ask this. Answering in the same way, explain to me, like, I'm 5. What happened before the Big Bang and what happens after the Big Crunch? What existed? Explain it as best as possible. And if you don't know, then just say, I don't know, but this is what we think. Okay, so before the Big Bang, nothingness. We think there was nothing at all, no space, time, or matter. I don't even get that, but okay. Tiny point. Some scientists believe that everything was squeezed into a super tiny point that had all the energy. Boom. Then, about 13.8 billion years ago, it suddenly exploded in what we call the Big Bang, creating the universe. After the Big Crunch. What's a Big Crunch? If the universe keeps expanding and then stops, it might start to shrink back to small. It could collapse back into the small point again, like the opposite of the Big Bang. What comes next? We're not sure. Some think it could lead to another Big Bang, or it might just be another period of nothingness. So we don't really know for sure what was before the Big Bang or the Big Crunch, but that's what some scientists think. That's what I thought it was. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Well, in answer to your question, are there Big Bang deniers? Yeah, a lot of creationists are that way. Many people. I mean, keep in mind the Big Bang theory has only been taught for less than 100 years, and many people say it is just that. It's a theory. When I was a kid, about 50% of people, I would say, got on board with the Big Bang Theory, and 50% were, this is in the United States, probably clouded in religiosity and thinking like they just wanted to avoid that. And now it's like 90-10. Like 90% of the people in America believe in some type of evolution, some type of Big Bang, those type of scientific um, principles. But there is still a group of people who do not. And then there's a group of people that analogize it. So, for instance, we may say that the world is 5,785 years old, but the first 7 days of that could have been creation, and each day could be analogous to a billion years or 2 billion years, or however people want to make it work in their own head so that they can sleep well at night. Abs- Absolutely. I mean, think about, I'm sure you guys have seen these things. Ant farms, okay? So imagine you gave your child an ant farm on their birthday. That's essentially the balloon we're referencing. It's an entire world, it's self contained, and all those ants in there are thinking to themselves, I wonder what the hell we're doing here, when really they were a gift at a birthday party. And in the same way, that kid at a birthday party could himself be in that balloon that you described, that's a gift at an alien birthday party. And that alien civilization could yet be another species. That's exactly right. And that's why the band Alien Ant Farm chose their name. Never heard of the song? You've never heard of the band Alien Ant Farm? They sing one of the best covers of um, Michael Jackson's Smooth Criminal from like 2005. If you heard it, I bet you'd know it. No. They're like kind of like punk. Yo, yes sir. Yeah, yeah. There's some kind of way to be able to time travel. It's like the easiest way to time travel. The easiest way to time travel is to travel at a very fast speed. Now, I'm not a physicist, and I wouldn't trust somebody who just was like, "Yeah, I know all of this," unless they were truthfully one of the pillars in their field. So let's ask ChatGPT this question. I've heard the theory that if you travel at very high speeds, as an example, in an interstellar scenario, basically traveling near the speed of light can allow people to essentially stop aging. So that if you traveled away from Earth at a very high speed, when you came back to Earth, the people on Earth would have aged, but you would not if you were traveling at a very high speed. Can you please clarify this and explain to me like I'm five using bullet points? Okay, so it says traveling fast and aging, speedy spaceship. Imagine you have a super fast spaceship that can go near the speed of light. Time slows down. When you go really fast, time for you inside the spaceship moves slower than time for people on Earth. I don't really understand that, but okay. Going away. If you travel away from Earth in your spaceship for a long time, you don't age much. Coming back. When you return to Earth, a lot of time has passed for everyone else, and they've aged more than you have. Example. Your friend, if you leave for a trip in your spaceship, for what feels like just a few years for you, maybe 50 years could pass for those on Earth. You stay young. So when you come back, you look and feel young, but your friends on Earth are much older. So, yes, if you travel really fast, you could come back and find that you've aged less than everyone else. But that doesn't make sense to me. So, hold on. Can you please explain how I would have aged less if I'm gone for 5 years, whether I'm traveling at a really fast pace or not? Isn't it that I'm going to age for 5 years older, just like the people on Earth? That part doesn't make sense. Please explain. Sure, let's break it down. How time works when you travel fast. You time versus Earth time. When you travel at speeds close to the speed of light, time for you moves slower compared to people on Earth. Ooh, okay, that makes sense. Example scenario: you in space. Let's fly you away in your spaceship for what feels like 5 years to you. Time on Earth. While you're gone, a lot more time could pass on Earth, like 50 years. Why you age less? Feeling of time. In your spaceship, you experience 5 years, so you only age 5 years. Earth's clock. But because you are traveling so fast, people on Earth experience 50 years. Summary: you age 5 years, Earth runs 50 years. So you age less because time for you slowed down while you were moving really fast. Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. Do you know what it's called? Jedi? Jedi? Yes. Yep. If you look at published reports, every year Jedi grows faster than just about any other religion in the United States. Every year. I know it's funny, but basically what I'm telling you is in 100 and 200 years, people will not give a flying fuck about the Bible, but they will care very, very deeply about the Star Wars compilation and Star Trek and that shit. That will become religious to people. Right. Right. And so, keep in mind the reason why the Bible even is it all or was it all had any type of authority is because the previous generation gave it authority and the previous generation before that and the previous generation before that. So there was all of this. Well, we have to do it because the people before us did it. But now we're of an age where communication is so much easier that, yeah, people can get into the Bible, but it just doesn't have enough content for them. And to keep them nourished, 1,000 years ago, the Bible might be able to keep you more entertained, but in today's day, it absolutely does not. But you know what does? Star Wars movies, Star Wars characters, Star Wars merchandise. And so when I tell you that is a religion and it's a serious one, and don't make fun of it because it will be seen as very serious in the future. It's essentially what you're describing. It's an online internet. It was an internet meme, like, "Hey, we'll be Jedi," and then all of a sudden, it's I'm in agreement with you on that. Be right back, guys. I gotta go to the restroom. That's true. The nostalgia be huge. And one other thing, Zoot, exactly what you're saying, but it goes to Klaus Schwab. You will own nothing, and you will be happy. When you have VHS, you have it, and you. It's basically one of the last things you can own. You know what I'm saying? Yes. Any kind of art, absolutely. And 64 NES, Super NES, Atari, all of that stuff. Anything that you can own, because the goal is in the future to make everybody stream everything and you won't own it. If you can't pay your monthly bill, you're done. So that's why it's so important that this stuff remains archived, because you'll be able to play it as much as you want if you own it. I'll be right back. I'll be back. I just got a message from a streamer. His name's Ori, Ouri. I don't know what he wants, but I didn't tell Zoot. Zoot, I'm doing God willing, I'll do a podcast tonight, 10 p.m. California time. I don't know too much more about the podcast, but the way that I got invited to it, I just went in my Telegram and just went down everybody I've ever sent a message to. So, like, I sent you a message. Elle, I knew you had Riser. I knew you had probably seen it. I know you did because you were here with me, but nevertheless, I just sent it to you. Frankly, I didn't remember if that was your account or if it was somebody else with that name, because I have had some different people with that name. Anyway, and then I just basically force every single person in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu who chats in there to watch it. And because I do shout out the coin so much, they don't consider it spam. Like, I'm helping the coin. So I've gotten more people to watch it. In 24 hours or so, I've gotten like 150 people to watch it, which obviously isn't great numbers, but it's good for me. Oh, I did, yeah. And I thought that was a smart idea because people can clip those and then send them to their friends or whatever. And it seems like it was a good idea because, like, Ori's one of the guys I shouted out, and he contacted me. So had I not shouted him out, I don't think he would have contacted me. Thank you. You heard him. I hope. I'm gonna make if that's true, dude. I'm gonna make it very good for you. I'm gonna make it very good for Riser. I'm gonna make it very good for Yoshi. I'm gonna make it very good for Yellow. They're gonna have their own dog mansions. It's gonna be amazing. They're gonna have their own yacht parties on dog yacht parties. It's gonna be amazing. I hope so. I hope it's a really great upcoming year. I keep telling myself that. I said that last year and I said it the year before, but I'm really growing in momentum. I mean, so that's good. And I mean, you just heard the way that guy came into the interview. He's like, well, a lot of people like you, which is not true. I mean, some do, but he's like, well, at least they know about you. Like, that's the thing. I was thinking about this. If this ends up working out, my strategy of sacrificing one platform to be able to spam it so that everybody knows about me on that platform will be seen as one of the smartest social media strategies in marketing history. Like, that would be the thing that separates me from any other streamer because it's like the first time in global history where the person doesn't have to, even though they're not famous yet, they're famous enough that everybody knows them. It's a weird state that I'm in. Uh, Rice, you were gonna say? I know. Well, I know he did a he did a challenge to anybody who wrote out Hurricane, whatever this most recent one was. The one it started with an M, Mark, whatever. Milton. What was that one? He would pay streamers $10,000 if they wrote it out, and they did, and he paid them today or like yesterday. Dog, you can get sued for anything. You can get sued for anything in this world. It's up to the. It's up to a judge and jury. If you want to pay all the money for a lawsuit to be able to take him to court, then go for it. But if you lose, then you're going to be in the bag hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal bills over a $10,000 cash prize. Like it's not even like worth anything. So it's a good idea of Aiden to be like, hey, if you write it out in this hurricane, I'll pay you $10,000 or whatever if you live stream it. And I mean, he could very easily say that you're doing this at your own risk. And so that even makes his case even stronger that he's not forcing anybody to do it. But he says, if you do it, I'll pay you. I'm not forcing anybody to do it. I'm not bribing anybody to do it. It's in your best interest to leave. Yeah, I mean, if you know anything about these guys, this is they get negative attention week 1 and positive attention week 2, and negative attention week 3, positive week 4. That's just how it works. Um, what was I going to say? Uh, yeah, well, I was just gonna say that at least when it seems, I don't know, when Aiden Ross makes these little promises that he'll pay somebody something, at least in this one case, I do know he paid, but I've heard of him not paying up in other situations as well. But yeah, I mean, he's doing what he can to bring attention to the platform. Let's look at what the coin's at right now. We should be really fucking close to an all-time high. We're at 32 cents. I could see that happen. I like it. I like that. Alrighty, boys. Mel's the whole time. I'm gonna get some sleep. Yep, I got a big interview tomorrow. We're gonna go viral any one of these days. We're hitting all-time highs with Harry Potter Obama Senectanino. It's a good.
Appreciated and valuable to us. So thanks once again.
What is it called? You watch once. Go ahead. You watch once I go. I probably could just do this as any big celebrity, but I'll be a rainmaker for any coin ever. Like, I'll be the guy to go to and like, hey, you want to promote this coin? Hey, the rabbi's on board for it. If we can make Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu successful, we literally can make anything successful. Well, there's no one who's going to stay. There's no one who's going to stay. There's no one who's going to stay loyal to a single meme coin their entire life. Impossible. It's stupid to. Why wouldn't you diversify yourself? I didn't say ever abandon it, but yeah, you're doing exactly what you said. You can always add to it and just be like, oh yeah, I'm fucking in whatever pip pop pillows or puff penguins or whatever the fuck it is. But basically, like, um, it's almost like you're a music producer and you're a hit maker. Like one band comes in and you can make them a star because you made it big with your first fucking like if your first band is the Beatles, then basically any band that comes up to you after that, you're going to be able to have success with because you have the reputation that hey, this is the guy who essentially was there with the start of the Beatles. In the same way, Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teddy New can be worth $1 million a coin, and eventually somebody's going to be like, "Hey, I want you to do the same thing with my coin that you did with Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teddy New," and be like, okay. Well, all I have to do is fucking stream it, and it'll do the same thing. If you stream it for long enough, it'll bring enough attention to it. Streams in the future will be everywhere in the world when I can afford them. Trust me. You don't think that I want to stream out in the sunshine and be able to drive fast cars. All I do all day is look at little punk kids, 19-year-old kids driving Lamborghinis and McLarens and fucking them up. And I just say to myself, that's going to be you, just a little older. Just wait a little bit of time. But yeah, it's fucking. And you get envious when you just see people throwing around money like crazy. And you know that if somebody knew what you were doing, you could easily do that too. And so I just tell myself, I just be patient. And once it goes viral, then I can go to a Lamborghini dealership and say, I want one in every color. And I can do the exact same shit that these people do, but just do it better. So, but yeah, what the fuck are you saying? They sit on Monkey and treat people their bank account. That's as big a flex as you'd have. Come on. Were you born yesterday? He doesn't disclose that to people, but just you, the special person he met on Monkey. Come on. If he disclosed it to you, he's disclosing it to at least 2 and 5 people he meets on Monkey. 40% of people he's meeting on Monkey, he's showing that shit to. Okay. All right. All right, I know. Can I tell you my last bit of brilliance? This is so funny. Okay, so some of these. This is Newfie. This is the capital of Newfie. What's the capital of Newfoundland? That's another territory, dog. Or isn't it a province? Yeah. Anyway, St. John's. Okay. Shout out to that place. All right. So a lot of times in these discords, if you want to join the discord, that's fine. But if you want to stream in the discord, you have to either pay money, which I can't do, or you have to um, do a bunch of interaction. So you have to talk a lot, or you have to like be in a VC. It depends what they want it to be. So if they want me to be in a VC, that's fine. I'll go in a VC and I'll just put a device in there and it'll gain experience. And if it's in there for some of these, they have to be in there for like 10 days straight, 24/7 for 10 days straight. So, if it's one of those, then I just keep a device going for 10 days. But some of them want you to chat. Now, I don't have the time I guess I do have the time, but I don't have the patience to chat with all these fucking people like as much as you're supposed to chat. I'm telling you, Riser, I did it in iShow Speed the other day, and it was 8 hours straight of me chatting and spamming GIFs, and I was like, this is too much work. So I then developed a couple robots on the phone that spam emojis. Because when you type an emoji, it doesn't really convey that much information, so you can do it in a repetitive fashion and kind of get away with it. So at first I was just spamming. Essentially, I think you got 2 out of 3. I did the smiley face. I did a heart instead of the prayer emoji, and then I did, which I think is funny. If like people think it's the prayer emoji, but if you really look at it with a different set of eyes, it's two people high fiving. So it's really funny when you see people who die on like Facebook, and it's like thoughts and prayers, and it's all these fucking like prayer hands, but it really could be a bunch of people high fiving. Anyway, yeah, no, they would, but what if it was just you see, it looks like people fucking high five. I know that it doesn't work out perfectly, but it could that happen? Could you high five someone with it? Yeah, you can high five people with the same hand or exactly. Anyway, so it's just another take on it. So if you ever see that, it's just kind of like I don't know. Anyway, I only you're gonna have to move closer to St. John's for me to be able to share any more of this high IQ info with you. But what I can tell you is that when you have to do a lot of interaction on Discord, this is such a high IQ move. Okay, so if I spam emojis, they just right away will mute you and they'll be like, "Look, you're spamming. You can't do this." And like literally, if you type to the people, you you get sick of talking to them. I mean, it's just like total strangers. Like, hi, how is everyone's day? Yeah, I can't talk to you for 4 fucking days like this, and that's how much experience I need of like constant 24/7 talking. So I came up with the fucking smartest thing ever, ever, ever when it comes to this. All right. So keep in mind, if you just spam emojis, they get mad at you. And it's too much work to just do it manually. So what did I do? And what? Let me say this too. What if you don't spam emojis? What if you just put one emoji every 10 minutes? That's what I was doing. And still, people are so bored that they'll see that you spammed it and they'll be like, you spam this every 10 minutes. Okay, so what did I do? What is my high IQ move? This is so fucking smart. instead of just spamming emojis, which I do, I spam like the smiley face and a heart, sometimes 100%, but usually like just smiley face and a heart, but other stuff too. Okay, if I spam that and I follow it with an intermittent sending positive vibes to everyone, nobody gets in my way. Why? Because then you're the asshole who's like, dude, you want me to stop sending positive vibes to everybody? Like if somebody just posts in a chat every 10 minutes sending positive vibes to everyone, that's a nice thing to do. Okay, it makes a positive thing. It's not necessarily negative, and no one has gotten in my way for saying it. In fact, people, I can't, it's an overwhelming amount of people who interact with that and say, "Thank you so much. You made my day. Hey, can you please like think about me? I've got this big event coming up." Like just because it says positive vibe. That I'm telling you how many people. I'll check my phone right now, and I can almost guarantee somebody has interacted with that in the middle of the night, sending positive vibes. And oh yeah, so here's this person. They said love you more. So I said sending positive vibes to everyone, and he said love you more. Like I was fucking talking to you. This is a fucking bot doing this. But and so what I can do is then Discord tells me that they chatted with me, and so I can just look at my notifications and be like, oh, thank you so much. So they think I'm sitting there like typing it because they interact with me and I interact with them immediately thereafter. But isn't that fucking smart? Sending positive vibes. It is like, because nobody's gonna be like, dude, don't send that, because if you do, then you're kind of an asshole. Isn't that smart? Yeah, yeah, that's a good idea. It's a good idea. Yeah, just it's that's certainly true. The thing is, you have to keep the messages pretty simple because the bot isn't that complicated. It isn't that smart. Like, I guess I could, with you saying that what you've said is a good idea. I could come up with a bunch of quotes, but people will say you just keep saying they do. They do. They say you're just sending the same message. But if you say sending positive vibes, you're embracing the same message. Yeah, I'm saying the same message. I'm sending you positive vibes. Why are you negative against that? And then they look like an asshole. Basically, anything that allows me to get experience, I don't care what it's sending. But I was kind of between a rock and a hard place because I wasn't going to chat with the people because it is exhaustive. And if you know how much you would have to chat, it's literally like 24/7 chatting with people for like a week. I mean, it's a long time. So I guess exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of work. So instead, I oh, dude, Discord has more features than any other platform on anything on the internet when it comes to bots and like that kind of shit. Well, here's what they do. It's smart. They say if you want to stream, pay $3 a month and you can stream as much as you want, or maybe it's just $3 one-time donation. But even $3 I don't have to just be given away to Discord. So I have to, or they say, or you have to be a level 40 in our chat. And it's like, oh, okay. So when you start typing, it'll be like you'll get to level 1 within like 5 minutes. You'll be like, oh, this is easy. But the thing is, it's like exponential. So level 2 is twice as hard as level 1, and level 3 is twice as hard as level 2, and level 4 is twice as hard as level 3, and level 5 is twice as hard as level 4. So when you get into like level 7, it's exhaustive because it's so many you've had to do. And then when you some of these want you to get to level 40, and that's when it just takes all day, 24/7 of leaving a device on in there. And the reason why they do this is because they want donations, but also they don't want random ass people coming in and causing disruption. If you're gonna get streaming privileges, you're really gonna have to have worked at it. And I see why. But oh my, I cannot tell you, like, well, it's just setting positive vibes is so fucking brilliant because I was caught before. I don't have the patience to just fucking sit here and type to all these people, and they're on to me. If they see that I'm just spamming emojis, and they're like, stop. They literally say, stop spamming emojis. But if I put in there sending positive vibes and then a heart emoji and a smiley face emoji, then that's something that kind of makes sense, and then it's a positive thing for the chat, and then the moderators don't get too mad at me. And here's the other thing: I have turned down these things from posting. Like they post once every 10 minutes because I don't want to make the moderators mad. If I post once every 5 minutes, oh well, sure, I'm going twice as fast, but that just means it's going to make the moderators twice as upset as it's going to make them upset with me twice as quickly. So once every 10 minutes, it's kind of just this random thing, sending positive vibes. I throw in a heart emoji, I throw in a smiley face emoji, then it's just sending positive vibes. That's all like within 30 minutes or so. And dude, the new feed. That's right, dog. That's right. Shout out to my newfies. All right. With that, my friend, I don't have any more tricks up my sleeve. That's all my secrets for tonight. But I hope you like that. Oh, one last thing. I know I talked to you about this, but I'm really proud of this. This guy Ori, he's one of my favorite streamers. Um, why do I like him? He streams a lot, and I like people who stream a lot because I just get to know them. And he's very like when I say approachable, contactable. Like if you type in his chat, he'll talk right back to you. And so I've gotten to know him, and he wasn't mean to me, even though I spammed him all the time. So anyway, I sent him a friend request a long time ago, and even though when I would spam him, he would be like, "Oh, I love Rabbi. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for the shout out or whatever." He wouldn't accept my friend request in Discord, and I get it. Why a lot of people don't accept my requests. Their their jobs basically are tied to Kick, and if they get to be seen as somebody who is friends with an enemy of Kick, they can get into trouble. That's right. That's right. I'm the captain now. Exactly. Um, but he accepted my friend request, which is cool, and he messaged me. So I don't know what he has to say or whatever, but that's cool. I mean, it's just the more and more people with whom I network, the better I think I'm gonna be, and it's exciting. I can tell you that's a really good question. I don't know. That's a really good question. How did that come? He does. He does. He does. That's an excellent question. How I even got into it. I think that I saw he wasn't streaming on Kick or anything, and I'd never seen any of his streams. But I got to know his face because he has very big eyes. Have you ever noticed his eyes? They like pop out of his head almost. And so I think that's what made me like notice him. And then he was able to do like a forward flip, which kind of made me notice him as like a creator. But it wasn't like to this day, it's kind of surprising to me that I'm in his Discord because I'm not I don't do YouTubers, I do Kick people. Um so I would say this is what happened. I was looking for people's Discords. Yeah, and at one point a couple weeks ago, I think I just was going into like big streamers Discords, whether it was like Mr. Beast has a Discord, but nobody chats in it, and it's like too corporate. And some of these guys have like too corporate of discords, but I Show Speeds, I saw that it had the ability to stream in there. So I would just go in there and leave my device on, but without the camera on because I hadn't earned enough points for the camera. Then what happened is I just forgot about it. I was like, who cares about I Show Speed? I don't even know who this motherfucker is. Who gives a shit? So then I was streaming in here and somebody came in here and um and it was actually when Caspian C brought in a whole lot of people from one of his Discord friends. He brought in like 5 or 6 people at once. And at the same time, one of the people who saw me in I Show Speed just randomly came in here. So I started asking people, how'd you find out about me or whatever? And one of these guys is like, I saw you in I Show Speed's Discord. And I saw you in Aiden Ross's Discord. And I'm like, what in the hell's going on here? This guy's in a bunch of things. And so I started to get in here. And I was like, oh, okay. So once this person told me that they had seen me in or like heard about me or saw me in I Show Speed's Discord, it told me that this was probably a good idea for me to work at whatever it took to get streaming privileges and then to be able to stream in there. So I've been streaming in there now for like a week. I'm the number one streamer of all time in the history of I Show Speed, which, you don't get anything for it, but I think that's pretty cool. Like, I'm the number one streamer in the history of Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm the number one streamer in the history of I Show Speeds and probably some others. I'm sure in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 he knew that one's easy. But to answer your question, I don't exactly that's no content, yeah. I don't exactly know how it happened, but it did. And what's really interesting, they're the video what's the word? There's a word. No, no. I'll let me finish it in 10 seconds. They're very finicky in there. They don't like me, but yet when I don't stream in there, they kind of come. They like that I stream in there because they say I keep the VC active. So with that, you have a wonderful night. Thank you for stopping in, and come back tomorrow night for the podcast. Okay. Take care, man. Peace. I really love your friendship. Take care, Riser. Shout out to Riser, everybody.
They went and ate at a universe for Virginia City. That's what I'm thinking. The first thing that went through my mind is, this can't be my infield monster. I was pretty sure I hit the guy at least once, literally or figuratively. But, we can do that here in the joke drawer because it's just failed. Do you want to see my postcard? Bring it. I have some observations. That phrase tickled me a lot.
Sarah Schneer really recognized this lacuna, and by enlisting the support of some very important rabbis like the Ger Rebbe, the Chofetz Chaim, she was able to argue for the opening of these schools, which were incredibly popular, exploded throughout Eastern Europe, and had a major ripple effect on Jewish women's education as a whole. With education came a lot more power and significant changes, even in the area of women studying Talmud, as you can see in this image here. Again, beyond the scope of our discussion here, but women's history, specifically with regarding education, has changed dramatically in the last 150 years. It's also changed in terms of a fairly strong critique, which is pioneered by Jewish women, often in rebellion against the Jewish tradition. Perhaps the most significant is shown here, Betty Friedan, who wrote a devastating critique of the what could be called traditional Jewish feminism, although she was couching it within really, the general cultural milieu of 1950s America. She basically argued that the valorization of women and the relegation of women to the private sphere was something that undermined their authority and ultimately their power. And her thought really opened up a much broader movement, which affected women of all religious backgrounds and secular women as well, of course, and has transformed women in the last 5 decades, 6 decades since that book first appeared. Returning to Judaism, where we see perhaps the most significant impact of this on a denominational level, is the gradual acceptance of the idea of women acting as rabbis. Certainly in the liberal denominations, you have there's some debate over the first Reconstructionist woman serving as a congregational rabbi, but certainly in the Reform movement, it begins in 1972, the Conservative movement in the 1980s. And in the first decade of the 21st century, there's a lot of heated debate ongoing as I'm recording this video over the role of even Orthodox women in the rabbinate. Again, beyond the scope of our topic today, but fascinating and tumultuous changes throughout the Jewish world, really tectonic level changes that as a result of greater access to education for Jewish women. So taking all these things together, at this point, even though this is a history course, and I've sort of stepped back to look at a thematic topic, this brings us to reflections on future history. There's no question that women have had a phenomenal impact on Jewish history since the beginning, but that tended to be an impact that was expressed through the collective voice of an often anonymous mass of individuals, with certain key personalities standing out, people like Sarah or Deborah or Bruria and so on. And then in the modern era, of course, people like Sarah Schneerer and so on. But as we see in the last, really, in my lifetime, Jewish women have been getting more and more authority, more and more power, and they are beginning to leverage a lot of those added strengths towards shaping Jewish future in a much more powerful way than they ever have in history. So we're living in very exciting times, and thank you very much for watching this brief thematic introduction to women in Jewish history. Take care.
We'll be doing this again, so if you got a crazy story, just hang on to it. We are going to start soliciting these more often. Absolutely. Again, thank you from all of us at the team here. Your time is greatly appreciated and valuable to us, so thanks once again. And one more other major announcement. Our good friend Seth Breedlove over at Small Town Monsters has put together a Bigfoot-themed convention called Monster Fest for June 3rd, 2023 at the Doubletree by Hilton in downtown Canton, Ohio. And guess what? We're going. And it's a full-day event with vendors, artists, speakers, and we'll actually be there doing a live podcast recording too.
Okay, today's topic is really bizarre. It's one of the most unusual chapters in this long history of the Jewish people. It's the story of the massive 8th century conversion of entire kingdom of Khazaria to Judaism. Wow. So why did they become Jewish? What happened to them? It's a really amazing story. If you look at this first slide here, you see the green area is roughly the range of Khazarian influence. It's a massive region in the area of what would be called, let's say, Ukraine, a good chunk of Russia, the Caucasus Mountain regions, Georgia, Azerbaijan, places like that. And this region was Jewish for about 500 years. Wow, how did that happen? And so that's what we're going to talk about today. So let's look at it in a little more detail. So first of all, perhaps you have come across the story of the Khazars through this book, the Sefer HaKuzari, written by the great Spanish Jewish poet Yehuda Halevi. This is a 12th century work that is quite a bit later than the actual conversion of the Khazars, which is dated to the year 740. But it essentially tells the story of why this King Bulan of Khazaria converted to Judaism. Now, what's really important to understand about this, though, is that Rabbi Yehuda Halevi was not trying to write a history book. This is the work of Jewish philosophy. If you want to work of comparative religion, it's not intended to be an accurate historical account of the conversion. The story goes like this, as presented in the Kuzari, but basically, in brief, it really is what happened. This King Bulan, a pagan living in his capital of Putil, which is on the northern part of the Caspian Sea, he wonders about what is religious verity, and he decides he's going to hear from all of the great monotheistic faiths. He feels like it's time for himself and his people to move on from paganism, and clearly monotheism is a burgeoning trend, and therefore he says, okay, let's find out about what's going on with the monotheistic faiths. he calls for a debate between the three great Western faiths, that is Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. And he has all of the figures discuss the historical elements of their faith, and ultimately, after he hears all of them, he decides that Judaism makes the most sense, and he converts himself, and his entire nation follows him into Judaism. That's the basic story as presented in the Kuzari. Now, why Rabbi Rothschild wrote it, and he could only write it really within the very special environment of Spain, which had large Muslim and Christian populations, was to give Jews an opportunity to defend their faith against the arguments of the other two great monotheistic faiths. And by couching it within a historical fact, the conversion of the Khazars to Judaism, he was able to present this rather challenging theological debate within a historical format. But really, his main goal was to present the truth of Judaism vis-a-vis its competitors for people's allegiance. So we can't look at the Kuzari as a historical document. It is a work of phenomenal Jewish philosophy, but nevertheless, the basic story is really the core of what happened. But let's go into a little more detail on that. So here's a map of the entire region. You can see that the city of Pitel right there on the north of the Kaspisches Meer, which is the Caspian Sea. This happens to be a German document. And they really extend quite far. You can see up towards the top left, you see Kiev, which according to the great Ukrainian historian Pritsak of Harvard, the Ukrainians, he believes that Kiev was actually a Jewish outpost of the Khazars, which is fascinating to think that, the central city of the entire Eastern European civilizations of Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia, what's called the mother of all Russian cities, so to speak, was actually a Jewish trading post to begin with. But nevertheless, you see it goes all the way from Ukraine, right across much of the Don region of Russia, and well into Central Asia. So, what exactly happened? We know a little bit more from a 10th century document that was written also in Spain, or it comes to us from Spain. This is a beautiful view of the Alhambra, a very important Spanish palace that many believe is actually constructed by Jewish figures at the time. We'll talk more about that in a later class. The great Jewish diplomat Chasdai ibn Shaprut conducted sort of a survey of major Jewish communities throughout the world, and he sent a request out to Khazaria, and he received two responses from a King Joseph, who in fact told the whole story of how Khazaria became Jewish in the year 740, and in fact, this is really the basis for Yehuda Levi's story. There are a lot of additional details there, but the kernel of the story is this King Bulat had this three-way dialogue with Jews, Muslims, and Christians, and that's how he decided to become Jewish. So we have multiple sources that point to the same story of the original conversion of the Khazars. But really, one more really important fact. Here's we have some evidence from the Cairo Geniza, which is quite fascinating. The Cairo Geniza is a topic that eventually we have a lot more time to talk about, but basically, this is one of the most important sources for Jews in the medieval period in the Muslim world, and in fact, it's a really important source for Muslim history as well. According to traditional Jewish law, any document that has one of the 7 names of God that have special holiness may not be destroyed. You can't just throw away, for example, a Torah scroll, or a prayer book, or anything like that cannot be thrown away. And so the halacha is, then and now, that these things are stored in a special storage area called a geniza, which is basically a storeroom or a treasure house, someplace where you put things that are important. And then, from time to time, they're taken out and they are buried in a Jewish cemetery. It happened that in the town of Fostat, not far from Cairo, there was this ancient, or this very old synagogue built in the 9th century that they had this custom there that anything written in Hebrew, regardless of whether or not it had sanctity, was stored in the attic, which is shown here in this kind of artistic representation of it in the Ben Ezra synagogue there, where they stuffed away all these documents, and not only holy documents, including autographs of Maimonides himself and all kinds of other really famous works, but they included marriage contracts, books, business contracts, doodles, shopping lists, like honey, would you please pick up some baba ganoush on the way home from the shul? All these kinds of documents were stored in the Cairo Geniza. And then at some point, probably in the 12th or 13th century, it was sealed up, and it remained sealed until the 19th century when it was opened up, and people found about 250,000 documents related to about 500 years of Mediterranean history. This compares, by the way, with about 100,000 documents for all of Arabic history. So it's a phenomenal treasure trove of information. Now, we're going to go and talk specifically about what does the Cairo Geniza say about the Khazars, because of course it overlaps with that period. And one of the most fascinating documents is this one here, the Kievan letter, which it has some pieces are missing. It's difficult to make out certain letters, but many scholars, including the previously mentioned Omelian Pritzak and Norman Wolf, who wrote a book on this document, argue that it comes from Khazarian Jews from Kiev, probably in the 11th century, and essentially it is a document that is called a Te'udah in modern Hebrew, or a certificate. The document says, the bearer of this document is a fine, upstanding man, and he needs your support, so please, give him, be generous with him. And essentially, we still have these documents today. If you live, for example, in any Jewish community, and you live in a single family dwelling on the street, you will get charity collectors knocking on your door and presenting you with letters, something like this. Usually they're laminated, and they usually have signatures from the people of the community that say, this person deserves your support. He has 17 children. He has to marry them off. He has this. He supports the yeshiva. He does whatever it is. And so this is essentially, 1,000 years ago, they were doing exactly the same thing with these kinds of documents. What's interesting when you analyze this particular document, though, is you look at the bottom left there, you see something written in Turkic runes, not written in Hebrew, but written in Turkic, which was the language of the Khazars, and it is translated as the phrase, "I have read it." Now, Gold and Pritzak argued that what this means is that this document was obviously written by a professional scribe who knew Hebrew and who would put together the document, and then the officials of Kiev would sign it, indicating yes, they approve, the contents are true, including officials who could not even sign their name in Hebrew. When it says "I have read it," it's probably someone read it and translated it to him in Turkic, which indicates a low level of Jewish literacy. If the heads of the community cannot even manage the basic Hebrew letters, what was the content of their Judaism? And so that opens up all kinds of questions about the Khazars' version, which we'll turn to right now. So what were the prime reasons for it? Probably the most basic reason for the Khazar conversion was the fact that they had geopolitical questions to deal with. We saw this map earlier when we looked at the spread of Islam. I've added this kind of yellow region that says Khazar influence. But when you look at this, you see, okay, Islam is rushing up into the Khazarian region from the south. Islam is an up-and-coming faith. It's expanded with tremendous rapidity. And the Khazars, who are pagans, are saying, oh my gosh, we could easily be swallowed up in the in the Muslim expansiveness. At the same time, not really shown here in this map, but I kind of like the colors of it, Christianity is spreading from the west. Christianity has already taken over much of the northern bank of the Mediterranean Sea, and it is steadily making its way into what would later be Ukraine, Belarus, Poland, Russia, and so on. And so the argument is that King Hulan realized, wait a second, if we succumb to Muslim pressures, then we will lose our religious identity, and along with that, we will lose a considerable amount of our political independence. Furthermore, we'll be a borderland region, and we will end up being on the front lines with the spread of Christianity. Similarly, if we were to elect to become Christians, then ultimately we would fall within their geopolitical orbit, and then we would become a borderland to the Muslims, and we would potentially have a political and military dispute with them as well. But Iran realized that, in fact, both the Christians and the Muslims regarded Jews as a sort of privileged, protected people. The Muslims through the Pact of Umar, the Christians through the Doctrine of Guinness, and therefore he said, wait a second, what if we take a moderate approach and we become Jews? Then Muslims will have to, respect our political integrity, at least to some degree, Christians as well, and we can retain our identity within the context of the spread of these other two great monotheistic faiths. That seems to be what he decided, and in fact, the Khazars did maintain their independence as a Jewish nation for about 500 years as a result. Still, we have lots of other questions like wow, they became Jewish? I mean, what happened? Why did they become Jewish besides the geopolitical? How Jewish were they? How come we don't hear anything more about them? These are all really big questions. So let's look at those right now. So there's evidence from medieval travelers that, in fact, the level of their Jewishness was fairly thin. Travelers like Benjamin of Tudela, Ptah of Regensburg, talk about the Khazars, and they don't seem to have a lot to say about them. It doesn't seem to really excite their attention that there is this huge Khazar kingdom. Not to mention the Geonic responses that has survived from Babylon, which is not so far from Khazaria. We don't have too much reference to the Khazars. They don't seem to be really on the radar of the rest of the Jewish world, so much so that we really only hear about them in the 10th century with Chastai ibn Shammut. There's some significant question that maybe they didn't practice very basic rituals like circumcision, and that's like one of the most fundamental Jewish rituals. As Jews become assimilated, it's one of the very last rituals to go. Perhaps they were Karaites. Perhaps they practiced a form of Jewish expressions that denied the validity of the oral Torah. It's also a possibility it's kind of lost in the dark. And it's very difficult for us to determine this from the archaeological record. If you see, for example, this coin from early Khazaria, it looks like a Jewish symbol, but the fact is the Star of David wasn't the Jewish symbol for many, many hundreds of years later. So it's hard to really understand what kind of Judaism they practiced. But the bottom line is they probably were not practicing full rabbinic Judaism as other peoples were. Many scholars feel that perhaps the reality of the Khazar environment was such that only the top layer of society, the royalty, for example, converted to Judaism, and the rest of the population just maintained a nominal kind of attachment to Judaism. All these things are possible as we understand the degree of conversion of the Khazars.
We have a transit bus here. You just tell us what
now,
we need to know.
what happened to them? So this is kind of an interesting topic that many scholars look at today. Perhaps the most significant argument that really stirs the pot over the Khazars is expressed in this book by the famous author Arthur Kessler called The 13th Tribe, in which he argues, along with several other scholars, that the Khazars, when they disappeared, they essentially formed the ethnic basis for Eastern European Jewry, known as Ashkenazi Jews. Most scholars dispute this theory, and in fact they impute less than ideal motivation to those who advance this proposition. But just in brief, why would you argue that the Khazars became Ashkenazi Jewry? Well, because you've got this massive population, and where do they go? I mean, what happens to them? That's the central argument, really, is where do all these Khazars go? We know that they're there. They're there until the 13th century, and all of a sudden they disappear. The problem is there's very little evidence to indicate that the Khazars had any impact
what is that?
on
That everybody knows that taste.
Eastern European
And he
Jewry
realizes
culturally,
that all of his bad teeth
and
his molars, wisdom teeth.
so it's hard to
Everything
see
gone.
any Khazar
And he has
influence
no idea
on
what's
these
going
people.
on. He says
And at
that
the
he
same time,
rolled
there's
up
lots of
rolled up his
evidence to
sleeve,
indicate
he looks
that
down, and he can see where
Rhineland
there was an
Jewish
IV in his arm, and it's got that
civilization,
sticky
which is
residue
the
from
heartland
tape
of
was holding
Ashkenazi
IV.
Jewry. The word
Yep.
Ashkenaz is associated with the northern German region of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. There you see lots of evidence, like, for example, linguistic evidence. Why is it that we have no appreciable impact of Turkish or Turkic language on the language of the Jews of Eastern Europe, who spoke overwhelmingly Yiddish as their mother tongue? Yiddish is basically medieval German, so they carried the language with them from medieval Germany into Eastern Europe and Poland and Russia and Ukraine, places like that. And there's a lot of Slavic influence, Russian language and Polish language, Ukrainian language, Belarusian, but very little Turkic. One of the great scholars of the Yiddish language, Max Weinreich, does argue that there may be a few key terms, like, for example, the very popular Yiddish term daven, which means to pray. That does not have a clear Hebraic root, nor Aramaic, nor German. It may be related to a Ukrainian term, a Slavic term, but it's also possible it comes from a Turkic root. So it's not saying that the influence of the Khazars is completely missing, but there's so little and such tangential evidence that people argue that it's simply not real. More likely, the preponderance of scholarly opinion is that the Khazars had such a thin attachment to Judaism to begin with that in the 13th century they simply abandoned Judaism altogether and assimilated to various indigenous faiths, presumably Christianity eventually, and so on. Now, so what are the perhaps inappropriate scholarly motivations of people who want to argue for this? Some say that the reason why people produce this particular argument is because it undermines the Jewish claim to antiquity through the Middle East in particular. In other words, if Ashkenazi Jewry are really descended primarily from the Khazars, that means they are not ethnically related to the ancient Hebrews of Israel, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and so on. And this would mean that they have less legitimacy, as the argument goes, to the land of Israel, and so on. That's perhaps the political motivation for this kind of argument, which is incidentally very much favored by white supremacists and other groups. Not well supported by the scholarship, but nevertheless one can see why they would want to argue this particular point. That being said, looking at the Jewish people as a whole, if you want to try and look at genetic background, it's clear that Jews are completely mixed in with whatever peoples they live with. If you look at the Jews of India, they look like the non-Jews of India. If you want to look at the Jews of Poland, they look like the non-Jews of Poland. The Jews of Ethiopia look like the non-Jews of Ethiopia, and so on. So it's really a specious argument. Judaism does not define itself by genetic origins. It is fundamentally a people who is defined by the Torah and faith. Nevertheless, let's go on past this. So, what about the Khazar legacy? So, besides the possible intrusion of the love for Chinese food that affects the Jewish people, it's very difficult to determine the specifics of how the Khazars made a larger impact on Judaism. However, it's very clear that they are well integrated into the medieval non-Jewish environment of the time. There are multiple data points that argue that, in fact, the Khazars existed. Many other peoples are aware of them. We have them in Arabic historians, for example. But perhaps the most interesting legacy of the Khazars is in Russian culture. the very important early document that describes the birth of Russia as a culture is called the Povest or the Chronicle of Bygone Years. And in the central story of the Povest is the transformation of pagan Russia into a Christian community. And amazingly, although this document is written many centuries after the Khazar conversion, it's almost identical to the Khazar story. The king Vladimir in the year 988 holds a debate among four practitioners of various faiths. In this case, he's having Jews from Khazaria, explicitly mentioned Jews from Khazaria, discuss Judaism. A Muslim discusses Islam, and two forms of Christianity are represented, both Western Christianity, later called Roman Catholicism, and Eastern Christianity, the Orthodox Christian interpretation. They all debate, and Volodymyr actually comes very close to converting to Judaism. Can you imagine what would Russian history be like if, in fact, he adopted Judaism? But at the last minute, he says to the Jews of Khazaria, he says, okay, let's wrap it up. I want to become Jewish. Where do I sign up? But before we do, just tell me, where's your homeland? And the Khazars say, oh, sadly, Israel was our homeland, but it was taken away from us because of our many sins. And Volodymyr says, what? You guys live in exile? Forget it. I don't want that to happen to me. And so therefore, he turns away from Judaism. He also comes very close to Islam, but in a rather humorous moment, he sort of says to the Muslim, he says, okay, great. Islam, that's the way to go. Sign me up. Let's first drink a l'chaim. And the Muslim says, wait a second, you have to realize that in Islam, we don't drink alcohol. And he says, what? Are you kidding? We Russians love our little cups, which means, shot glasses. There's no way we're becoming Islamic, and as a result, he turns away from Islam. Then the debate comes down to the Roman Christian, the Roman Catholic Christian, and the Orthodox. He ultimately, of course, chooses the Orthodox, and in 988, there is a mass baptism in the Dnieper River, and ultimately, Kiev and later its successor civilizations in Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia become Orthodox Christians. So that's perhaps the most interesting legacy of the Khazars in the non-Jewish world. Okay, a fascinating and unusual chapter in Jewish history, but
and that was his belt buckle.
Thank you for listening.
That's what you're thinking. It's like, who cares about this belt buckle? And there's another thing going on here too, and that Mel found out when he got back that some legal action had been taken against him relating to property. He's not great at describing these scenarios, which in a way makes me believe him more, because it's not a super buttoned up. The thing that liars do is they bring lots and lots of extra intense details because they're trying to convince themselves of the lie they're sharing. And a lot of times with Mel, you feel like you listen to it over and over.
Hello, everyone.
And you still
Welcome
can't
to another
quite follow
essential
it. And it's not
lecture
because
in
it sounds like
Jewish
he's
Today we're
necessarily
going to
making
focus
it up.
on
It's
a
because
very
it's
important
complicated
aspect of Jewish
reason, a
intellectual
complicated
history.
story,
We're going
and
to
he's
look
just
at
trying
the
to
period
relay it, and
known
he,
as
in
the
some ways,
period
is
of the
not great
Rishonim,
at
or
imparting
the
information.
first ones.
But one of the
It's
things that he
exceptionally important
says
aspect
is that
of understanding
someone
how
came along and
Jewish
looked at the
intellectual
property, his
history
wife or
develops,
whatever,
and
had
how really
now it had a
the
septic
massive
system and
corpus
paved
of rabbinic
roads and all
literature
these things
works
that were
by
not
understanding
permitted or
what
allowed. They're not
exactly
supposed to have any
was
improvements
this
on it.
period of the
And as a
Rishonim.
result, they were able to nullify his arrangement with his
There's a
ex-wife
basic
regarding the property,
fundamental
and then
idea
essentially
that
it was
is
no longer
deeply
his, which would also
ingrained
mean
in the
that the
Jewish
$250,000
psyche
month
and
rent
is
would no
very
longer
much
be his
a
either.
relevant
Of some
aspect
of that,
of
he was paying
contemporary
apparently
Jewish
$25,000
hermeneutics, particularly
a month
within the
to
traditional
his ex,
Orthodox
who he said
way of
he
looking at
described
the
that as an
universe.
amicable relationship.
Specifically,
He
there
said
is that,
we were
this
still
idea
friends. He said
known as the
something to the
Yeridas
effect that we couldn't call
Hadoros,
off a marriage,
or
but we were friends.
decline
Dad's
of
part
the
of it.
generations. There is this
Kind of
concept
scrubbed
that
land in a way. I don't think she
from
had
the
any-
moment
Yeah, it didn't
that
have a lot of
God
value.
gave
Yeah,
the
didn't
Torah
really
to the
want
Jews
to
on Mount
work
Sinai,
and he said, no,
it's
that's,
been
you know,
all
you can't do
downhill.
that stuff. And
As
he
my
got
father
practice
used to
up there.
say
He
all the
wasn't
time,
violating any lease agreements
Henry,
before that.
it just gets
Because he said it
worse.
was pretty worthless land.
So the idea
His wife
is
said,
that
well,
on
I'll give you
Sinai,
that as
the
part of
Jews
settlement.
reached a
And
spiritual
if you
peak,
believe
and
the
their
character of
sensitivity
Mel as
to
character,
the
he's
divine
very
message
generous.
was at its
He's
highest.
selfless.
And
He
as
loves
the
animals.
Talmud says, Midrash actually, at Sinai, even the lowest household servants saw things that even the great prophet Ezekiel did not see. But ever since then, we have been slowly losing that ability to be sensitive to the divine message. We have been losing our level of spiritual ability to understand the meaning of these classical texts and so on, and we've been struggling to try and tread water all the way along. That does not mean that our intellectual skills have diminished, and in fact, this is not time to go off on a great digression here, but when it comes to halakhic decisions, that is, decisions referring to Jewish law, one must follow contemporary opinions, even though the earlier opinions, have this weight of being from an earlier generation. That said, it's not exactly a steady slope downward. It's kind of like stepped plateaus. And the Jewish religious and intellectual traditions generally recognize several key periods of Jewish spiritual decline, and they correspond to, let's say, the following four periods that I've outlined on this slide. There is a period known as the period of the Amoraim, or the speakers. This refers to the era in which the Talmud is written, roughly the 3rd through the 6th centuries, give or take 100 years. Following the period of the Amoraim are the Geonim. It's a difficult term to translate. It's based on the word pride, so I've given the definition here of pride, but really it means like glorious ones or great ones, that kind of thing. You may have heard the term the Gaon of Vilna, or the Vilna Gaon. That's the correct usage of the term. It's a title for Rabbi Eliyahu of Vilnius. But that term is used anachronistically. I mean, he was so great, he was like one of the Gaonim, even though he lived, over a century later, or almost a century later. No, actually over a century. Then we have the period that we'll talk about today. That is of the Rishonim, the first ones. The word Rishon means first. And that spans roughly 900 to 1500, although there's some, kind of pedantic dispute over exactly when that period begins and when it ends. And then finally, the period of the Achronim, the later ones, which goes up to roughly the year 1900, and it has not yet been determined what do we call contemporary 20th or 21st century thinkers. But that's kind of like the nature of Jewish history. The arc of Jewish history, as they say, is long, and these things will be studied over time. So let's focus in on point number 3, the period of the Rishonim. The names, if you've had any familiarity with the Jewish religious tradition, you'll certainly recognize them. There are perhaps a few dozen, maybe 100 at most, authors who correspond to this title of Rishonim. But to choose 3 of the most famous, there are, of course, Rashi, Rabbi Shlomo Yitzhaki, who lived in the 11th century. Here is an extremely accurate picture of Rashi. I'm just kidding. We have no idea if this is accurate, but it's a representation that's often used in an iconic form. And I'll speak on the next slide a little bit about what was the kind of work that Rashi did. Secondly, the incomparable Maimonides, known by the acronym of his name, Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon. He lived in the following century, the 12th century. Here is another equally accurate rendition. I really like this one, especially with kind of like the view of the background. We have no idea if the Rambam looked like this, but nevertheless, this is sort of like the iconic image that you'll see all over Israel and things like that. And finally, not a single individual, rather a school of Rishonim known as Tosafot, which means literally additions, and that's referring to their contribution as additional to the work of Rashi. So if we look, for example, here at a page of Talmud, this is a great page which is taken off the web, it's colorized here. Let's walk through very quickly and we'll see where they fit in. So the sort of coral color number 1 in the center is the Mishnah. This is the first page of Tractate Brachot, and we spoke about the Mishnah in an earlier essential lecture. Then directly below it in the center of the page, number 2 in yellow, that is the Gemara or Talmud per se. That is the commentary on the Mishnah. And then the blue on the right, number 3, that is the commentary on Rashi. And if you look closely, you'll see that in this particular printing, this looks like the Talmud edition. Some passages are bolded and some are not bolded. They are written in the the characteristic italic font that has been associated with Rashi ever since. It's known as Rashi script, although it was just a common font used, typescript and hand script written in the medieval period. Anyways, sorry for that digression. You'll see that some passages are bolded and others are not in bold in regular font. This gives you an indication as to what Rashi is doing. The bolded passages are quotations from number 1 and number 2 from the Mishnah Talmud, and then his comment follows in regular font. So Rashi is kind of providing this incredible service, walking the reader through the text, phrase by phrase, with pithy little comments that, in a very, very economical use of words, express what the text is meaning. So Rashi is an incredible aid to understanding the Talmud. He also wrote an incredible commentary on the Chumash, or the first 5 books of the Torah, as well as the entire Tanakh, actually, that really helps a reader walk through this difficult language on a very, very basic level. And Rashi is, of course, essential to the curriculum in modern Jewish schools. Then number 4 on the outside, that's actually, they blocked out a lot of different things here. But the actual column that the number 4 appears in, which you can see is sort of like C-shaped, and it wraps around the top and the bottom a little bit, that's actually Tosafot. These are additions to Rashi. Now, if you look carefully, you'll see that the amount of bolded text is much less than in Rashi, because Tosafot is performing an entirely different function. Tosafot is analyzing the Talmud itself, raising objections, comparing passages elsewhere in the Talmud to the spot on this page and so on, and really taking an entirely different approach to Talmud than Rashi, the predecessor. Tosafot represents, several dozen scholars that lived through roughly the 12th through the 14th centuries, and their ideas are kind of codified in quotation. Now, the other materials around the outside are various other commentators that go all the way from the 10th century up to, it looks like about the 18th century is represented here, and they perform various functions. You'll see my lecture on the Talmud if you're curious about this in a little greater detail. Right, let's go on. So those are 3 very basic, famous Rishonim. There are dozens more. Now, what exactly did the Rishonim do? What is characteristic of this period in Jewish intellectual history? Well, the first thing I've already alluded to in the previous slide, some of the Rishonim were incredible explainers. They took texts, often ancient texts like the Torah and the Mishnah, and they basically rendered them in more readily understandable Hebrew. Many of those texts are written not in Hebrew. They're written in Aramaic, for example. The Talmud is written in Aramaic. So there was a lot of confusion about the language itself. But more significantly, unpacking the arcane and coded nature of many of these texts, synthesizing the oral and the written tradition, that's especially something that Rashi did tremendously, and generally making the text, which at this point may have been over 1,000 years old, accessible to medieval readers. Nowadays, of course, the decline of generation is certainly true. Many of us require English translation to access the Rishonim, who are helping us access the original text, but that's essentially what they're doing. If you want a contemporary example, Rashi was, so to speak, the art scroll of his day. That is a phenomenal compliment to art scroll. Right? Rashi was the mediator that made a lot of those ancient texts accessible to medieval readers. Secondly, very importantly, the Rishonim engaged in codification. And this is a larger topic. Basically, Jewish law, or halakha, is spread out throughout a massive amount of literature. It's throughout this huge Talmud. There are passages that are derived from the Tanakh, and of course from the Torah itself, and the commentaries of the Gaonim. There are correspondence known as Teshuvot and so on. And a lot of this material, is just too much for most people to keep in their head. head. So therefore, a lot of the Rishonim, most famously perhaps Maimonides, brought all of this together and said, look, we're going to reorganize this, and we're going to space it out, give it chapter headings, give it subject headings, so that you can look up in these massive compendiums of Jewish law exactly the law that you want to determine. You don't have to go back through the entire Talmud, which at this point, remember, had not been indexed in any reasonable fashion. The Rishonim did a lot of that really basic legwork of codifying all of that material. Maimonides is, I mentioned, probably one of the most important codifiers of the era. He wrote a book called the Mishneh Torah, 14 volumes of Jewish law. And you have other commentaries which culminate in this work, the Shulchan Aruch, or the set table. This is written at the very end of the period of Rishonim. Some would even consider the author, Rabbi Yosef Karo, an early Acharon. But basically, this is the authoritative code that upon which all later codes have been built. So that's the second major activity of the Rishonim. First is basically they were explainers. Second major issue was they were codifiers of various commandments. And the final area that you find the commentators working on is they are analyzers. For example, one of the areas in which the Rishonim expressed themselves was in the area of minyan ha-mitzvot, the counting of the commandments. The Talmud has a passage that says there are 613 commandments, Taryag mitzvot. That's a lot more than the Big Ten, right? Judaism has a huge amount of commandments. And, like thou shalt feel guilty. So they have all these commandments, but nowhere in the Talmud or in any other text were they ever actually listed. And so many of the commentators in the Rishonim period began to say, okay, well, let's get them all down. What are those 613 commandments? And so Maimonides and others compiled these lists. There were some disputes over this is not actually a commandment, this is actually a suggestion, things like that. But basically, one of the major activities is counting the mitzvot. And in particular, this book, here's a Hebrew English edition, published in the 20th century by Feldheim, the Sefer Achino, an amazing work that's written by a later Rishon, probably one Rabbi Aaron of Barcelona, who lived in the 15th century. This is a great book if you want a general introduction to traditional Judaism. Basically what he did was he anonymously wrote this book as a bar mitzvah present. Oh my gosh. When I was growing up, bar mitzvah presents were fountain pens. My sons generally got things like iPods, but back then in the 15th century, this was an amazing birthday present. It's basically, it goes through every parsha of the Torah, the 5 books of Moses as they're divided over the weeks of the year. And in each of those parshiot, the author lists the commandments, adding up to 613, describes how they are performed, a little bit of historical background, and then really interestingly, he talks about why we have this commandment. This is an area of activity that most of the Rishonim shy away from, at least in print. They don't talk about, the commandments are there. God says do it, and that's all there is to it. But the Chino was very interested in giving over to his son, as a bar mitzvah present, some inkling as to why these commandments exist. And it's really fascinating reading, especially when you get to the arcane and strange commandments, like, for example, you shall not mix linen and wool together, things like that. Fascinating reading, and definitely very worthwhile. Another philosophical activity that's extremely important is that of Maimonides. Again, we're mentioning him over and over again because he is such a towering figure in medieval Jewish history. This is a picture, an illuminated manuscript of his Morad Nebuchim, his Guide for the Perplexed, in which the artist has depicted here Maimonides seated on the right, wearing tefillin, instructing his students in philosophy. And this is something that only a few of the Rishonim really engaged in, an area which is known in contemporary Hebrew as machshava, as thought, which basically expands on this idea of the why. Why did God create the world the way it's created? Why did he have these obligations? How does it all work, and so on? And the More Nevuchim, or the Guides Perplexed, is one of these great philosophical works, for which, of course, Maimonides was heavily criticized by other Jews, and in fact, his book was even burned in the 13th century. Not a particularly high point in Jewish intellectual history. Now, that's basically a quick overview of the Rishonim. We understand them a little better, especially when we contrast them with the later period, the Acharonim. The Rishonim have a pride of place, again, going back to that concept of Yeridat Hadorot, the decline of the generations, because they come earlier than the Acharonim, and their activity, particularly in codification, explaining the text and so on, give them a huge pride of place in the traditional yeshiva curriculum even today. Acharonim, picking up afterwards, generally spend a lot of energy trying to explain the Rishonim, synthesizing their work, and in some cases adapting their ideas, which are expressed in theory, to novel situations that occur in the contemporary period. Changes in social norms, changes in economic realities, changes in technology in particular, are very much the activity of the Acharonim, trying to understand, for example, what does electricity mean when it comes to Shabbat? Can one use distance communication to fulfill a mitzvah like hearing the shofar? All kinds of interesting things like this. That's more the domain of the Acharonim, and particularly the later contemporary thinkers, 21st and 20th century as well. So that's a quick overview of who the Rishonim are and what they engage in, and it's an especially fascinating part of Jewish intellectual history. Thanks very much for watching.
Radios and get different stations. He actually had heard that the gentleman who had the gun could wave his hands around and use that to control what signals were coming in. That's right. It's almost like a Walther P-38 Theremin. Is that it would change the channel. You could change channels by waving your arms. Is it some kind of interference? Are you acting as an antenna? It's all part of the lore. So, in addition to this, he's telling another story about, if you don't know, if you remember from part one, when we talked about there was a gentleman who would come and dump tires into the pit on his land. And he had said that he wanted to get back in touch with him, too, because he had been helping his son, or grandson, he thought maybe, who had a truck that he was having issues with. And one of the problems he had was just in general traction. And for those of you who live out in the country or out in the West or whatever, you know that a lot of folks that have pickup trucks will put sandbags or some kind of weight in the bed to improve traction off-road or in bad weather. And Mel said that he gave this young man buckets full of detritus that he had picked up around his property to help with this truck having traction. But he also took some of this kind of stuff apparently with him to Australia, which I can't really figure out why.
Okay, so today we're going to talk about a subject that's of extreme importance in understanding the survival of the Jewish people. Obviously, we like to think there are a lot of supernatural forces involved, and one supernatural force in particular. But if we analyze the survival of the Jewish people, we can see that despite its apparently miraculous longevity, the Jewish people did put in place a lot of really significant sociological, maybe even anthropological mechanisms that supported their survival throughout a very difficult diaspora filled with persecution and, on the other hand, threats of assimilation. And much of that success was due to the fact that they worked out a rather excellent communal structure known as the Kehillah. It's an organization that really helped the Jews survive, and in fact, it persists to the present day. Not so much in the traditional sense of the term, but at the very least in the organization of synagogues. They adopt, by and large, the exact same structure of the Kehillah as was used in really the ancient period through the medieval up until the early modern period. So let's have a look at the Prezi and see exactly how that works. Okay, so here we go. Here's our Prezi.
That's right.
And,
South Central Washington love their legends. And,
okay. This, by the way, is a rather amazing image. This is of the Volpa Synagogue in Poland. I chose it just because I wanted to have some kind of communal facility that we could look at. You can see the really interesting Oriental-style pagoda-like architecture that was common for many of these wooden synagogues in Eastern Europe. Many of these synagogues, I'm not sure if the Volpa synagogue was included in them, were made entirely without nails, entirely just with natural wood. The reason being Kabbalistic in nature, that nails being metal somehow defile the structure, and so they made it completely out of wood using tongue and groove techniques. Really phenomenal works of art. Maybe we'll have a chance to talk about them in a later class. But at any rate, let's go to our topic today, which is really Jewish communal structure. So the passage in Pirkei Avot really says it all. If there is no flour, there is no Torah, and if there is no Torah, there is no flour. Meaning, you have to have work in order to engage in spiritual activity, and you have to have spiritual activity able to continue working. You need both of these things together. And in many ways, the way the Kehillah was structured was essential to Jewish survival. The Kehillah supported Jewish survival, and with ongoing Jewish survival, there was a perpetuation of the Kehillah structure. This would come crashing to a halt in the 19th century, and in many ways, the Jewish world has suffered tremendously as a result of the Kehillah, still trying to figure out exactly how to define its existence after the loss of this institution that lasted close to 2 millennia. But nevertheless, let's concentrate on the ancient and medieval periods today. The Kehillah survived and was so successful at keeping the Jews intact because there was a tremendous amount of coercion involved in the system. In other words, you had to belong to the Kehillah, and once you belonged to the Kehillah, you had to follow the rules. It's very important that we understand that up until the late 18th century, really, the French Revolution, there was no such thing as a secular Jewish identity. You either belong to the Jewish community or you belong to another religious community, the Christian or the Muslim community, for example, depending on which culture we're looking at. There was no such thing as saying, I just feel like opting out. I don't feel like belonging to the Jewish community. Now, it's true, as I may have mentioned to you before, the current, inheritors, of the Kehillah structure would be an institution like, let's say, the United Jewish Appeal or the Federation Movement. And once you get on their mailing list, the only way to get off is through the FBI Witness Protection Program. But that's not true of the ancient period. In the ancient period, the only way to exist was within a corporate structure like the Kehillah, or moving out to a different estate, let's say in a feudal system like the Christian peasants or the burghers and so on. On the other hand, if the Kehillah is overly coercive, if there is no freedom and no dissemination of power, then the Jewish community would simply dissipate of its own accord, as people would voluntarily elect to leave the community and join the other communities they had to compete with. There was no middle ground. You were either in or out. And we should remember that the Kehillah, even though it exercised this coercive power to keep the Jews intact, we should view the fact that they did so within the context of an often hostile minority. Tiny Jewish minority living within an overall hostile environment can spell disaster, but the Kehillah was an important mechanism for keeping them alive. This is exemplified in the late 19th century work of Sholem Aleichem, the great Yiddish writer, who wrote, as you can see in this picture here, Tevye der Milchiker, Tevye the Dairyman, popularized in English as Fiddler on the Roof. The idea being that Jews are like violinists perched on the very top of a peaked roof. And they're trying to eke out the tune of their lives. They're trying to play music, all the while balancing precariously on the rooftop. And that was the nature of Jewish life, trying to figure out exactly how to maintain a Jewish existence within a hostile environment, and the Kehillah was one of the most profound balancing factors. Now, if you actually log in and see the Prezi, you can watch this little video of Tevye, where he talks about traditions and things like that. It's really great to watch it, but, actually maybe we should watch it because it's fun. No, we're going to go on. just go and log into the Prezi and you'll be able to watch the whole thing properly. We're going to go past this. Okay, sad but true. Okay, so here's the Kehillah, and I've broken it up into several main parts so you can understand the most significant elements of the Kehillah. The first element of the Kehillah, first section, was the so-called Tuvei Ha'ir, or the good people of the city. This was typically an association of 5 men. Women were not seated on the Tuvei Ha'ir. This is a very androcentric institution. It's also a plutocratic institution, meaning it is dominated by wealthy individuals. The members of the Tuvei Ha'ir were expected, in exchange for the great honor of receiving these leadership positions, they were also expected to essentially write checks to the Jewish community. And so it was kind of give and take. Wealth gave privilege, but at the same time meant responsibility. And quite often, the Tuvei Ha'ir would have to underwrite a lot of the very important work that the Kehillah would do, as we shall see later. The Kehillah would, and the Tuvei Ha'ir, would appoint one member who was known as the Parnas, or the president. The word Parnas and president are most likely related, but the Hebrew term Parnas means the one who provides. The Parnas means to feed, to provide, that kind of thing. And that was a very accurate term because the Tuvei Ha'ir were required to give of their own wealth to keep the society moving. There were periodic elections. People would move in and off of the Tuvei Ha'ir, but this was a standard feature of every Kehillah. Now, the Tuvei Ha'ir was balanced by the Beit Din, typically comprised of 3 rabbis. The Beit Din were given the task of ensuring that everything that happened within the Kehillah, including the actions of the Tuvei Ha'ir, were entirely within the bounds of Jewish law, of halakha. And this meant that sometimes the Tuvei Ha'ir and the Beit Din would come into conflict, especially because the salaries of the Beit Din were actually paid for by the taxes collected by the Tuvei Ha'ir and often supplemented by the Tuvei Ha'ir's own resources. So if the Beit Din were to be overly strict and demanding of the Tuvei Ha'ir, chances are the Beit Din, or at least part of the members, would simply be fired and they would lose their position. On the other hand, if the Tuvei Ha'ir did not behave in accordance with halakha, as clearly stipulated by the Beit Din, then the large masses, the Jewish population as a whole, would lose their confidence in the Tuvei Ha'ir and exert the kind of soft pressure that would ultimately cause Tuvei Ha'ir members to step out of those leadership roles. So the Beit Din and the Tuvei Ha'ir had kind of like a dynamic relationship of opposition and pressure that kept the whole thing basically running according to Talmudic law and with a fair degree of equity. The Beit Din would also, of course, be adjudicating all kinds of internal disputes as they occurred in the Kehillah, and was an essential aspect of making sure that there was consistency and integrity in all of the legal affairs of the Kehillah. Both the Tuvei Ha'ir and the Beit Din employed people called gabayim. The word legabot in Hebrew means to collect or to enforce. And I kind of like the term enforcer myself. Now, you may have heard this term, the gabbai, from synagogue membership, because there's always someone in the synagogue called the gabbai, whose job it is to basically make sure that everything runs properly during the services, that the correct people are called up to the Torah for the readings in the correct order and things like that. Which doesn't sound like such a, it's an important task to running the community, but it doesn't sound like such a forceful task with a tremendous amount of authority. The traditional Gabbayim, however, were extremely powerful because they were given the task of carrying out the will of the Tuvei Ha'ir and or the Beit Din. In the case of the Tuvei Ha'ir, the most important thing the Gabbayim would do was they would collect the taxes. They would have the responsibility of going out and making sure that every member of the Kehillah paid the required amount as assessed by the Tuvei Ha'ir. And so this is a rather coercive system. It's not like an income tax system where you fill out your forms and you have appeals and things like that. But the Tuvei Ha'ir would basically have a look at your wealth and say, okay, you have 3 cows this year, so we think you should pay this amount of money, and you would have to surrender it. And if you didn't like it, the Gabayim would come. And if you didn't like that either, well, then you could run into the Gabayim of the Beit Din, which could impose even further sanctions. They could impose fines. They could impose social ostracism, meaning, like, for example, you would lose synagogue privileges, or there would be proclamations saying people couldn't do business with you for a period of time. Or most seriously, you could lose burial privileges, and we'll talk about that in the next slide. The Gabayim had a tremendous amount of authority because they were acting on the decrees of the Beit Din and or of the Tuvei, and they had a tremendous amount of impact on society. Again, though, the coercive nature of the Kehillah, although it may rankle modern sensibilities, was essential to keeping the Kehillah functioning. They had to have standards and consistency and make sure that Jews complied. Oh, I should also mention that corporal punishment was not at all unknown. That, for example, let's say a person refused to appear before the Beit Din when summoned on a repeated basis, let's say, then that person could actually receive lashes for failing to comply with the Beit Din's demands. Now, the majority of the work of the Kehillah, the actual functioning of the Kehillah, was done by the Chevrot, and these were dominated by women. The Tuvei, the Beit Din, the Gabayim, all male, but the Chevrot, predominantly female. The word Chevra in Hebrew means association or a group of friends, and basically we could translate this term as committees. There were a whole host of committees that were dedicated to serving all the needs of the Kehillah. Things like taking care of orphans, taking care of widows, taking care of poor brides, taking care of travelers, study associations, you name it. Anything that the Kehillah wanted to organize, they would create one of these free-form committees, again dominated by women, who would then use some of the resources that were given to them by the Tuvei to make sure that they could carry out their work. So let's say, for example, very common, you have the Hachnasat Kala, the providing for poor brides. There'd be a certain number of brides in the Kehillah that did not have sufficient means to set up their first home, and so there would be a Chevra, Hachnasat Kala Chevra, that would go to the Tuvei, and they would say, all right, we have so many brides this year, we need so much money, and the Tuvei would have to disperse those funds. Ideally, from taxes collected from the large tax base of the Kehillah as a whole, but more often than not, they would have to actually come out with some of the money from their own pockets. So the Chevra would be responsible for carrying out this function within society, and they would rely on the Tuvei to provide them with things. We should also understand that compared to surrounding Muslim or Christian societies, the Jewish level of social service, the social safety net, as it were, was massive. There was very little comparison. The Jews were really very, very self-sufficient as a community, creating all of the various institutions they needed to care for those who are downtrodden within society. The Gabayim, if we can go back for a second and remember these guys, one of their functions was collecting, for example, for the weekly poor relief. As described, for example, in Maimonides' Mishnah Torah, there will be several different funds. One for people who had, not even 2 meals worth of food to their name. One for people who had like 3 days worth of food, and another, let's say, for people who needed food for the Sabbath, or especially for, Passover. That's the Gabayim would go out and they would collect all of this money door to door, and then the Chevras would be in charge of dispersing it as appropriate. Now, these are kind of the form. Oh, I forgot to mention the most important Chevra of all was the so-called Chevra Kadisha, the holy Chevra. And the Chevra Kadisha, it was a male and a female Chevra, were associated specifically with Jewish burials. Chevra Kadisha was typically populated only by the most respected, typically older members of the community for Kabbalistic reasons, which we won't get into right now. And the Chevra Kadisha had tremendous authority. If they were so commanded by the Beit Din, or in some cases the Tuvayir, the Chevra Kadisha could withhold funeral services from a recalcitrant member of the community. And this was taken very seriously by the communities. The thought of not having a Jewish burial struck fear into the hearts of Kehillah members, and typically even a warning that the Chevra Kadisha would refuse to bury a Jewish member of the Kehillah was sufficient to get them to comply with the standards of the Kehillah as a whole. Now, of all these groups, we should remember that there were a few alternative loci of power, meaning places where you could exercise power. There were a few kind of like disruptive power structures that were tolerated within the Kehillah for special occasions. One of my favorites, for example, is that if a woman felt that she was not being treated well by the Beit Din or the Tuvayir, and she felt that her case was not being considered adequately for whatever reason it would be, she could actually go into the synagogue on the Sabbath morning during the Torah reading. She could invade the men's section and go right up and stand on the bima with the Torah open and refuse to allow the service to continue. Of course, it requires a separation of men and women during traditional services until her case was heard. And this was a huge public embarrassment for the Tuvayir or the Beit Din if they had not been handling her case properly. And it was kind of a threat that many people could use, women could use in particular, to exert their will despite the lack of obvious power. The occasions in which this would typically be exercised is, let's say, for example, if a woman was separated from her husband and her husband refused to grant her the requisite get or bill of divorce. The way Jewish law is structured, ultimately divorce only happens when the husband grants the wife a bill of divorce. In a situation that is extremely dire in the 20th and 21st centuries as the divorce rate increased, and that's maybe for something we'll talk about at the end of this course. But it's not an unknown phenomenon throughout Jewish history. Now, if a woman felt that, she was being pressured unfairly, let's say, to have her parents pay off her husband's debts before he would give the get, and they didn't have enough money or things like that, then one of the ways that she could retaliate is simply by going to the synagogue and stopping the services, publicly shaming both her ex-husband, who's actually still married to her but separated, and the holders of real power, the Tuvayir and the Beit Din, into acting more forcefully. And of course, as mentioned, they could use corporal punishment to make sure that the husband gives her the get. So that's kind of like the main structures of the Jewish communal structure. To jump ahead to the 16th and 17th century, all the way really through the 18th century, one of the most fascinating elements of the entire system is when a whole bunch of these kahillas, essentially Jewish municipalities, got together and decided to unite, and they formed something known as the Council of Lands, sometimes called the Council of Four Lands, in which they brought all of the kahillas together into essentially a government within a government, a state within a state that existed in the medieval and early modern Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They would have meetings twice a year in the market city of Lublin and discuss all kinds of issues that were important to the entire region, including, for example, husbands who run out on their wives without giving a get and they move from one city to another. Well, the kahillah system allowed for a level of standardization so that people could not escape their due. They were also quite involved with copyright law. They instituted the so-called haskama, because this was coming out around the time that printing was popularized. The haskama that is today called an approbation at the front of a typical traditional religious book will usually say, some rabbi will write a letter saying this book is kosher and it will not pollute your mind if you read it, things like that. But back then, the haskama was designed mainly to enforce copyright. telling readers of the book that they are not allowed to republish this book on their own until a certain point of time has arrived and things like that. They also, kind of interesting, they engaged heavily in sumptuary legislation, which essentially are laws limiting consumption. How so? One of the things that went on and on in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was that Jews would make celebrations, simchas, for a circumcision or for a wedding, a bar mitzvah, and there was a significant amount of one-upmanship, where if, let's say Reuven made a bar mitzvah and he would serve 3 kinds of gefilte fish, then when Shimon had to make his bar mitzvah, he would serve at least 4 kinds of gefilte fish, and then when Levi wanted to make his, even though he had very little money, he couldn't certainly offer less than 4 kinds, because his friend Shimon did that. And costs skyrocketed, and simchas just ballooned out of control. And so the Council of Land said, okay, from now on, only 2 kinds of gefilte fish at a bar mitzvah. You cannot invite more than 300 people to a wedding. They kept on making these laws over and over again, which indicates that people simply weren't paying attention. That despite the highfalutin nature of this really huge gathering, let's say, Kehilot, they still were not paying attention when it came to things like how we're going to run our own simchas. That's kind of a funny thing. Maybe we'll return to it when we get to the modern period. At any rate, that's the entire story for now of the structure of the Kehillah. It's we should bear in mind that it was very coercive, that the Tuvayir would assess your taxes and you would have to pay it. You would have tax collectors, the Gabayim, coming. Of course, it was a progressive tax where if you made less money, you had to pay less to the communal funds and so on. But the Tuvayir, with the Beit Din in particular, really helped keep the Jewish people in line and behaving with one basic Talmudic standard of law, which was incredibly important at keeping the Jewish community well-structured and keeping its vitality intact. When we get to the 18th century, we'll see that the destruction of the Kehillah, which came with the French Revolution of 1789, and in Russia with the formal decree in 1844, for example, this structure ended. And although Jews now had much more freedom in terms of defining their own identities, often secular identities, in contravention to traditional Jewish law and practice, nevertheless, that also opened up the very dangerous avenues to assimilation, as Jews simply melted off the sides of the core population. So that's basically it. A quick overview of Jewish communal structure. I hope you found it interesting, and I look forward to talking with you in the next lecture.
He knew that the grid spots would be whited out. So, it seems to be the case that this is true, so it's a tremendous coincidence. It's a real coincidence, that's what I'm saying, is that he just happened to pick a spot where he claimed his hole was, and then also just happened to be a spot where the data was missing on one pass of the stairs. Or are we all the mark? I'm just saying, I'll elaborate on it a little more.
What I'd like to do in this brief lecture is to give you a quick sense of why Spain is different from most of Jewish history, either in North Africa, the Middle East, or in Europe, and then look specifically at what's different about Spanish Jewry specifically.
By making it super fantastic and unbelievable, just like Terry Lovelace's tiny little monkeys that wanted him to leave
many of the
out.
specific individuals
Dude,
that
you
I'll
just
mention
blew
in
my
passing,
conclusions.
there's a lot more to say. So first of all,
Wait, I
it's
didn't go
important
into
to
depth
understand
there.
that Spain has
I'm
a
just saying it.
triangular culture.
Let's go to the end.
There are
Also say-
3 main
You
populations.
think this was a side?
Actually more than 3, but 3 big ones
Actually,
that we're
anything
concerned with. Specifically
Boy,
Christians,
I don't know. Some people
Muslims,
like that, some
and
people hate
Jews.
it.
This is very different
It's
from
not
what you'll
fun
find
enough. You
in
don't know,
Europe,
it's
which
just
would
not
basically
you
have
want to please you.
Christians and a small
They're
Jewish
like,
population.
no, you know
Or
what?
in
I
North
read a lot
Africa,
of
where you'll
fiction,
have
and
Muslims
we're just now coming
and a
to
small
more
Jewish
business, too.
population. And the
Listen
same
for the
basically
signs, watch
holds
for the
true
signs,
for the
messages from
Middle
the
East,
universe, whatever you want to
where
call
you'll
it.
have Muslims
are
and a
signs
small
and wonders
population
that
of
are
Jews.
being
There are
whispered
also
to you.
small
Pay
Christian
attention to the
populations. I
whispers,
don't
not the
want to
loud
overgeneralize
voices,
this, but this is
not the naysayers,
especially the
not
most important thing
the
about
tinfoil
Spanish
hat
Jewish
or
history
the
is that the
hardcore,
Jews were
I made
in a
my mind
situation
up
where
already,
they,
folks.
although they were never in
Listen
the majority,
to not the loud
the
voices,
fact
but
that power was
whispers. And
divided
one that came
between
across
three
was,
major
I'm not going to mention this
populations
gentleman's name.
rather
Let's
than
just say he
power
is
concentrated
part
in
of
one
a
major
military
population
government
meant that
think
Jews
tank
had a lot more
organization of
leverage
sorts,
that
and
they
he had
could
a post
use
on
for their own
LinkedIn
advantage,
for the inoculates
which
right?
in many
Well,
cases
it
they
was
actually
leading
did
to a
and
very
rose to
cool,
tremendous
very
heights in
well-produced,
Spanish
let's say,
Jewish
recruitment
culture.
video
Let's have a
called
look
Ghost in the
at
Machine
the quick history of
for
Spain.
the
So,
U.S. Army's
first of all,
cyber
when
warfare.
we enter into the first
PSYOPs.
millennium of the Common
It's
Era,
basically a recruitment video. It's pretty cool.
Spain is dominated
And
by
I
the
showed that to you
Visigoths,
a
who
while
are
ago, and then I had
Christians,
the idea,
not
it's like,
necessarily
yes, is
Catholics.
that
They
what's
had
happening here?
flirtation with
Is
Aryan
that part
Christianity,
of
which is a
as
slightly
the
different
magician
theological variant of
look
it.
over here,
And Jews were
because
definitely
the
present in
claim
Spain
that
from,
Chinese
let's say, the
FDR
second
got
millennium
against
on. We have
God
archaeological
are
evidence
not in
of
this
their
hand.
existence
They're
there.
in the other one.
But
While I'm
things
doing
generally
a flourish
deteriorated
here,
over the
I'm
first
going to pull
7
these lines out
centuries of
here,
the
you're
Common
gonna be
Era,
surprised, but
as the
it's not
Visigothic
magic.
kingdom
It's just a
became
diversion. It's
surprisingly
better than having
more and
witches
more
pull a dime out of
anti-Semitic.
your
And in
hole, I'll
fact,
tell you
many
that.
of the strongest decrees leveled against Jews, forced
and that wasn't in
baptism,
the
and so
outline.
on,
I did.
really come out of the
Brilliant
Visigothic
folks, he
era,
just,
when
came up with
life
that
for Jews in Spain
but
was
there's
rather
something
uncomfortable
being
and
constructed
increasingly
here.
so by
I
the
just
time
don't
you
know
get
by whom.
to the early
And I'm
8th century.
talking
At that point, in the year
elemental
711,
kind of
which
things
is
going
an
on.
easy
Is it
year to
hell
remember,
you're
the Muslims begin
goblins?
to cross
Is it the
into
government?
Spain
Is it
from the
Mel?
south. You'll
The
recall
only
from
person
the
I trust
previous
here
lecture
gets in the same
that
boat with us
Islam
is our
spreads
Mel.
rapidly
Right.
through the
Yeah, I
7th
don't know.
century.
There's
It
no
goes all the
question
way
that at
across
the time that
the
Mel
coast
called
of
in,
North Africa
those images
really
were blocked
quickly,
out. It
and
didn't
then
exceed
in
his
the early
ability to
8th century
participate
it
in what
makes its
terror
way
server
into Spain.
is showing and what
For
it's
the
not
Jews
showing.
who had
Terror
been
server's still
suffering
around.
tremendously under the
There's another
Visigothic
website for it now.
rule,
I don't know if it got
the
sold by Microsoft
advent
to
of
this other
the
company,
Muslims was
but
actually
it's more of
viewed with a
a
considerable
business-to-business
amount of
solution.
favor,
Right now,
and there's a lot of evidence to
Google Earth
suggest
say
that
is for
Jews
goofing around,
actively
or
encourage
it's
the
available to
Muslim
everybody.
advance. So
And
the
we
Muslims
did find a
essentially take
message
over
on
all
a
of
message board
the
about
Iberian Peninsula, which
seemingly
is
from someone
today
who worked for
Spain
one terror
and
server saying,
Portugal. They
oh,
take
that
over the
happened all the
entire
time.
region within
Images,
very short order,
were
and all of a
obscured.
sudden,
But that
Spain
doesn't change
becomes
the fact
Islamicized.
that
And
you also
there
obscure
is the
images you don't want
beginning
people to
of
see, no
what we
matter
will
how
call the
common
golden
it happens
age of
accidentally or
Spanish
due to a
Jewry. We'll
coding
return
error.
to that.
You
However,
also do
this
that
is
when you don't
fairly
want people to
short-lived
see
within the scope
It's a
of larger
common feature
history
that fuels
because the
conspiracy
Christians
theory, is
begin
that you
to
find enough little weird
reconquer
things to fit the word narrative.
the Iberian
And that keeps
Peninsula.
your
This is
belief
a period
going.
known as the
Because there's
Reconquista,
another
the
Reddit thread,
reconquest,
we're not trying
and
to get into it
gradually
here,
they
but
push
it's
themselves
another
downward,
snapshot, let's say, from Google Earth.
driving out the
And it
Muslims,
happens.
including
And
the
one tiny
fairly
class obscuring the exact
aggressive
spot where people think
Almohad
that was old. I
Muslims
have
who
that picture,
were responsible
actually,
for
because,
driving
with
Maimonides out of
yes, I
Spain,
have that
for
very
example,
picture.
around this
But you know
time
what?
period.
Clouds
But
happen.
over the next few
So,
centuries,
who knows?
from
But it's got
basically the
one
9th
cloud
century
out of
to
the entire
the
Pacific
15th
Well, yeah.
century,
Making its
Spain
way
gradually
past the
becomes
Cascades
Christian once
to
again as
obscure
the Muslims
a
are
tiny
driven out.
dot in
Now that's
Ellensburg. Come
Muslim
on, man.
power
You can
is
also be
driven out.
remarkably
Muslim
easy to
people, of
Photoshop. I
course,
can't
still
think of
remain
anything
behind in
easier
Spain,
than
and so you
photoshopping
have
a
this
low-resolution
triangular
satellite
culture
image to do whatever you
perpetrated
want at
throughout
this
the
point.
entire period,
So that's the
where
thing
you have
about now. And a little
Jews,
bit the thing about
Christians,
back when
and
they happened
Muslims.
with the
There are
terror
also
server. I
other
guess I'll just go
populations
ahead
like Berbers, but we're
into
really
this
going to
part
focus
now.
on those
You
three
can just
main
Photoshop whatever you want it
nationalities
to
or
look like
ethnicities
into it. You
present
don't
in
have
Spain.
to redact it. You
Of course,
can
it ends badly for the
stamp
Jews.
a piece of the
Um,
earth from
in
another section
1492, the
right over
Jews
the
are
thing you're trying to
expelled
cover
from
up.
Spain.
And we
5
did
years
that.
later,
So
they are
moving
expelled from
forward,
Portugal.
there
And
were
as you
a
can
few
see
other
in this
details
map,
that we plucked out that from
you
our
know,
notes that we did
they
want
end
to
up
mention. One
moving
of them
all over
also being that
Europe.
Mel
They go
had
throughout the Mediterranean,
reports from
all the
his
way out
trucker friends,
to
and he seems to know a lot
Israel
of
and
truck
to
drivers for
Greece
whatever
and
reason.
places like that.
Yeah.
Many of them go
Which
up
we've got
north
to know a
to
few
Holland,
years just because
Netherlands,
they're
and
listening
a significant number go all the way over to the west. They go to the New World.
So
That'll be
anyway, I
obviously the
guess some of
subject
Mel's
of
trucker
later
friends told him
lectures.
that
But
one
that's
of
in
them
a
delivered
nutshell
huge quantity
the
of
very
fiber
quick
optic
history of the
cable to
Jews
a
in Spain. You
warehouse
recall,
in
first it
Ellisburg.
was
And it was an
Visigothic,
unusual
and it was very difficult for
quantity of
Jews.
fiber optic
Then in
cable.
711, the
And
Muslims
then,
come in,
later
and
said
it
that
gets
all
much
of the
better for
folks
Jews,
were
the beginning
handling
of
it
the
when it was
Spanish
dropped off.
Golden Age.
Apparently,
And then within a
Israel.
couple of centuries, the
And,
Christians start
yeah,
pushing their way
and
downwards,
raised some
and
red
the
flags.
Muslim,
However, for
the
me,
Golden
it
Age
doesn't raise any
continues for a
red
little bit, but
flags. A bunch of
certainly
fiber
by
optics,
1200 it's
maybe
over,
Israeli
and
intelligence, all
by
within a
1492 the
15,
Jews
20
are
minute drive
actually
from the
expelled
Yakima
from
firing
all
range.
Christian
Doesn't seem
Spain,
suspicious at all.
and shortly
Not
thereafter
even a little.
all
They are
Christian
an ally,
Portugal.
but again, there's
But
some
let us turn then to what do we mean by this golden age
yeah, but you
of Spanish
exchange
Jewry.
information and work together all the time,
Basically,
especially
this is a
Israel.
period where
It's just not
Jews
fishy to me, that
were
particular
so
thing.
well
But here's the
integrated
thing, we're
into
not
culture
experts.
and had such phenomenal access to the highest corridors of power and participated very actively in really creating the dominant cultural motifs of the era, that it was a period of great flourishing of Jewish expression. And you have a series of figures of Jews who are truly unique in that they exemplify both political and sometimes military power, along with really phenomenal Jewish learning at the same time. This is something that was totally unique that we don't have really ever since that in Western history. You will have obviously Jews who are, let's say, incredibly well adapted Jews to the general society. You have Jews who rise to high power, but they tend to be Jews who have largely left their Jewish background behind, like let's say Benjamin Disraeli, Prime Minister of England in the 19th century, who recognized his Jewish background but ultimately was a Baptist Christian. And on the other hand, you'll have Jews who are, phenomenal expressions of Jewish culture, Rashi and Tosafot, and we can go on, but they have very little access to political power over a larger geographic area. The Spanish Golden Age is one in which Jews had both positions simultaneously, where you had Jews who were really tremendous scholars of traditional Talmudic wisdom, for example, and at the same time they also had political, military, and general cultural power. That's something that really is special about the Spanish Golden Age. The kinds of figures that are exemplified by this period are, of course, the greatest of them is Maimonides, shown here in this statue in Cordoba. A little bit of an exception to the rule because he was driven out of Spain at a young age and he really made his career in Tunisia and to a much larger degree in Egypt. But if we look at figures like Kastai ibn Shaprut, very important Jewish philanthropist and scholar who ended up becoming a major Spanish diplomat. After him, the great Shmuel Hanagid, or Samuel ibn Agrela, who was a Talmudic scholar who wrote an important commentary in the Talmud called the Mavo, and at the same time he was the military leader of Cordoba. For over a decade, he ran the military of Cordoba and was essentially the Grand Vizier of the country as well. People like Yehuda Halevi, who were composing poetry in Arabic and in Hebrew. A tremendous number of figures like this were really at the top of their game in so many different fields that they're truly Renaissance men who exemplify excellence in both the secular and the Jewish realm of thought and activity. This may be why. Well, I shouldn't say this may be. This really is the reason why in the 19th century, when there was a renaissance of Jewish expression, particularly in Europe, Germany especially, and then of course feeding into Zionism, the Spanish Golden Age was viewed as an age of tremendous emulation, a period that Jews should really try to strive for again, achieving both secular power and Jewish power simultaneously, which would represent kind of a return to this ideal. It may have been exaggerated to some degree, but that will explore, of course, History 156 when we look at the modern period. But that's basically the essence of what is the Spanish Golden Age. It ends badly. Of course, the Golden Age is really over for a couple hundred years by the time we get to Isabella and Ferdinand's decree to banish the Jews from the Iberian Peninsula, and there's a long period of tremendous anguish known as the Inquisition, which resulted in the public burning of many Jews and resulted in the underground activity of many Jews who chose to practice their Judaism in secret while pretending to be believing Christians in public. And these are things that we will have to discuss towards the end of this course. But at any rate, in this very brief lecture, you've got an idea now of what was the Golden Age of Spanish Jewry, and I look forward to speaking to you more in the next lecture.
And it comes on a usually part of the national syndicated radio show as a kind of bottomless pit. And then my only thing with that, I do have one, is that if you go on a nationally syndicated radio show, and it's hundreds of thousands of people,
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. Today we're going to look at Jews in the medieval economy. To start with, much of our thinking about Jews in the economy is colored, unfortunately, by the image of Shylock. This is a character devised by William Shakespeare of a medieval Jewish moneylender in Venice. The title of the play is The Merchant of Venice. And Shylock is angered by the fact that his daughter has decided to marry a non-Jew. And in the context of the play, what Shylock does is he proposes the extremely harsh punishment to his debtor of exacting a pound of flesh for a loan that he failed to repay. The story ends up well for everyone except for Shylock, of course, but the idea of Shakespeare's play really resonated very deeply in the Western imagination and kind of codified an image of the Jew as this, avaricious, greedy, unscrupulous individual who was deeply involved with his money and will, stop at nothing to get at it. So, to a certain degree, this is a grossly unfair and highly anti-Semitic portrayal of Jews. And although I will highly recommend Shakespeare's play, I think that it's not at all a monochromatic or monodimensional representation of Jews. Even the money-lending Jew Shylock comes off quite, sympathetic in certain passages. But let's try and understand what are the roots of this anti-Semitic image and understand the role that these Jews played in the economy and how that affected their relationship with people around them. This is primarily true, by the way, we're speaking today about Jews in the medieval Christian economy. Within the Muslim world, things are slightly different. We're not going to treat that today. Okay, so first of all, in order to appreciate any sense of the Jews in the medieval economy, one must understand that Jews are a deeply and fundamentally urban people. Not since the Jews left the land of Israel in the first century in the Roman exile, and until really their return in the late 19th century with the advent of the Zionist movement, have Jews been agrarian to any significant degree. For example, here is a Yiddish, looks like a film script that shows the Jewish farmer, and I think it actually means the Jewish farmer. I mean, this is him. His name is Shloimi. That guy behind him there isn't even a farmer, he's just helping him out. The idea is that there's so few Jewish farmers everywhere. Anyway, even Tevye, the rural dweller of the shtetl in Fiddler on the Roof, was a dairyman himself. He wasn't even a worker of the land per se. And this is basically a truism for much of Jewish history, for reasons that I hope to explore in the next 15 minutes or so. But Jews basically avoided the agrarian experience after having left their homeland in Israel in the first century. They congregated in urban areas, either small urban areas like villages or increasingly in large cities. And this has a tremendous impact on what kind of professions Jews would choose and what kind of economic impact they would have in society. Here's a picture of typically Jewish urban environment, and Jews are a very gregarious people. They have to live within walking distance of a synagogue to form a minyan, a mikveh for the family purity laws, within distance of a Chinese restaurant for sure. I haven't had lunch yet. So these are the kinds of things that really make Jews want to live in an urban environment. And don't forget, it's also quite a bit safer for Jews to live in an urban environment, to live closer together, in many cases behind ghetto walls that were actually preferred and selected by the Jews themselves in many cases, because this did not so much prevent the Jews from leaving the ghetto as it prevented from marauders from getting into the ghetto. If you find this a very difficult concept to grasp, all you have to do is come down here to South Florida and drive around Boca Raton, and you'll see all these massive installations of Jews in things called gated communities, which are essentially, modern self-imposed ghettos, because they're kind of keeping hoi polloi out and protecting the civilization within. So Jews are a fundamentally very urban population. Ironically, this means that they come into close contact with another highly urbanized element of the medieval population, and that is the clergy. Jews, because they were increasingly living in larger towns and in cities, this is where the cathedrals were built. These were where peasants would gather for their church services. And so Jews and Catholic clergy were regularly brushing elbows in the urban environment, which had an unusual kind of spin-off effect in their relationship. And we'll talk about that more in the next lecture. But that's the first point. Jews are highly urbanized. Take away the ancient period when Jews lived in their land, take away the modern Israeli period where they live in their land once again, and in the 2,000 years in between, they're really a very urbanized people. Now, in that urban environment, it's important to realize that medieval society was structured quite differently from modern society. In modern society, we are citizens and the government deals with us as individuals. We all have a label called a social security number, for example, in the States, or social insurance number in Canada, and the government wants to know exactly our individual taxes, and we have to pay on an individual basis to the society, and we're judged individually and tried individually and so on and so forth. This is not at all the case in the much more primitive medieval environment, in which people were grouped within communities, or more properly corporations. This is sometimes called the feudal nature of society, in which people basically kind of like were coalesce, forcibly so often, within certain segments of society that correspond loosely to economic activities. We look a little bit closer at this very simple drawing that shows serfs and peasants, the largest group of the population who are occupying the bottom of this triangle. Above them are knights and vassals who are engaged in, affairs and so on and so forth. And the church, and then finally you have the very top, the king. This is a fairly simplistic drawing. The basic idea of a feudal society. Now the question that remains is, where did the feudals go? They're certainly not the king, not the church. Are they nobles? Hardly. They're certainly not knights either. And are they serfs? No, they're not agrarian environment. So what exactly are they? So early on in medieval period, Jews took on the status known as servi camera, which is Latin for serfs or servant of the chamber, meaning this was a really important thing that had a tremendous impact on protecting the Jews and allowing them to survive much of the medieval period. Specifically, it has to do with the Abramson rule of history, which is money. It's really all about money. All of those other groups, for the most part, are not creating cash income. Money, as we understand it today, currency, which of course back then was precious coins and metals, was not in large supply. People were dealing with a lot of barter, a lot of service exchange, things like that, and so you didn't have a lot of cash in society. But the Jews were going to be very prominently figured in commercial activity. And the Jews were the ones who were actually accumulating money, as we understand it today, in terms of cash. So the king realized this, and he took advantage of it by taking the Jews directly under his own economic supervision and taxing them directly without any intervening relationship. For example, the knights did not tax the Jews, the church did not tax the Jews, only the the Jews. And this meant that there was a symbiotic relationship where the king had a vested interest in the economic well-being and the physical survival of the Jews in his kingdom. Because the more they survived, the more they flourished, the more tax income we could derive from it. This often put the king at odds with the clergy, and there was a secular and religious conflict over, what role the Jews played in society. But this fact that they were servi camerae was extremely influential in protecting the Jews throughout most of the medieval world. Now, in that regard, how were Jews making money? The most important single piece of legislation that affected Jewish activity was the so-called Law of Gratian. Gratian was a church official from the 12th century who codified a practice into official canon law that allowed Jews to act as petty moneylenders. More important, not only were they allowed to act as moneylenders, they had a guaranteed monopoly on charging money on interest. Specifically, it's based on this idea that Jews and Christians, and actually Muslims to a different degree, have in common that it is forbidden to lend or borrow on interest from one's fellow. The verse in Deuteronomy says that you may charge interest to a stranger, you may not charge interest to your fellow. Which means, as the Jews interpret it, Jews may not borrow money and pay interest on it from another Jew. Jews may not pay interest to another Jew at all. And I tried calling up the various credit cards that I have in my wallet to see if the CEO is Jewish, but I haven't had too much success with that. At any rate, Christians, under Gratian in particular, interpreted this verse exactly the same way. To your brother, you must lend money without charging interest. To a stranger, you may charge interest. And so therefore, what that meant was that Christians couldn't borrow money from each other and pay interest, but they could borrow money from a Jew. And let's understand how important money lending is in society. That's the only way that you are going to get any kind of commerce happening. That's the only way you're going to have any kind of advancement to the economy. Let's say, for example, it's an agrarian economy and people are farming and they invest in their seed. They put their seed in the ground and then they've got to wait. Until they can harvest it. And since the harvest is going to be months down the road, therefore, they have to get some way to get through this difficult period. They borrow money at interest, and then they'll pay it back at harvest time. So the Jewish activity as moneylenders was extremely important for preserving and advancing the medieval economy. Here's an interesting image showing a Jewish medieval moneylender. You see him on the right there. He's wearing, so obviously this is designed by a Christian artist because you can see at the very bottom of his robe, he's got some Hebrew letters there, or that's actually pseudo-Hebrew because the artist doesn't know how to make it in this woodcut. And on the left is a Christian moneylender, a borrower. You can see that he's clean shaven. That's one of the marks of Christians in this period. And his money bag, which is on his belt, is empty. You can see kind of like the artist's rendition of empty pockets there. And he doesn't have any pants. I mean, come on. He can't even afford a pair of pants. No, I'm just joking. He's wearing hose. But anyway, he's got his hand out saying, I need money. And the Jew is sitting there with a big bag of money and he's counting out and so on. And he even has on his desk a primitive calculator known as an abacus to help him calculate the rates of interest and so on. Now, why would Jews want to go into money lending? Because one would think, it's not such a nice profession maybe. Why would you want to go into this? So here's the advantages. It's pretty clear. First of all, it's profitable. You can make a lot of money from money lending. And we should understand that the interest rates that were charged in the medieval period could approach 50% interest. That's huge. That's more like the department store credit cards. Huge amount of interest. And very commonly, 30% interest rate. Secondly, as we mentioned before, it is urban. It allows Jews to remain in their traditional living quarters among other Jews and so on, assembling minyan and things like that. Thirdly, it's intellectual labor, and perhaps another way to put that is not physical labor. Imagine the life of a farmer digging in the ground from dusk till dawn, and backbreaking labor, and any weather, and all kinds of stuff like that. This is much easier work. You work with your brain instead of your back, so definitely much more attractive. It's portable because from time to time Jews would be exiled, expelled from their homeland or from their place of residence. We'll talk about why that is in a moment. And so, when you have money, it's very easy to carry it from one place to another. You can bury it, come back and get it. It's not like real estate where, it's stuck. And if you're exiled, that's it. You've lost it. So it's a very significant form of portable wealth. And finally, this kind of job is very easy. You can almost do banker's hours, let's say 10 till 3. And the rest of the time you have for Talmudic study and things like that. So money lending definitely has a lot of advantages. The disadvantages, though, are also significant. First of all, there's always the risk of non-payment. Now, it's true that when you have recalcitrant customers who will not pay you back, because the Jews were serving Kamarai, they could call on the king to enforce the arrangements. and coerce recalcitrant debtors to pay. But that's a very difficult thing to do. You've got to involve a lot, you've got to pull a lot of weight to do that. Secondly, even though this is an essential function in society, it's bound to promote some popular resentment. For example, credit cards. Everybody loves credit cards. When you get an application in the mail, it feels like free money, right? You don't have to do anything about it. But when you start getting those bills, and the bills just don't go away every time you make those minimum payments, you feel a little bit differently about it. So there's going to be a certain amount of popular resentment building up against the Jews. When you get to the lecture on the Eastern European Center, you'll see how that really could result in sometimes catastrophic violence. In some occasions, this meant there were popular uprisings, which there were several, for example, in the 17th century, that devastated Jewish communities. And sometimes you would have a situation like in the 13th century, where the Jews would be lending money to powerful lords, and when the debt got simply too high, the Lord said, you know what, it's better to cut our losses, let's just kick the Jews out. It'd be easier to just wipe our debts clean, not have any more Jews. And then, as for example, what happened in France in the 13th century, the Jews were actually expelled 3 times, which meant that, they were invited back 4 times. Because what would happen is they would be expelled because the debt would get too high, and the people say, you know what, we really need that credit function again. They bring the Jews back, start money lending again, and then they say, you know what, this debt is low, get them out of there, and so on. It's like a friend of mine that governs at my shul who was kicked out of yeshiva 3 times, and I said to him, yeah, but that means you were accepted twice at least. Aside. Anyways, so money lending was certainly the backbone. It was the primary, pillar of the Jewish economy for much of the medieval period and many of the countries in which they lived. But that was by no means the only way that Jews, supported themselves in this economy. For example, Jews were highly active in a whole range of trades. Remember, if the vast majority of the population, we're talking about over 95% of the population is farmers, they generally don't have a lot of time or leisure to develop specialized crafts. And so as a result, these urbanized Jews began to, socially stratify their activities into highly specialized activities like the needle trades, in which Jews excelled later on in history. Also silversmithy, making gold objects, anything from simple spoons and knives and things like that. And you can tell, by the way, by the kind of surnames that Jews often have, like Schneider, which means tailor, or Silver for silversmith, all kinds of things like that. They're also involved in music and the arts. This, by the way, is in the center there in the white jacket is my good friend Aaron Kula, who leads an amazing modern klezmer troupe called the Klezmer Company Orchestra. I'll try and play some music of his under the background when I edit this video. And because Jews have the potential to get together and to rehearse, unlike peasants who are living far and spread apart in their farms and things like that, it meant that Jews were able to develop in the arts quite significantly, and many of these medieval musicians were in fact Jewish, certainly in 19th century Eastern Europe. And another interesting aspect of Jewish activity was tavern keeping. As you can see in this depiction showing Jewish tavern keepers and pleasant musicians there with looks like Polish, perhaps Ukrainian clientele. Jews could set up these way stations for peasants to either come in and get a drink or for travelers to actually enjoy a hotel meal. It's also related to the distribution and production of alcohol, which Jews often had a monopoly on, especially in Eastern Europe, something called propinatia, and this is also a profession that continued over into modern. Finally, we should understand that many Jews were, again, we're talking about Jews who were urbanized, literate, which made them highly distinct from the rest of the population, And so they were able to engage in real professions as well, such as, for example, medicine. Jews certainly were involved in medicine from the very early medieval period and excelled in that field. Maimonides is a great example, and it was once used in the modern period as well. So that's just an overview of many of the types of occupations that Jews were engaged in. They all really hinge on the fact that Jews were urbanized. And I think that sense of their dwelling arrangements has a lot of, it's really a key idea to understand much of what happens in medieval Jewish history. Okay, thank you very much for watching.
Right. And then Mel says, well, you know what it kind of felt like is that they were those desiccant packets, those the gel packs that keep products dry.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. Today's lecture is remarkably unpleasant and a lot of nasty stuff. We're going to talk about medieval anti-Semitism. A warning straight up, a lot of the images that I will need to use to illustrate the nature of medieval anti-Semitism are quite graphic and kind of painful to look at. So if you are under the age of 18, this might not be the right video for you to look at.
On fire. Yes.
There you go, fair warning. Okay, so the first thing we need to say about anti-Semitism is that it's bad. The second thing is that it can be broken down into four basic periods. One of the really unusual aspects of anti-Semitism as a human ideology is that it really adapts to the nature of the society in which it is finding its host. It adapts to its host like a virus, really. And you'll see that, anti-Semitism can find fertile soil in places where there are hardly any Jews, like in Japan, for example, where there is a lot of fascination with the protocols of the other design. We'll talk about that later. And it will be radically different in nature than, let's say, the anti-Semitism of 12th century Germany. Very different kind of phenomenon. There are four basic periods. We're going to focus on the third, but let's quickly run through those four basic periods in which anti-Semitism shifted its ideology. The first period is known as that of ancient xenophobia. Xenophobia refers to the fear of strangers. And this is kind of like the period in which Jews suffered a certain amount of distress at the hands of Greeks and Romans and other ancient peoples. And a lot of the literatures from this period have negative things to say about Jews. However, most of those statements really are in the category of normal cultural conflict between human societies that differ one from another. And it's not unlike the way, let's say, Chinese people may have an antipathy to Vietnamese, or Scandinavians of various stripes might dislike one another. It's normal for people not to like each other to a certain degree and to say nasty things about each other behind their backs and in print. And so, to a large degree, much of the antipathy directed against Jews in the ancient period was related to misunderstandings of the basic Jewish practice. For example, the maintenance of a separate diet, culture laws, circumcision rituals, and so on. So let's look at one image here just to give you a sense of this. This is, of course, the famous Arch of Titus, or Titus, that commemorated for the Romans the destruction of Judea and the temple and so on. And there's a very famous bas-relief. If you zoom in here and you have a look, on the inside there's actually this image that depicts Romans carrying the Jews off into slavery, and of course there's the menorah there, famously depicted the spoils being taken from Jerusalem. Now, many people misunderstand this as a piece of anti-Semitic iconography, and nothing could be further from the truth. It's certainly, a piece of war monumental architecture. It commemorates a Roman victory over the Jews, no matter how brutal it was, and how much the Jews disliked it, and how much the Romans may have reveled in their victory. But these kinds of war memorials are very typical for the ancient, medieval, and one might even say the modern world. There's nothing distinctly anti-Semitic about this, other than the fact that the Jews happen to be the victims in this particular image. So in other words, ancient xenophobia is mainly a normal kind of conflict between Jews and non-Jews, just like many human societies have conflicts. Now, anti-Semitism gets a special character, which is something that's specifically for Jews when we get to the early Christian period. And now we're talking about basically the late 1st century up until, let's say, the 9th century of the Common Era. And this is a little different, and I would like to spend more time with this, but I've already given a lecture on this where you can sit back and see that. The basic idea, though, is that now, since Christianity is kind of like a daughter religion to Judaism, it's kind of like a breakaway minion that went viral and became a massively successful religion. There's a certain amount of tension that comes not from the normal intercourse or fissure between two peoples, but rather the kind of birth pangs of a new religion out of the old. And there will be tensions between the mother and the daughter, so to speak, of those two religions. So early Christian anti-Judaism is basically represented as a kind of a theological dispute, a dispute between a rabbi and a priest over what is the correct way to worship God. It certainly does not have the same kind of violent character that will appear in the Middle Ages, although there are exceptions to that rule. There are some really nasty things stated by St. John Chrysostom, for example, and others. But if you look at these images here, in the center, you have a classic rendition of this way of thinking. None of these images date from the earliest periods, but they are, most of them are come hundreds of years later, but they really illustrate these attitudes. We don't have much artwork depicting it earlier. These are the Ecclesia et Synagoga sculptures or paintings or stained glass windows, which represent the church versus the synagogue. On the left is always the church, and she has an upright staff, she's crowned, she's got a straight posture, and so on. And on the right is representation of the synagogue, falling away from the law in an act of in a posture of decline, a broken staff, sometimes holding the tablets of the law upside down, meaning she's losing her Judaism, and of course she's usually blindfolded, meaning she can't perceive the truth of Christianity. So this is kind of like more specifically directed at Jews. It wouldn't make sense if this was, let's say, Japanese and Koreans. It has to be Christians and Jews specifically. And it repeats itself literally hundreds of times throughout Europe. Here's another example, a little bit more crude. You can see the crown falling off the head of the synagogue. This one here, a little more interesting, I think, but the blindfold is really very clearly depicted there. And she's holding the tablets of the law upright. And here's a really nasty one, 14th century German stained glass window. And on the left, you see a church doing really well. The upright staff riding a tetramorph or a mythic beast, and a hand comes down from heaven and crowns the church, indicating pretty obvious signal of divine approval. But on the right, synagogue are not doing so well, riding some kind of donkey or mule, obviously not with the same connotations of Jesus riding a donkey, holding onto the severed ram's head, which refers to the sacrificial law. The crown is being knocked off the head, blindfold, the broken staff, and in case you missed the point here, there is a sword descending from heaven into the top of the skull of synagogue. Once again, a very clear signal of divine disapproval. So this is kind of like a little more violent representation of it. It overlaps with the medieval period because it comes from the 14th century, but the notion is that it's still essentially a theological dispute at its core. Things change a lot in the medieval period, and we're going to talk a lot more about this, so I'm going to skip past it. And just to catch you up with where we are right now, modern anti-Semitism really dates from the 19th century onward. That's why, by the way, the term anti-Semitism was coined. In the 19th century, the term that was au courant in Germany Germany was Judenfeinde or Judenhass, which meant Jew hatred. It was kind of like a rude term, a vulgar term. So Wilhelm Marr, a writer in the 1880s, coined this term anti-Semitism, which means I'm not a Jew hater. I hate the Semitic philosophy, by which he means obviously Jewish philosophy, whatever that is, and that's where we get the term anti-Semitism. It's more appropriately spelled without a hyphen, because there is no such thing as Semitism that one could be anti. At any rate, here's a couple of representations of modern anti-Semitic thought, which basically comprises two main themes, none of which is religious. One of the big shifts with the modern period is that religion is kind of shunted aside, and it's no longer relevant to the same degree it was in the medieval or the early Christian era, and now anti-Semitism is a secular phenomenon, and also a much more dangerous phenomenon, as anti-Semitism leaves behind its religious roots. The violent correlation is inescapable. Anyways, here we go. This is a Nazi representation of the Jewish peril, and you can see the idea here of the Jew as a kind of an ugly tarantula creature, and you can see the disfigured physiognomy, which is typical of racist representations of Jews. They always have the heavy nose and the jowls and things like that. And the tarantula with its web reaching all over the globe is indicative of the theory conspiracy. Conspiracy theory, right? Here's an interesting example from Saudi Arabia with an octopus, again, the tentacles reaching out everywhere, controlling media, finance, stuff like that. Here's a 1977 British edition, and you can see once again the snake image, right? Because the snake reaches out over everything, encompasses the globe. In case the heavy nose and jowls and yarmulke were not enough to tip you off, the snake has the Stars of David all the way around, so you can tell, well, this is in fact a Jewish snake that's represented here. And here's one of my favorites. This is a great one. Mexico, 1930. The invisible world government, the Jewish program to subjugate the globe. And you can see the heavy kind of capitalist representation of Jew with big nose and jowls, the yarmulke, the watch fob with the little dollar sign, and of course he's with his claw-like hands.
And here's the thing, though, it's not just an anomaly
I don't know.
from being
but that you get the idea, right? So that's modern anti-Semitism. Now we have to get back to the nastiness of medieval anti-Semitism. And there are four basic elements that are especially pronounced in the medieval period, by which I mean, by the way, for this context, really the High Middle Ages till about 1700. That's kind of not the standard definition of Middle Ages for other purposes, but in terms of the history of anti-Semitism, this is basically what works. In the 12th century, you get the development of this idea of ritual murder. It has some, antecedents, but the basic idea is that a child is somehow lured by a Jew for nefarious purposes. This is a theme, the alleged pedophilia that will penetrate very deeply into the Nazi period. And then that child is then set up for some kind of mock crucifixion and killed in the process. Again, let me reiterate that these things did not happen. I mean, Jews did, God forbid, never did anything like this. There were, however, occasions where children, like, today, God forbid, we have such terrible things where children are occasionally kidnapped and murdered. God forbid it should not happen to any of us. But it is and people want a solution. They want some kind of reason. They want to know how could such horrible thing happen. And the Jews were often a scapegoat where they were accused of doing these things. And the Jewish communities throughout Europe suffered greatly as a result of these false charges. Why would Jews want to do this? Well, the idea was, if the Jews were originally responsible for the death of Jesus, which is also not true, please have a look at my lecture on Judaism and the Origins of Christianity, where I discuss the charge of deicide in a little more detail, then perhaps they want to do it again vicariously. And what better victim to represent Jesus than an innocent child? So the argument goes, and anti-Semitism has kind of like a bizarre but internal logic that allows it to somehow hold together and make sense to its practitioners. Jews wanted to reenact the crucifixion, the passion, through this act of ritual murder. It then devolves into an even nastier form of charge against the Jews. Once again, a totally false charge known as the blood libel, or in Hebrew, alilat dam. And the argument in the blood libel is that not only do the Jews want to re-crucify an innocent victim, like Jesus was crucified, they also want to take his blood for all kinds of crazy reasons. There was this argument that Jews had an unusual odor, and the only deodorant that would take care of it was Christian blood. The blood was used as a kind of a what's that word again?
And it's looking at them with human eyes. This exchange goes back and forth where they're studying it.
Well, hopefully, I like to do these things in one take. Aphrodisiac. There you go, aphrodisiac. I knew I would get it. The blood was an aphrodisiac. It was assisting in, pregnancies, things like that. There was even an argument that Jewish men menstruated. And since this was the age before the iron pills, they had to take this blood to replenish their lost iron. Pretty bizarre things. But anyway, here's a representation of the murder of Simon of Trent. You can see there's a young Christian child here, and he's being surrounded by Jews. You can tell they're Jews because they have little round ruel on their clothing, which was a mark that Jews were required to wear in many parts of Europe after 1215. And they're torturing him. They're trying to put in the same wounds that Jesus suffered in his side, so on, and they're also performing a circumcision and collecting the blood, which they will then use. Oh, of course, obviously, I forgot that there was arguments that Jews used the blood for the Passover matzah or for the wine used at the Passover Seder. Note also that Passover always occurs around the time of Easter, which is the Christian celebration of the crucifixion of Jesus, and so therefore all these things come together seasonally, and there's typically the same kind of violence against Jews following these kinds of charges throughout much of the Middle Ages. You can see on the left there is a woman there, and she's bringing in all kinds of torture devices and so on to help out with this. Very nasty, but it gets worse. One of the major ideas that was circulating in the Christian world in the 13th century onward was the notion of communion and the idea of the host, which is essentially a wafer, and the Orthodox Church is a cube of bread, and it represented the body of Jesus, which I'm certainly no expert in these things, but Christians would go through the confession rituals and so on, and then they would be able to take communion, which involved the consumption of this wafer, which represented the body of Jesus. So the argument went, if the wafer was actually the body of Jesus, and you want to say, here's the strange logic of anti-Semitism, that Jews want to, crucify Jesus and torture him, then doesn't it also make sense that Jews would also want to torture the host as well? And that's what this wafer was called. So we have all kinds of crazy stories circulating after the 13th century that Jews were engaged in this. And by the way, of course, the fact that these stories circulated only served to support the argument that the wafer was in fact the body of Jesus, because if it wasn't, why would the Jews allegedly want to torture it? Here's an example of Jews with a very large wafer that they're poking with these kind of sharp things, and it's bleeding. Here is one of my personal favorites. I mean, it's kind of bizarre that I have these things as favorites. Those I do with my spare time. But this is, I believe, from the German town of Posen. And it's a broadsheet that actually shows in a cartoon fashion, step by step, how a charge of host desecration would arise. Let's look at it a little closely. So starting on the left, there's a Christian who's gone into a church, and he is stealing the wafers. You can see he's scooping them up into his bag. He then, in the second panel, brings them to the Jews. You can see the ruel on their clothes. Indicating they are Jews, and he offers the wafers, which they then exchange for money. They take it to their synagogue, and on the right-hand panel, you can see they torture it, and miraculously the host flees. You can see the 10 tablets of the 10 commandments there in the artist's imagination of what Hebrew letters look like. However, the police sensing something is wrong, come to the door in the left panel here, while the Jews try to get rid of the evidence, which they do in the second panel by throwing it into the furnace. Amazingly, looking into the furnace, they see the image of a small child, and doves fly out, which are caught by angels, all representations of the miracles associated with the host. Then the angered Christians break in, they arrest the Jews. And on the right panel, some of them are beheaded. You can notice that the Jew on his knee there is wearing the Judenhood, also a mandated article of clothing in many areas of medieval Europe. It later evolved into the witch's cap and the dunce cap, but it was associated originally with Jews. And then finally, on the left, you see there's horrible tortures taking place with the Jews, and they're set on fire. And then in the third panel, the Christian himself is taken off, tortured, and punished. And then on the right-hand side, you can see that the synagogue is rededicated as a church. So that's kind of like how these blood libels and post-desecration food work. Again, please understand, this is a video, and I don't want you to walk away with the wrong message. Jews did not do these crazy things, but they were often charged with it falsely, and violence was frequently the end result. Here's one last image of the host desecration. Is one of my favorites. This is a brilliant book by Nina Rubin on this topic, and she uses this illustration there. You can see the father here, the aged patriarch. He's torturing the host, is bleeding there. The mother is saying "Oy vey's mir," like because she's shocked because her rather adult-looking son, kind of a creepy picture, for lots of reasons. But the adult-looking son is saying, "Mommy, mommy, my brother, whom your father threw in the cauldron for suggesting he wanted to become a Christian, is now rising up out of the cauldron like that." And that's also part of a cycle of stories that was prevalent in medieval period. Very nasty stuff, but wait, finally, one of the last representations of medieval anti-Semitism is the so-called Judenzaal. Fascinating, totally grotesque idea. It means literally the Jewish pig. And it is a bizarre evolution or devolution of a judicial device that was employed in certain parts of Germany to punish minor offenders with caricatures drawn of them. And they're often, and these caricatures would be drawn and posted, and that was kind of like a punishment for various minor crimes. They were often drawn in these caricatures as consorting with pigs in one way or another, and they were often labeled as Jews as a kind of a mocking device. And later, as that judicial device went into disuse, the whole idea of the association between Jews and pigs nevertheless maintained its status. So here's, for example, an image that has many of the common elements in the Judenzaal. You can see that there are 4 Jews involved in various activities. Once again, right in the center of the back to the 2 middle Jews, you see the Ruel, the Jewish badge, and the figures on the outside. You can see the Judenhood, and they're inspecting the anuses of the cow, the sow, and drinking its milk and so on. Here in this image, which is more typical, you see the elements of the devil being involved. You see on the right-hand side the devil with his horns, also wearing the Ruel, is actively assisting Jews in eating the excrement from the pig. You see there's a woman in the background, and she's also holding the ram's head, which we saw in a different image earlier for similar reasons, though. And on the top, there's a victim of the blood libel. Here's one more image from Frankfurt. Same kind of thing. You see the themes reiterated over and over again with minor variations based on artistic license. So, if we take this all as a whole, I think the most important message about this third period of anti-Semitism, I really should have said earlier, is that it goes from starting with the first level, you have the xenophobia, which can be expressed in violence. I mean, I'm not diminishing the violence, just the nature of the ideology behind the activity is basically a natural human conflict, no matter how severe it may erupt into violence or warfare. And then it goes into specifically a dispute between the daughter religion of Christianity and the mother religion of Judaism, which can express itself with violence, but for the most part, it's basically a theological argument. And then when you get to the 12th century, suddenly anti-Semitism goes off the rails, and it becomes really pathological with lots of bizarre things like the Jews need to drink blood and kill children, and none of this was present in the earlier and early Christian anti-Judaism. When we get to the modern period, specifically the 19th century and onward, people stop believing these kinds of crazy things, but they still want to have an antipathy to Jews, so they have to justify it in a different way. They do that primarily through racism and conspiracy theories. We will unfortunately have to talk about that in another lecture later on. But for the time being, I'm sorry that I had to expose you to these kinds of images, and hope that you found them enlightening, and hopefully we can keep all of this stuff clearly in the history of humanity and not have to deal with it in the future. Thank you for watching.
So he looks at it, and what it is another red Chinese looking onion. And he opens it up, and guess what's inside?
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. You may notice the surroundings are a little different because we're moving things around on this campus, and I'm in a different office altogether. Not entirely sure how much I like it. I got no window and things like that. I have a strange light switch behind me, but you'll deal with it. So today's topic is going to be what I like to call incipient revival and divergence. Basically, I want to talk about the 16th century, and I want to identify 3 specific aspects of Jewish history in the 16th century that are really important for understanding modern Jewish history. So let's go straight to them. Those 3 features of the 16th century, and now we're talking about broad kind of things, are, first of all, we're dealing with some very important changes in Jewish demography. The distribution of the Jewish population, their concentration, their ethnic makeup, a lot of things change over the 16th century and onward, and so that's the first important feature. Second, the influence of disruptive technology, which is something I'm really keen on lately because we're living in the same kind of period now with the influence of the internet. And you wouldn't be watching this if it were not for the fact of the disruptive technology that the internet represents. And what does that mean for our society? It's changing dramatically even as we sit. Well, it's just changed. Wow, it's so strange. I don't know why I enjoy talking to myself like this, but let's keep going. Okay, and third, more traditionally, the influence of the phenomenal Sfat circle or Safed circle of Jewish intellectuals that were very active in the 16th century and have a tremendous impact on contemporary thought as well. I myself just released a book on one of the figures of this circle, so I feel very close to that period. Okay, let's go to the first major issue. Shifting demographics. Okay, let's have a look at this map here. Well, here, in a sentence, what's going on? 2 major things happen that shift the bulk of the Jewish population in a very significant way. The first is the incredibly dramatic impact of the Spanish and then later Portuguese expulsions that drive the Jews out of the Iberian Peninsula and primarily across the coast of North Africa into places like the Ottoman Empire. That's a huge shift, and it's really important to understand how that affected the way Jews thought of themselves and their world. And the second shift, which is ultimately going to be even more important, is the movement of Ashkenazic Jews from the traditional homeland of the Rhineland, northern Germany, let's say, moving towards the east. These are 2 very important factors that represent major incipient changes in the Jewish population as a whole. Now, Jews are no stranger to expulsions, but the pace picks up significantly over the course of the 15th and 16th century. If you look at this map here, this is a map which shows the gradual spread of the bubonic plague, which sort of begins in the central Mediterranean region and then then spreads northward from 1347 on. Jews suffered tremendously during the Black Plague, not only physically. There's no evidence to indicate that they suffered any less than general populations. In fact, there is some evidence to argue that perhaps they suffered even more because they were primarily living in urban or semi-urban environments where contagion could spread much more easily. But be that as it may, the relevant factor here is that as the peasants tried to deal with the overwhelming impact of the Black Death in 1347, and they're looking for reasons why did this horrible plague come upon us, unfortunately, Jews constitute a very traditional go-to excuse for anything bad that happens, which reminds me of a joke. Should I tell them in this series? Oh, I'll tell you very quickly because I can't help it. So the joke goes like this. There's a big lineup outside a cucumber store in the former Soviet Union. I heard this when I was doing research back in the day. And there's all kinds of nationalities there. So the Soviet Union was made up of many different nationalities. And they're all waiting to buy the cucumbers, and then the cucumber salesman opens up the window and says, we just learned there are going to be less cucumbers than we expected. All Jews go home. So, what can they do? They just pick up, they leave the line, they go home. And everyone's waiting in line, and a few minutes later, he opens up the door again and says, we just heard that some of the trucks broke down on the way here. We will have less cucumbers than expected. So all Uzbeks, Tatars, Ukrainians, Lithuanians leave the line and go home. So what can they do? All these other, often non-titular nationalities, not as quite as high status, they have to leave the line and they go home. Finally, there's only pure Soviet citizens there, really devoted, followers of Stalin and everything, are standing in line. And the cucumber guy opens up the door and he says, we just learned that the last trucks were taken over by the mafia. There are no cucumbers arriving today. Everybody go home. So Ivan turns to Petro and says, you see, the Jews get all the breaks. Anyways, so the Jews suffered quite a bit in the 14th century as the Black Death swept through the region, and the Europeans got a taste for expelling Jews. It often had economic implications as well. Watch the video on Jews in the medieval economy, you'll get some sense of that. But more significantly, if you look at the larger map here on the right-hand side of your screen, you'll see that the red line, which I've added to the map here, shows the large phenomenon of Jews leaving the Iberian Peninsula and finding new homes in Italy, in Greece, particularly in Salonika, and especially in the Ottoman Empire. In Istanbul, Constantinople, those are regions where Jews were felt to be more welcomed at the time. Many of these regions were under Muslim rule, and the Muslims welcomed the Jews because of their potential economic contribution to the societies and so on. But it represented a tremendous end of an era. And what you have to do is think about in the 15th century how Jews really regarded themselves as sort of a post-Holocaust generation, much like we in the later half of the 20th and into the 21st century are still reeling from the incredible demographic assault of the Nazis on the Jews of Europe. The Jews of the 15th century were reeling, trying to understand what could it mean that the golden age of Spain came to such an abrupt and hateful end with the expulsions at the end of the 15th century. So it's not just a shift of population, it's not just a migration for economic reasons, it's an uprooting, it's a destruction of a civilization that then had to be replanted elsewhere. It's also important to note in this regard that there are a lot of Jews who are actually heading to the west, not to the east. It's not necessarily for our discussion today, but many Jews chose to go to the New World, to what would become Brazil, Curacao, and eventually New Amsterdam, New York. These are really the later ripple effects of the expulsion. And finally, we should also mention a smaller note. Many Jews chose to leave Spain and Portugal for Northern Europe, particularly the Netherlands, Amsterdam, as being more liberal climates where Jews could practice their faith with less fear of molestation. So that's one really important about the demographics is that the huge population of Spain was totally destroyed and was spread out throughout the region. One last detail before I forget. Of course, there were crypto Jews, Jews who chose to mask their Jewish sensibilities and identities under a Christian guise, sometimes called Marranos, which is inherently a derogatory term. And their history is also fascinating, but not necessarily for our topic today. So the second major element of the shift in demographic is what you can see there in the blue line on the top of the map, which shows the Jews in Western Europe making their way to Eastern Europe, particularly Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, and those regions, the Baltics. This was for two basic reasons. One, increasing levels of anti-Semitism in Western Europe, based on factors we discussed in earlier videos. And secondly, very significantly, the attraction to these new economic zones, where much of the economy was very poorly developed, and there was tremendous opportunity for Jews if they moved towards the east to become arrendators, land lessors or lessees. I'm not sure which one. They were like middlemen for landlords owning large tracts of land called latifundia, tax farming, all kinds of things like that. So the shift in demographics means a lot in this context as well, because we're going to see that this population is actually going to grow significantly over the next few centuries, meaning that the Yiddish language is going to expand tremendously as well, because Yiddish is basically, as Billy Crystal once put it, German with phlegm. But basically, it's a medieval German dialect written with Hebrew letters with a tremendous number of borrowed words from many other languages. So Yiddish becomes the lingua franca of the largest group of Jews ever in history by the time we get to the end of the 19th century. Okay, so that's the first major point, shifting demographics. Let's look at the second, disruptive technology. Okay, so what is this technology that's changing everything? What do I mean by disruptive? This is kind of like a business term that's used frequently nowadays. This is when someone invents something that changes the way we do business. And in this case, it changed much of our society as a whole. The invention, of course, I'm talking about the printing press, invented by Gutenberg in the 15th century. This basically took the world from a manuscript culture in which you had to have monks who were painstakingly copying out line after line of written text and then circulating them one copy at a time, which was an incredibly expensive and difficult endeavor, which meant that actual books were very hard to come by, and you would only see them with great rarity. This kind of like a Torah scroll today is an incredibly valuable and expensive thing to procure, and would generally only be purchased communally. Only exceptional individuals would own their own Torah scroll, even though it is actually a commandment by the Jewish count that every person must write their own Torah scroll. And he's getting off topic. The Jews seized on this technology fairly early, particularly the Sonsino family in Italy, who started producing these amazingly high-quality, beautiful works. This is, for example, a beautiful page, the first page of their Bible, the book of Genesis, and you can see how it's very beautifully illuminated with multiple colors, much like a manuscript would have been illuminated, and they're trying to absorb that aesthetic into a printed text, and later they would, of course, abandon it because the cost was not necessarily the driving factor behind the profit. But nevertheless, you can see some absolutely gorgeous work. Later, particularly with the Talmud, this was expanded on by a Christian printer named von Bomberg, who printed an entire set of Talmud that was not necessarily as high quality as what the Sonsinos were producing, but it was complete, and it was produced in a fairly quick fashion, and it rapidly essentially put the Sonsino family out of business because this new Talmud was one that could be circulated with some standardization throughout the period. Now, think back for a second now. What does this mean? Why is this so disruptive? Tremendously disruptive, because all of a sudden it means that populations move from the hierarchy of those who possess the text to a more democratic sense of, well, of course, we all possess the text. It becomes cheap enough that everyone can own it, and or at least large groups of people can own significant numbers of manuscripts. All of a sudden, information literacy becomes populist, becomes available to so many people, and not only the access to existing information, the creation and dissemination of new information is also possible. So brand new ideas that maybe never would have had the kind of institutional support to allow them to make multiple copies of a manuscript to later influence larger groups of people, all of a sudden it's like blogging. You just write a few ideas down on your computer and bang, it's out there for like 2 billion people to read within moments. So it's a tremendous change, the shift from this manuscript culture to a written culture. And at the end of this lecture, I'll just outline a couple of ways in which that had an impact that we feel to the present day. But let's go on to the third major element of the 16th century that I want to talk about, and that is specifically the amazing Safed Center. So what's going on? Safed is this town in northern Israel, Tzfat in Hebrew, or Tzfas. It's in the Galil, very beautiful area, very rolling hills, as you can see in this photograph here. And it basically was a nothing town until the 16th century. And in the early 16th century, the Ottoman Empire took it over, and they put in place some new tax laws that made it really advantageous for people to settle there, particularly in the textile industries and so on. So it was a multicultural population, but with a lot of Jews suddenly congregating in there. And if you think back to the expulsions of the Iberian Peninsula, obviously a lot of the Jews who had fled Spain and Portugal made their way to Tzfat. And what seemed to happen there in the beginning of the 16th century was there was a collection of absolutely brilliant minds, a collection that rarely happens in Jewish history. And so within the space of about 50 years, you have an explosion of Jewish creativity that was expressed in so many different ways. At the center of it, you have people like Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, the author of the Chadodi prayer, a very noted Kabbalist, who together with his student, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, would go out wandering the hills around Tzfat and would mystically sense the presence of graves of tzaddikim from earlier generations, and they would engage in mystical exercises and meditations, and then those places that they identified would become sort of like spiritual tourism destinations that would attract still more Jews there. You also have people like none other than Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who's living in Tzfat now, and he's active in the Beit Din there. You have people like Rabbi Yaakov Beirav, who was a brilliant rabbi who said, we have so many brilliant minds here in Tzfat, we could actually reinstitute the smicha, meaning the ordination that originally Moses gave to Joshua, and then Joshua to his students on until it was lost sometime in the period of the diaspora. He said we could reinstitute it right here. We could all agree that we're the most brilliant rabbis of the world, which is most likely the case. So let's all give each other smicha, and then let's pass it on. This movement didn't gather a lot of force, although it gives you a sense of what's going on there. And finally, of course, the incredible Arizal, who you can see his grave is actually not in this picture. Sorry, I should have put it to you. The Alkabetz is on the right, and the Ramak, his student, is on the left. The Ramak is the author of the phenomenal Tomer Dvorah, which I translated and published under the title of Kabbalah of Forgiveness, and also one of the great systematizers of Kabbalah. He took the wide range of writings in the Zohar and other places, and he kind of made a system out of them that you can actually comprehend without falling into some kind of mystical trance to understand it. At least that's what they say. I still don't understand it, but nevertheless, the Arizal, the great Rabbi Isaac Luria, left Egypt and came to study under the Ramak, under his system. And although they studied together for only a period of a few months before the Ramak died of a plague, the Arizal went on to eclipse his fame and to become certainly the single most important Kabbalist of the early modern period. So this is all happening in Tzfat. You have the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. You have these world-altering Kabbalist writing, and you have, this idea of social change. Maybe we should reinstitute smicha, new models of leadership. It's all happening in Sfat. Now, if we bring these three things together, I think we can make a few sort of generalizations as to why these fit together and are very important for understanding modern Jewish history. So first of all, shifting demographics. Well, the Jewish world is changing dramatically. The Sephardic population, dominated by the scholarship in Spain that had its heyday a couple hundred years earlier, is now clearly on the wane. Their base in the Iberian Peninsula is destroyed, and although there are still very strong expressions of Sephardic Judaism in Northern Africa and the Ottoman Empire, it's definitely declining. Population-wise, the Ashkenazim grow, and they themselves begin to move towards the east. And ultimately, they will overtake the Sephardim in terms of population numbers, and become the dominant political organization of Jews as well into the 20th century. Ladino and other Sephardic languages decline, but Ashkenazic, the Germanic language, becomes the most important language of the Jews in terms of their vernacular. Second, and related to this, the disruptive technology of printing changes the way Jews look at themselves, look at the Torah, look at their rabbis, and ultimately create some tectonic shifts that alters the Jewish world phenomenally. The textual tradition becomes reified, which means to be made concrete, and that has like a good side and a bad side. It's a good thing in that, here it is. It's reliable. This is exactly what's the halacha. This is the halacha. It's shriven. It's written right here what you have to do, and so on. That's great. But on the other hand, by setting it down in black and white in print, all of the other oral traditions lose their impact. Now, some of those oral traditions could have been plainly wrong. Like, for example, how much wine does it take to make Kiddush? How much wine do you have to say the prayer sanctifying the Sabbath and so on? So all of a sudden we have a machloket, we have a controversy because, we've lost the sense of these sizes, something that before the Shulchan Aruch, maybe quite a bit before, people would kind of pick up a cup and say, well, yeah, that looks like about right there. And I would say, no, that's not big enough. My Zayda used to have a much bigger cup. So there's like a whole discussion, which ultimately becomes reified in what does it say in the text. That's what we're going to follow. In fact, one of the reasons why there was such an objection in some circles to the Ramah's writing, the Ramah, Rabbi Moshe Isserles wrote in a very important commentary on Rabbi Yosef Karo's Code of Jewish Law. Code of Jewish Law is called the Shulchan Aruch, the set table. The Ramah's super commentary is called the Mapa, or the table Klumah. So some Ashkenazi community says, who is this Polish guy, Rabbi Isserles, telling us how to do it here in Germany? We don't do it like that, but the German rabbis were absolutely correct that because the Ramah came out with his commentary, then even German Jewish students studying it for hundreds of years later would be inclined to go with what the text says. So Judaism, in some ways, halachically becomes much more focused on what is the text, even when there may be areas where, according to family traditions, right or wrong, that's another big debate there, but according to family tradition, it might change all things. I'll give you another example, Chevra Kadishas. So in America, there's one base. I mean, I've served the privilege. It's a sad privilege, but I have the sad privilege of serving on many different Chevra Kadishas as I moved around with my academic career. And there's one particular ritual that is pretty much standard. And if you look at the halachic literature, you see that we do a lot of things in America. We skip over things that were done in Europe all the time. We do extra things that were not done in Europe, and there's a whole bunch of details that are just not present in our tradition. Why is that? Well, my humble thinking is because there was one particular Chevra Kadisha, I think it was in Chicago, that was the first one to actually write it down in English. So as soon as they wrote down their customs in English, so lots of other Jewish communities saying, well, what are we supposed to do? Oh, there's a pamphlet. Check it out. Here it is. So that becomes the Minhag America, the American custom that essentially means we lose a lot of other regional customs. Okay, so that's one of the things that happens with this disruptive technology of printing. Another thing is, because everybody can do it, all of a sudden, copyright law becomes challenged, and like, who's to say a person can't print something that's against Torah? Oh my gosh, Chas v'shalom, all of a sudden, the huge threshold of cost that would be represented by hiring a manuscript copyist to write out your heretical writings is disappeared, because now basically if you get a certain amount of capital, you can print it yourself. And so all kinds of ideas that would not have seen the light of day in print, or manuscript I should say, with printing, all of a sudden it's fair game. Everybody can put their stuff out there. So we see the thought of people like Spinoza and so on that suddenly becomes circulating as a result of this disruptive technology. So the religious diversity that will expand and come to a crisis point in the 19th century has its origins really in the 15th century. And finally, the spot circle, this amazing nuclear strength activity that was going on in North Israel for a very, very brief period of time, only a few decades, then it was all over, has tremendous ripple effects. It represents a revival of Kabbalah in a very, very powerful way. Kabbalah, of course, is a very ancient study of Jewish text that goes all the way back to the biblical period, but much of it was completely inaccessible before Rabbi Moshe Cordovero wrote the Pardes Rimonim, and of course the Arizal and Priesthood, the Chaim Vital, popularized very dramatic understandings of the world of Tikkun and so on. So the study of Jewish mysticism becomes very, very prominent throughout Europe and has ripple effects on many movements that are not necessarily so closely related to the Jewish tradition. In particular, false messiahs like Shabtai Tzvi, heavily influenced by Kabbalah, and on the other side of the coin, definitely within the mainstream of Judaism, although it wasn't necessarily appreciated by all Jews in that sense in the 18th century, the Hasidic movement borrows very heavily on Lurianic Kabbalah, and was a result, therefore, is a tremendous amount of creativity in the 18th century as a result of what happens in the 15th. Wow, that was a very quick tour of this incipient revival, the beginnings of a new growth of ideas in the Jewish world, and at the same time divergence as a result of these three factors. And I hope you found this video useful, and I look forward to speaking to you again.
Yeah, I don't think we've actually really touched on that yet. So that might be new information. I can't remember if we talked about it. There is a house in Ellsworth in Washington, near where Mel says his hole is. Or one of them anyway, and the house has a tree in front of it. It was built in 1887 as a parsonage connected to a church, and there's a whalebone that now appears to be growing out of the tree. Well, so the idea is maybe it was leaned up against it a long time ago, and the tree grew.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, I mean,
well, our topic for today is what is modern Jewish history? And the goal is to try and figure out really the meaning of all three of those words, modern, Jewish, and history. I think we'll probably focus primarily on modern and Jewish. History is a tough one, but we'll try and do this in the space of about 20, 25 minutes or so, maybe even less. So here's an interesting, the picture that you've got in the background there is kind of interesting. It's a postcard from the turn of the 20th century. It was very popular at the time for Jews to send out these kinds of postcards, especially on Rosh Hashanah. Today, many people give out the high holiday cards, and it shows the American eagle on the left welcoming the Russian eagle, and underneath their counterparts are the well-to-do American Jews with their hands outstretched, reaching out to the dark, huddled masses of Russian Jews who are immigrating. This commemorates the waves of immigration that began in 1881 that we'll talk about in another topic. But this is welcoming the Jews from Eastern Europe to American shores. So too, this lecture is about welcoming modernity to Jewish history. So let's start by understanding these terms, ancient, medieval, and modern. They're often used when referring to history, but in reality, they're kind of strange terms, and they apply primarily to Western Christian history. Since most of our scholarly models in the Western world are dependent upon the European tradition, these terms make sense. They're not an exact fit for Jewish history and, of course, for other histories, Eastern history, for example, African history. But let's see how those terms work. So if we create a graph, and we say on the y-axis you have level of achievement, right? Meaning the heights of society. If you have culture and science and things like that, so higher is going to have more achievement, lower will have lower achievement. And then if you put an x-axis that measures time, so basically the traditional Christian European way of looking at history starts out in the ancient period, moves through medieval, and then goes into the modern period, and the scope of human achievement looks something like this. It kind of starts at a golden age in the ancient period. That's basically Greece and Rome. And then it sort of declines until there's a real break with the fall of Rome in the 5th century, and it goes into the Dark Ages, which is the medieval period. Medieval actually means between the periods, that is, between the ancient and the modern period, because what happens is there's a Renaissance, literally the period called the Renaissance, like in the 13th through the 15th centuries, and that begins to re-enervate or re-energize European society. And there's a growth of art and of science and all kinds of things till we get to the modern period. So that's basically the way Christian Europeans tended to look at history. A golden age in the past, which is Greece and Rome, then declining into the Middle Ages, which is very dark and people sleeping on top of dirt floors and huts and things like that, Conan the Barbarian kind of stuff. And then it comes up through the Renaissance into the modern period, which is the period that we live in today. Although for some purposes, many people call this the postmodern era. Not post, but I wonder if I can edit that out. No, let's just go one day. The postmodern period, we're not going to talk about that. It'll be very relevant to things like literature. Now, that's kind of Western European Christian history. What about Jewish history? So it looks something like this, where you've got like a 0, and then there's a huge rise right up to the top after, let's say, the flood. Got a huge rise that goes all the way up to the giving of the Torah. Way back in the ancient period when the Jews left Egypt and spent that time wandering in the desert. And then from that period, there is sort of a philosophical, slow but steady decline to the modern period. This is a concept known in Hebrew theology as Yeridat Hadorot, or the decline of the generations, which indicates that Jews slowly, as they get further and further away from that defining moment of Sinai, they begin to lose their spiritual sensitivity to God, their spiritual sensitivity to other human beings, and so on until we get to our kind of sad period. Now, this graph does not measure Jewish achievement. It measures, in the larger sense, it measures really Jewish spirituality. And this is a form of vision of the world that really applies primarily to traditional Orthodox thought as well. If we were to map out Jewish achievements in other areas, the graph would look different. But the point of this little exercise is to show you that this terminology of ancient, medieval, and modern doesn't really make a lot of sense for Jewish history. So if it doesn't make sense for Jewish history, then what exactly are we talking about? We have to talk about modernity. So if you see in the background here, this is a great film by Charlie Chaplin. He released it in the 1930s. It's called Modern Time. Here's Charlie Chaplin on the left. And what this video is showing us is an example of how the over-mechanization of the industrial era eventually causes Charlie Chaplin to lose his mind, and as we'll see in a minute, he's actually going to become part of the machine itself. He is going to be so taken over by the things that connote modernity that he will become crazy and modern itself. Let's just enjoy this for a second.
One of our own researchers found something that looks like a hole. Although it's a lost spring and it's right on the ridge, but it's further away than from where Mel said it was.
You see how he actually becomes part of the machine. This is a really famous scene.
And it's hard to run all that down without going in person. There's a great video summation and also a really good website. It's one of the better ones I found. Yes, one of my favorites here. And it's essentially a blog for this author named Christopher Hayden. And he's also dabbled in paranormal research. If he's out there listening, if somebody else... And
you see how now he identifies his entire personality simply with the action of tightening those nuts and bolts wherever he sees them. And it dramatically alters his way of dealing with anyone including and especially women.
Listed on his website. We're going to actually come back and talk about.
He sees, of course, the buttons on the back of her skirt, and that just makes him go crazy.
But there is also a YouTube video where he analyzes a lot of satellite imagery. He says, I've been doing this.
All right, so I think I'd better stop right now because it just gets funnier. But I encourage you to have a look at Charlie Chaplin, Modern Times, to get a sense of this.
It's a great video. It's only 8
Well,
minutes.
the point of that little video was to say something about modernity. What do we mean when we say modernity? I mean, a lot of people seem to think that modernity means things like, an iPhone and stuff like that. It does not. There's a lot more to that term, modernity, than simply technology. Let's look at some of the main elements of modernity. First of all, when is modernity? Well, for general modernity, it means for the world as a whole, it's usually dated as beginning from the 17th through the 18th centuries and extending into the 20th and even 21st century. But the beginnings of modernity really begin around the 17th, 18th century, and that's when you see a lot of the political developments, a lot of the social developments, and with industrialization, the technological developments. The kind of thinking that is associated with modernity is the general overwhelming of religious authority by scientific authority, the reliance on reason rather than revelation as the fundamental locus of truth. That means that prior to the modern period, when a person wanted to know whether or not something was true, they would go to a religious figure, like a priest or a minister or a rabbi. With modernity, people begin to look to other sources for truth. They look to professors, for example. Well, that's a mistake. They look to encyclopedias. They look to right up to our own day when you start Googling it to find out what is true. That's not necessarily a good example of reason over religion, but nevertheless, the trend is very clear that religion declines in modernity, and scientific reasoning becomes much more ascendant. In terms of technology, industrialization makes a huge change with modernity. Industrialization refers to the creation of factories for mass production of primarily consumer goods. This means that people become much more urbanized. The nature of women's roles in society changes dramatically because they are begin to be employed in the workplace, albeit at a much lesser rate of remuneration than men. But women's roles change dramatically. The way we relate to the environment has changed. With electrification, for example, people don't have to go to sleep, with sundown and rise with sunrise. So time changes. All kinds of things change with industrialization. And globalization is extremely important, right? Beginning in the end of the 15th century, you have the discovery of the Americas, and all of a sudden trade really booms between the continents of North America and South America and Europe and Africa. So the interconnectedness of society becomes especially important in the modern age. Popular sovereignty is extremely advanced during the period of modernity. Popular sovereignty basically means that the sovereign, the leader of a given country, is no longer the king. It is the people as a whole. So America, France with their democratic experiments, Haiti, places like that, that's also associated with modernity. Now, if we look at Jewish modernity by contrast, it's got a few different features. First of all, it's quite a bit later. The modern period in Jewish history, looking at a lot of the features that I've shown you on the left-hand side here, really takes place in the 19th and even the 20th centuries, particularly in places like the Russian Empire. One of the ways that science over religion is expressed in Jewish modernity, although it is expressed exactly the same way that there is among Jews the same kind of tendency of looking to science over religion, but specifically within the religiously affiliated Jewish community, there is the rise of denominationalism. We'll spend more time talking about this as we move into the course, but basically the so-called Altgläubiger, or the traditionally Orthodox Jews, that term was not coined until the 19th century, they begin to bifurcate, and you have the growth of what would later be called the Reform movement and the Conservative movement and things like that. Those are expressions of Jewish modernity. There are new economies for Jews which were not available to them before modernity. As Jews become emancipated, that is, they begin to get equal rights to non-Jews, they begin to penetrate areas of activity economically, socially, culturally, that they had never engaged in before, particularly in Europe. And this phenomenon is something that is related to modernity in a very significant way. And perhaps the most significant of all of these is the decline of traditional authority. The decline of the Kehillah structure that we spoke about in greater detail a while ago. You can go back and look at some of the earlier videos. With the decline of the Kehillah and the Beit Din, it becomes possible for Jews to really identify themselves as secular individuals and no longer even affiliate with the Jewish community, or in some cases affiliate and nevertheless ignore the dictates of community standards. This creates kind of a massive amount of fissures in the Jewish world, and as a result, the Jewish modernity is changed by the entire period. So if we want to look at the course of modern Jewish history, we could start really from the flourishing of these different phenomena in the 19th century, but it's useful to sort of take it back a couple hundred years and try to understand the antecedents for that change. And in that suggestion, we really have to look at a major seam in Jewish history, a huge rift in the progression of development of Jewish culture and community, and that would undoubtedly be the Spanish and Portuguese expulsions of the late 15th century. The Jews of Spain, the Iberian Peninsula in general, were extremely cultured and advanced, very well integrated into society. It was already past their golden age, and they were beginning to experience more and more persecution under the Spanish Inquisition. But the sudden and dramatic expulsion of this large population really had a huge impact on the Jewish psyche as a whole. When you look at this map, you can see how the Jews of Spain and Portugal made their way throughout the Mediterranean basin and up into Northern Europe as well, and they carried with them the memory of this dramatic change in their lifestyle and their situation, which had an impact on all of the communities that they visited and really shook the Jewish world. So we're going to start with the immediate aftermath of the Spanish and Portuguese expulsions, and we'll go in the next lecture into that period, and hopefully that will give us a good starting point to understand the gradual unfolding of modernity among the Jewish people. So that's it for this lecture. I hope you found it useful, and I look forward to speaking with you in the near future.
And again, there was a news special done by Como TV News in Seattle, KOMO. That aired on February 7th, and I think that was in 2012. So, like I said, over the decades, there's been a few news stories here and there regionally. So, but let's talk to the one scientist who bothered to take a look at this. There was at least one geologist who was captivated by the story of Mel's Hole, enough to go try and check it out for himself. And this fellow is a well-respected Washington State geologist named Jack Powell. Jack Powell, though, thinks he found a real, more normal hole.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another essential lecture in Jewish history. Today's a little different from most of the lectures because today I'll be speaking about something that I actually know something about, primarily because I spent a ridiculous amount of time researching the Jews of Eastern Europe for a book I wrote on the Jews of Ukraine, my PhD dissertation that was later published. So I crammed a ridiculous amount of information into my skull, and now I will dilute that into about 14 or 15 minutes, give or take, for the presentation today. Our task is to look at the Jews of Eastern Europe from their origins, and specifically looking at the big migrations that occurred after the Crusades up until about the 17th century, and then we'll look at some of the major developments up to the beginning of the Hasidic movement. Okay, so here we go. So if you look at the Prezi, you can see on this map here that there's a huge movement of Jews from the traditional Ashkenazi homeland in the Rhineland in Germany, and they're moving to the east in the really the 11th through the 17th centuries. It picks up significantly in 13th century onward, and they're eventually going to create the greatest, largest concentration of Jews in the world in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And there are basically two reasons why this migration occurred. The first reason is that there was a tremendous amount of anti-Semitism developing in Western Europe. The Crusades, particularly the massacres of 1096, were incredibly onerous for the Jewish population. The development of the blood libel, which was an outgrowth of the ritual murder charge that Jews somehow wanted to reenact the Passion, and then later the accretion of a new charge that the Jews wanted to drink the blood of their victims. This was getting absolutely outrageous. In the picture that you see before you here, this is a little bit later depiction in the 17th century, but it's the so-called Judensau, the Jewish pig, in which you see several Jewish figures. They're so labeled by the ruel, the round symbol representing the coins that Judas received for betraying Jesus. So the viewer of this image would know right away that these are Jews we're speaking about, and there are Jews engaged in a whole bunch of nasty acts with a pig. A Jewish woman looks on in the background, and perhaps more significantly, the devil himself assists the Jews with these practices. And on the top, you see there's a representation of a victim of the blood libel, a child that's murdered with the various tools of torture surrounding him. So, in a nutshell, the Jews were feeling distinctly unwelcome in Western Europe from the 13th through the 16th centuries. You add to that fact the idea that the Jews were welcomed and in fact even invited into Eastern Europe, primarily to develop the very rudimentary economies that were occurring in Poland, Lithuania. At that time, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was still basically operating with a barter-style economy. They didn't have a very advanced system of cash and currency, and no systems of credit, especially at the smaller levels. And so there was a desire to bring the Jews in order to kind of seize the economy and get it going, something that they had done significantly in Western Europe, and the hope was that they would do the same in Eastern Europe. To facilitate this end, the Poles offered the Jews something called Magdeburg or Magdeburg law, which is essentially a kind of a charter that entire Jewish communities would be granted if they agreed to move to a particular town or residence within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. They would have all kinds of rights that they could stipulate and argue for early on, like, for example, the right to distill an alcohol, to produce it as a monopoly. This is something called propinatia. The right to, regulate what kind of trades are practiced within a particular town. All kinds of specific, in some cases, even the right to defend themselves, to set up walls if necessary. All kinds of interesting sort of perks that the Jews found very attractive, so that they would come to these communities. When you combine that with the anti-Semitism they were experiencing in Western Europe, it looked like a no-brainer that Jews should go to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and in fact they did in huge numbers, and with a tremendous sense of security and relaxation, as it were. It was not a wealthy lifestyle, but it was a relatively secure lifestyle compared to the vagaries of Western Europe, where Jews, for example, were being expelled on multiple occasions, 3 times alone from France in the 14th century. So coming to this part of the world, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, made many Jews quit that Poland, which is the Yiddish term for Poland. Poland was actually an acronym for Polin. Here we will rest. Here we will spend the night in our sojourn. And that's really what Poland and Lithuania and Ukraine, the southern region, was for Jews for much of this period. The backbone of the economy was the so-called arenda system. And this was something that originally looked like a fantastic economic deal, but ultimately it had disastrous results. Basically, there was a triangular conflict going on here. The Jews formed one point in the triangle. Another point was formed by their overlords, the Polish nobility, who were primarily living in the northwest, in the cities of Poland, like Warsaw, Lublin, and so on. And the third point were the masses of Ukrainian peasants who were living on these large estates called latifundia. The Polish noblemen were loath to go all the way out to Ukraine and try to manage these large farms and all the people living there who were indentured as serfs. They're not quite slaves, but certainly not free either. They couldn't leave the land without permission. They couldn't marry without permission, all kinds of things like this. So what the Polish nobility did was they hired the Jews to be the leaseholders of these lands in a kind of tax farming scenario where Jews would be, managing all kinds of affairs in the region. Taxes on grain, tolls on bridges, all kinds of things in order to raise funds. The system worked in this way. The Polish nobility would stipulate a certain amount of revenue that they expected from their latifundia in a given period of time, let's say a year. The Jews would accept that figure, let's say it's 5,000 zloty, just to make up a number. And then what they would do is they would go and they would have to find all the ways that they could exact that sum from the Ukrainian peasants. And if they could exact more than 5,000 zloty, let's say they exacted 6 or 7,000 from the 5,000 zloty, then the difference would be the profit of the Jewish community. And this was essentially the backbone of the Jewish community's economy, although they did engage in a lot of other trades like, the needle trades, silversmithing, things like that. The essential aspect of the economy was this fundamentally exploitative relationship in which the Jews were charged with the task of exacting large amounts of money from the Ukrainian peasants. This did not endear the Jews to the peasants in the least. And in fact, a growing movement of rebellion began to simmer in Ukraine. This was led by a group of men known as the Cossacks, or Kozake in Ukrainian, Cossacks in English. These were sort of freebooters, kind of like Ukrainian Robin Hoods, who had often fled the entire system. Let's say they were serfs who ran away from their property and so on. And they created these sort of encampments in the rapids region of the Dnipro River, Zaporizhia. And they would spend much of their time, sort of raiding communities, taking the wealth from the Polish nobility, sometimes raiding Turkish lands, redeeming slaves, for example. Many Ukrainian children were taken as slaves. And they acquired a kind of a hero outlaw status within Ukrainian culture. For Jews, they were more like Hell's Angels. They were kind of like swooping in on their motorcycles with the tattoos and everything and wreaking havoc, because the Jews, of course, were essentially their class enemies. The Jews were not the architects of the economic system that oppressed them, but they certainly were part of that system. And so much of their anger against the Poles was vented on the Jews. We should overlap this with the fact that it was not only an economic conflict between the Poles and the Ukrainians. It was also a religious and a national conflict. The Poles were Catholic, the Ukrainians were Orthodox, Christian Orthodox, and there was a strong effort to try and Catholicize the Ukrainians. Similarly, the Poles speak a slightly different Slavic language written in Roman characters, Latin characters. The Ukrainians spoke a different dialect of a Slavic language, written later in Cyrillic characters. And, the Poles were trying to essentially elide the Ukrainians into their larger national religious group. And the Ukrainians resisted this and wanted to define themselves differently. So what ended up happening is in the year 1648, one of these leaders of these troops, a man named Bogdan Khmelnytsky, raised up a huge number of them to go on the march and attack the Polish Jewish communities throughout Ukraine, and in fact penetrated well into Poland. For over a year, the entire region was thrown into chaos, with tremendous devastation wreaked upon Poles and Jews in particular. The Jews suffered perhaps worse because they were located in Ukraine, running those latifundia, and so unlike the Poles, who were much further away, the Ukrainians were able to vent much of their anger on the Jews themselves. The total number of Jews killed was astronomical. Perhaps 50 to 60,000 Jews, an amazing number given the larger Jewish population there, and it had a phenomenal impact on the Jewish psyche, made its imprint on the liturgy and various other places. The movement eventually sort of petered out. The Ukrainians under Khmelnytsky decided they wanted to ally themselves with the Russians, which may have been a disastrous political move on its own, but at any rate, the Jews would not soon forget the devastation that was visited upon them as this peasant community rose up in protest. Shortly thereafter, the so-called Gezerat Tachvatat, which means the decree of 1648-49, the false messiah Shabbatai Tzvi appeared on the horizon and created a tremendous stir in Eastern Europe, as many Jews felt that finally, after the huge suffering that they had endured in the Khmelnytsky rebellion, now God had sent the Redeemer to the Jews, and they would all return back to Zion and enter into the Messianic age. This ended in a tremendous disaster as well, because Shabbatai Tzvi, who was somewhat mentally imbalanced, went to visit the Sultan to demand that he turn over Jerusalem, and the Sultan counter-offered by suggesting that he remove Shabbatai Tzvi's head, an unfelicitous development that he could choose to avoid should he convert to Islam, which in fact Shabbatai Tzvi did, and ultimately many of his followers decided to convert along with him. They are the so-called Dunne. These are Islamic followers of Shabbatai Tzvi who were descended from Jews, but many Jews simply gave up in disgust and disappointment, returning back to their homes in Eastern and in Western Europe. There are some critics of later developments of Eastern European history who say that this had a tremendous impact on the development of the Hasidic movement, which deserves a far greater treatment than we can afford in this short lecture. But basically, this was a very populist movement that began in the 18th century under the great Baal Shem Tov, a teacher with a very charismatic way and very suffused with Kabbalistic and very much suffused with Kabbalistic teachings. He reached out to the dispossessed Jewish masses who were still reeling from the impacts of the dual crises of first the Khmelnytsky rebellion and then Shabbatai Tzvi's demise. And the Hasidic movement gained a tremendous amount of strength and energy and swept through southern Poland and western Ukraine in particular. It met with a tremendous amount of opposition. By the way, this is a picture of the great Alter Rebbe, the first rabbi of the Lubavitch movement, also known as Chabad, very prominent in contemporary Jewish affairs today and throughout the world. But at any rate, moving on, the Hasidic innovations, many of which were challenging traditional norms, for example, different standards with regards to slaughter of animals for the kosher laws, different times of day for prayers. These met with tremendous opposition by the traditional Lithuanian community, which viewed this man, Rabbi Kramer, better known as the Vilna Gaon, as their leader, who felt that the Hasidic movement was ultimately contrary to the traditional norms of Judaism in a way that was completely unacceptable. A series of bans and counter-bans between the so-called opponents, or in Hebrew, mitznagdim, Ashkenazi pronunciation, misnagdim, or to our friends, the snags. The misnagdim opposed the Hasidim bitterly. The Hasidim returned that opposition in kind, and for much of the last quarter of the 18th century, there was a phenomenal amount of fighting going on between these groups. Ultimately, it was resolved once both groups realized that they faced a far greater threat from the Haskalah, a movement that was burgeoning in Western Europe, and we'll speak about that in the next essential lecture. And they came to a truce, a kind of a modus vivendi, which really has persisted to the current day. Okay, that's about it for Eastern Europe. A quick rush through this period. I hope you found this lecture useful, and I look forward to speaking with you in the next.
U.S. military base where, quote, alien activities occur. But that's not the end of it. But anyway, that's his connection, and he said he knew where the location was. Now, his real name is Gerald R. Osborne, who used the ceremonial name Red Elk. But instead of letting other people who
hello everyone. This kind of stuff, so today's topic is going to be on the Haskalah. We're going to talk about a movement that's extremely important for the development of modern Jewish identity, something I'm especially interested in this course. But let's get right to it, because this is an essential lesson and we want to boil everything down to the most concrete points possible. So first of all, What
He is a
is
member
the
of the
Haskalah?
Ioga
This is a
Society,
Hebrew
a
term.
contrarian
It's
group of
derived
Native
from the
Americans who
Hebrew
do
root
not follow the
sakal or
usual path of
sehel,
mankind.
meaning
Red
intelligence,
Elk is one of
and
the
it
12
is a
inner
translation
Ioga
of
members.
the
He is one of the 9
German
members
term
of the Red
of
Web
Bera,
Society
which
who are
means
working to
enlightenment.
bring
This is a movement
understanding
that
of
the
many
Enlightenment,
hidden
that is,
sacred teachings
that spread
to the
across
people of
Europe
Earth.
about
He is
50 to
also an
100
honorary
years
member
prior
of
to
the
the
Cherokee Nation's
Haskalah,
Twisted
and
Bear
Jews
Society.
really picked up
In
on it and
1973,
translated
Red
it
Elk went on a
into
69-day
Jewish
fast,
terms. And it has
taking
some
water,
specific
juices, and
elements
vitamins.
which are
Honored at the
really
49th day,
particularly
Red Elk began to
appropriate
express
for the
vision
Jewish
about the
community
future.
that distinguish it from
For
the
a little
Enlightenment
more
as
than
a
an
whole.
hour each day for 3
In
days,
generality,
Red Elk
however,
saw and
the
experienced
Enlightenment
future
was
that
a
he
reference
didn't want
to
to see. The east
greater
and west
emphasis
coasts of
on
America
reason
subside
as a
huge
source
meteor
of
strikes the
truth
Atlantic.
rather than religion, for example.
Unimaginably
So
great
there's a
earthquakes
decline
rip
of
the
religion
earth
in the
as
Enlightenment,
massive
more
volcanic
emphasis on
eruptions
science,
darken
more
the
emphasis
skies
on
and blacken the
popular
land.
sovereignty,
But these
ideas of
tribulations
democracy,
pale in
things like
comparison
that.
to what
America
soon
is very much a
follows as
child
the Earth's
of the
axis
Enlightenment,
flips
and
and
we'll see how it
ensuing
expresses
floods
itself
and
in
300-mile-per-hour
Jewish culture.
winds
I'll point out
savagely
just
destroy
now
buildings,
in
people,
passing, and then we'll have a
ecosystems,
slide
and
where we look at
entire
detail.
nations.
The
Red
Haskalah
Elk
is
believes that there
expressed
is
very
hope
differently
and that we
in
have time
Western
to
Europe
change and
than it
prepare.
is in
The
Eastern
first
Europe.
thing we
That
must
is the
change
Jews who
is
became
ourselves.
maskilim, that is
So,
those who adhere to the Haskalah, really took different
there's no
things
shortage
between
of
West
people
and
with that
East,
message
as
to
we shall
say.
see momentarily.
There is a short documentary.
The Haskalah is especially
done
associated
by
with this man,
University of
Moses
Washington
Mendelssohn, a
Communications
rather
Students.
amazing individual
him in it so you
who
can see
lived
him
in the 18th
talking.
century.
He's got some French
And
Bible, yes.
although he
The most
himself
recent one,
was
that was
strictly
a Carl T.
observant,
did
he somehow managed to cross the barrier to
and
become
featured
quite
his
famous in
comments.
general
He claims
German
his dad told
society
him
of
about
the
this
time.
thing around
Known
1969,
as the
and that it was
Illuminating
bottomless
Genius
then.
of
What's
Berlin,
bottomless?
he
Always
attracted a
bottomless.
wide following,
I
primarily
mean, your
of
bottomless hole is
liberal
not suddenly going to
non-Jews
bottom.
and
Well,
aspiring
this one, there's a
masculine, that
bottom, but
is,
it may
Jews
not
who
be
wish
what
to
you expect.
penetrate
I
the
don't know how
larger
that's
culture
gonna
of Germany
translate. I'm just
with
saying that,
his ideas.
yeah, dead cows and
He was
junk
an extremely
showed
controversial
somewhere, maybe.
figure in many
Yeah. Or
quarters.
maybe just out in the middle of
His
space,
translation
and, that's
of
a
the
good place
Chumash
if it goes
into
into
German was
a black
received
hole.
with
Okay,
great applause
song.
from
Well,
many Jews
just
in
a
the
couple
West
things
who
that
felt
you'd
that
be
it was
likely to know from
finally an
this
opportunity
website
for
called
Jews
Red
to
Elk.
apprehend German
Dot
thinking
50
properly,
webs,
because here they had a
50
text that was in
webs,
Hebrew
WEBS
that allowed them to really
Note to all,
experience
this is from
proper
his, own
vernacular
writing here.
German, whereas
All
Jews in
medicine
the East
people
felt that
I
it was
personally
a
know, all North and South
tremendous
America, have received the
transgression
same
to use
orders
the
as
Hebrew
the
text
12
in this
inner
manner,
Ioga
that it would open up the
You have 1
floodgates
year
of
to prepare.
assimilation. And in
As of
fact,
June
none
13th,
of
2007,
Mendelssohn's grandchildren
are
were
now
Jewish.
going
All
into
of them ended up
semi-retirement to
converting
prepare ourselves and our families
to Christianity in
will
one
lie
form or
ahead
another.
at the end of
And
that
in fact, his commentary
Use this
was
knowledge
burned.
as you
Nevertheless,
see fit.
he is sort of like the
That
central
was
figure
2007.
in
Yeah, it was
pushing forward the
2007.
Haskalah.
And another
And
note,
even though
just
he
a second,
himself
note to all,
maintained
I
that
do not
strictly
represent
German
any Indian
lifestyle,
nation. I
his
represent
followers
only
in the
the
second and
Ioga
third
Society.
generation of his
Our
intellectual
origins do not come
inheritors
from
were
man,
not
but
able
from the
to
Creator alone.
retain
In so
that,
doing, many
that sense
traditional
of, as
ways
we shall
are
see
stepped on.
if you look at
If
some of
anyone
the
has
longer
complaints,
lectures.
go to the Creator and
So
tell
what's
him.
very important about the
He will continue
Haskalah
to do
politically
what I
as
and
opposed
others
to
are
intellectually
So
is
he
the
has a
fact that
story
it was
though
related
that
very
yes, again,
closely
change your
to
ways
the
or
concept
bad
of
things will happen.
emancipation.
And again, that's not the
Emancipation was a
first.
term that
And
later
of course,
Jewish
he
historians
was an
borrowed
easy
from
target
American
for
culture,
ridicule.
somewhat
And for that
inappropriately.
story here.
Obviously, if you
Because he's
study
also
American
talked
history, you're
about
familiar with the
Bigfoot,
Emancipation
Thunderbirds,
Proclamation,
changes,
the freedom
reading on his
of the
passions here
African
from
American
coast to coast.
slaves.
That was
And the
September
Jews
15th,
wanted to kind of
2008,
hijack this term in English
2007,
language at any rate,
2005,
hijack
2003,
this term to
2002.
refer to
He's
the
been on like
granting of
6
equal
times, and
rights
he's
to
always
Jews in Europe.
got fascinating
Now,
and
the Jews were
startling
not
things to say.
slaves in Eastern
But
Europe,
down the
but they
bottom
were
of the hole,
subject
there
to a
are
large
lizard people,
variety of
reptilian race
disabilities.
down
They
there.
were considered
Some were in
non-citizens.
connection
Generally, they were
with
resident
US government,
aliens.
and some
And they had to endure all
that have
kinds
a
of
deal to
ritual
do their thing, but
humiliations,
also
like, for
to
example,
abuse and use
appearing
us
in the town
in
square
limited
once a
or
year, where the
unlimited
mayor of the town would
quantities and
slap
qualities,
the
and
chief
it is
of the
something that
Jewish
is
community
connected
across the
to
face, and
what
all kinds of
Terry
strange things like
lovely
like that. Discriminatory taxation and economic discrimination, various types of privileges were revoked or were not granted. For example, this is a picture of the Jews' oath, which is a 17th and earlier century phenomenon. Since Jews were considered broadly untrustworthy, should a Jew be required to present himself in court, in secular court, his oath was considered invalid unless through a ritual humiliation to indicate that he really did mean what he was saying. And Jews would, of course, strive to avoid this kind of humiliation. As you can see from the picture, he's got his shirt bared, his head is uncovered, he's made to stand barefoot on a pigskin and lay his hand on a Hebrew Bible before he takes his oath. So there are all kinds of these discriminatory impositions on Jews. All kinds of higher access to education was closed to them. Many professions were closed to them. And so Jews in Western Europe in particular really wanted to be emancipated and to be granted the kind of freedom that would allow them to express themselves politically, economically, socially, culturally, and so on. They finally got their chance in 1791, 2 years after the French Revolution, in which, with the toppling of the king, France suddenly became a dramatically transformed democracy. And as you can see in this post-colonial period, here are French citizens saying the indivisible unity of the Republic, in which they proclaim liberty, equality, and brotherhood or death. So if it meant liberty, equality, and brotherhood, then that surely must include the Jews. Now, when this came before the newly formed French Parliament, they hesitated a little bit, but by 1791, they had determined that, in fact, yes, the Jewish inhabitants of France were also to be considered French, and they were to be given equal rights. A tremendous milestone in the history of Jewish civilization, and as we shall see, it had a tremendous ripple effect throughout Europe. Of special interest is Napoleon's Sanhedrin. So, as I mentioned, in 1791, the Jews were given equal rights, but within a decade, there were a lot of complaints from non-Jews in the Alsace-Lorraine region bordering on Germany, saying that the Jews had taken these rights and had used them in an exploitative and unfair manner to oppress their non that they had come into competition. Obviously, this is an aspect of economic competition because Jews were suddenly allowed various professions and into various economic activities that previously been closed to them, and a lot of markets shifted as a result. So there was a certain amount of pushback on emancipation. Napoleon thought about the question, and ultimately he took a very bold, characteristically bold act. He summoned a Sanhedrin, meaning he tried to re-establish the grand court of the Jews that had not existed for 2,000 years. The two millennia separating ancient Israel and 18th century and 19th century France did not bother Napoleon, and he in fact convened a large body of Jews, which involved Jews of various stripes. At this time, you had a lot of masculine who were very much promoting the proposal. And so Napoleon put 12 basic questions to the Sanhedrin, asking the Jews to put it, kind of summarize it in one question. What's going to be with you Jews? Are you going to consider yourselves members of another nation who are temporarily residing in France, which is historically how Jews would have regarded themselves? They're part of the Jewish people, a kind of tribal biological relationship, and they anticipated an eventual return to Zion under a Messiah. Or, says Napoleon, will you consider yourselves loyal members of the French nation, expressing a Mosaic persuasion, but nevertheless loyal to France, fighting against its enemies, upholding its laws, etc., etc. The Jews of the Assembly of Notables, which was later expanded to form the Sanhedrin the Sanhedrin under Napoleon, answered with thunderous yes. In fact, they said when they were asked if they would defend France against his enemies, which was a very subtle question, would you fight against Jews who were from Germany who were in war with them? They responded, jusqu'à la mort, to the point of death, meaning that the Jews would really buy in. Napoleon accepted the answer and therefore confirmed the emancipation. He added a few anti-Semitic discriminatory laws to try and reduce the competition, but that's a little bit more detailed than we need. This great picture here shows, it's a state picture that Napoleon commissioned, so it portrays him in the light that he wanted. And you can
is a
see
rare
here he
species
is
of plant
holding up
in the
the
parsley family that grows in
the Ten
semi-arid
Commandments. It
climates
says La
in the
Loi,
northwest
the law.
region of the United
The
States
Ten
and parts of
Commandments of the
Canada.
law in his right
Up to the
hand.
time of the
And
flu
on
outbreak,
his
again, we're
right,
talking about the
there
Spanish
are
flu,
several
it had been used by
Christian
the Washington
prelates
tribe
who are
to treat
demanding
all
that Napoleon
fever-causing ailments.
not
The
extend
method
equal
used by the
rights to the
Washington tribe to
fallen
extract
Judaism.
the
That's
active
the
product
woman
it
who's
used
there,
for
and
treatment
he's
was
reaching out his
peeling the
hand
root
to
of
pick
the
her
plant,
up. She's
then
holding on
boiling
to
this
the
root
Ten
and skimming
Commandments
the
as
oil
well. You can
off the
see
top.
there, and in the background,
A
you have
large
the
dose
Judean
of product
desert,
containing
the
this
menorah, and
extract
so on.
was then given to
Napoleon
the patient.
obviously viewed
1
himself as kind
pound
of
of
a
the root was used to
neo-messianic
produce
fashion
the
here,
medicinal
as
product,
being
and it
someone
was
who would
given over a
ultimately,
3-day period to tribal
transform
members
the
that had
world
contracted the
by
Spanish flu.
rescuing the Jews,
Within
among other
1
things.
week's time of
So
initiation
the whole
of the
idea
treatment,
of the
all
Haskalah
patients
in Western
reportedly
Europe
had a
was
full
really tied to
recovery.
this idea
Wow.
of emancipation.
Krebs
That the
conceded to the
Jews were
fact that the use
somehow
of the plant
given
and
equal
the
political
survival of
rights
all
if
Washoe
only they
tribesmen
behaved
that were
appropriately.
given it as treatment for
Only
influenza may
they
have been
met
coincidental.
the
Further supporting the
required
utility of
questions
this
of
plant
people like
extract in treating
Napoleon
influenza,
with
however,
the
was
right
Krebs' report
answers.
that another
Now in
physician
France,
used it
it
in his
happened
practice to treat
suddenly,
those infected
all
with
at one
influenza
shot,
that
basically,
were
and
described
a little
as
bit of a
hopeless
hiccup under
cases.
Napoleon.
It was
But in
found that the
Germany, it
treatment
was
of
a
these patients
difficult,
using the
drawn-out
extract
process that
alone
took
led to
most
a
of the
full
19th
recovery.
century. And
Other
as
physicians
a
began
result,
catching on and started using preparations
German
of colonial
Haskalah
dissectum to treat
expressed
many
itself rather
Caucasians who
differently.
had contracted the Spanish flu.
So let's
Which
look
they
at the
found
distinction
great
primarily
success.
between how the
Krebs even went
Haskalah
so far
expressed
as to
itself in
describe
the
it as
West
the
and in the
most
East.
effective
So
treatment
in
of
the
that
West,
time in
and now we're
treating
talking
influenza
primarily
and any
countries
accompanying
like
pneumonia.
Germany
He
in
praised the
particular,
plant extract for its versatility,
France as well,
reporting that it was
England,
more
to
efficacious
a
at
certain
treating a
degree,
cough and longer
major
lasting than
cities
the
and places
opiate
like Hungary.
expectorants of the day.
They
That
were
it was a
reaching
bronchial,
for this
intestinal, and
goal of
urinary
emancipation.
antiseptic, and it
They
also was
believed
able to
that
slow the heart
if
rate and
only
lower
they
the blood
would,
pressure. Supporting Krebs'
meet the
assertion that this
requests of the
treatment had great
dominant nation, if
versatility
only
in
the
addition to treating
German
the flu,
government would see that
native
Jews are
tribes
really
used
loyal
Biscuit root for
citizens,
ailments
then
such as
they
the
would be
common cold,
emancipated and
arthritis,
everything would be
tuberculosis,
wonderful.
and rheumatism.
In the East, in
So
the Russian
there's more to it than
Empire,
that. We'll have a link to that paper
there
and
was
some
no
other
such
articles about
thought
it.
that perhaps the
I was
Jews
able
would
then
gain
to
equal
easily
rights.
find
In
Lomadium
fact, the
dissectum
Russian
for sale
culture
as
does not
a
hold for
tincture,
most
an
Jews the
alcohol
same kind of
tincture
attraction
from a brand
that
called
German
Secrets of the
culture in
Tribe, right
particular
on the
did
Walmart
for
website.
Western Jews.
So
And so
this stuff's still
rather
around,
than
folks,
striving
and
for
it's just quietly curing the
accommodation
Spanish
to the
flu,
state,
apparently.
there was
And
more
so
of a
what's
rumbling of
fascinating
the
to me about,
revolution.
and the reason I wanted to share all
In
this
the
was because
West,
Mel
in
didn't
a
even
somewhat
mention this,
apish
he didn't
manner,
mention
the
this
Jews
specific
often
plant,
tried
but
to
I'm pretty sure it's what he was
adopt
talking
German
about.
norms
And this is a real
with,
thing, and it has
tremendous
miraculous
changes
qualities, and it's
to
real.
long-held
It's a real
religious
thing.
traditions and
So
customs and so on
it
in
does
order
make
to
you
try to
wonder
appear
about some of
more
the other.
German.
And why would he say, okay,
And
well,
that
the plants
led
are
to a tremendous
only
period of
growing near these
assimilation, as
holes?
we
That's
can
the other
see.
thing he
In
implied.
the
They're
East,
growing near the hole
the
in Nevada, and
Haskalah
they're
was
growing
not
near
expressed
my
in a
hole. So the plants are
pro-Russian
growing near
assimilation. Rather, it was
Mel's hole.
expressed in a rather revolutionary fashion, either through socialism,
Interesting that
which
that's
again
a component
represented
of it
a
all.
desire
Now, I
to
do wonder
do away
in that
with the
aspect,
Russian
though,
government,
just as a plant
although it
itself,
may have been
because
expressed
it was
entirely in
especially
Russian
effective
language and
with
tradition.
respiratory
The idea
conditions
was
if it couldn't
fundamentally
be
revolutionary
applied
rather than
to
assimilationist,
things we're going
or
through now.
Zionism.
And as far as the common cold.
The
So
bulk
I'll
of
do a
the
little bit more reading
Zionist
on that.
movement, although
Yeah,
its
that's
leaders
pretty
hailed
interesting.
from Western
Well,
Europe,
so
where
a
they had a
couple
lot
other
more
quick
freedom of
observations
movement
before we
and a lot
wrap
more
up here.
freedom of
There
activity.
was
In
a
Eastern
pretty
Europe,
much where
there
the
was a
pitch was
great
different
yearning
between
for
these interviews
Zion,
with Mel, and I
which
thought maybe it
represented
was a
a
different person.
challenge
But as
to
we
the
looked
status
at them
quo.
and
In
studied
many
them and
ways,
took our
we
notes
shall
on them,
discuss God
I
willing
realized
in
that there
another
were
lecture.
expressions
In
and
the West,
phrases that
there
he
was a
used over
huge
and over that
emphasis on
reappeared in
Jews
each of the
learning the
appearances. So I am
vernacular,
fairly
that is,
convinced that
learning
all of
German,
them are the
being
same
able
person,
to
whoever it
communicate
is.
effectively
One of those
in the
phrases that he
language
would
of the
always say is,
country,
I don't have
to
it
observe
handy.
its civic
Which would
duties,
a
to
lot of
serve in
times
the army,
apply to
pay
evidence.
appropriate men work
He would say, I
taxes, and
don't
so
have
on
it
and
handy,
so
I
forth.
don't have it handy.
In the
There was
East,
never
there was
proofs
a
in it,
certain
there were
amount of
photos in it,
desire
pictures of
to
the dime, you
improve
can't photograph it, you
the
can't
ability
photograph
to
that.
speak Russian.
I mean,
By the
that's
way, in
all
the East,
pretty fishy
the
stuff.
vast
And
majority,
coming back to
well
outer
into the
range, for those of you who've seen
90%
that,
Gentiles.
there's a lot of common
The
ground
vast
here.
majority of
I
Jews
did
spoke
look up the
Yiddish as
creator
their
of
mother
Outer
tongue,
Range because I remember Mel
which
talking
is
about
essentially
his nephew was
a
greatly
version
involved in the
of
story
medieval
and
German
all of these trials
written
and
in Hebrew
tribulations over the
characters
years. And I was
with
like, what is the creator
huge
of Outer
influx
Range?
of
Just Mel Waters'
Hebrew,
nephew.
Aramaic,
And so then I looked him up.
Romance,
His
and
name's
Slavic
Brian
words as
Watkins.
well.
What?
As Billy Crystal puts it,
W-A-T,
Yiddish is
Watkins,
basically
Watkins.
German with
Yeah,
French.
could be
No
Brian
joke, I can't hear
Watkins.
you laughing, but I hope
I
you
don't know.
Anyways,
He's,
but more significantly,
yeah,
the
he's
East,
incredibly talented
the
playwright
language question
and
for masculine
just
was
very
resolved in
well
favor of
respected.
Hebrew
has
those, of
written a
course,
lot
were
of
the
work and also
Zionists who
created
believed
outer
that
rage. My
the
hats off to
Bible
you,
of this
sir,
ancient
if
language that
hearing
had
this.
become more
I'm
of
not
it was
convinced
not
that he was
spoken at that
inspired by
point.
this story.
Or
He
the affirmation
is
of
very
Yiddish,
steeped in
which was
Western
not
lore.
considered a
And that's why
bona
his
fide
quote opened
bona
the
fide
show.
language.
You know,
It was
the bottomless
considered
pit, it didn't
language.
start with
It
Mill's
was
Hole.
considered
Obviously,
a jargon or a kind of a Jewish language. It was not considered really a full-fledged language. So many people in the 19th century said, no, this is in fact the authentic voice of the people. Let us create a literature in Yiddish. Let us affirm Yiddish. Let us standardize its punctuation and its spelling and so on. So that's how the language question was. In the West, there was some significant liberal support. That is, the idea of Jews attaining emancipation was a cause célèbre among many individuals. Lessing, for example, and others really believed that the time had come for Jews to be free. In the East, you didn't have the same kind of significant figures in the Russian leadership who felt that Jews should also achieve this goal. And finally, in the West, you have a level of denominationalism where in their attempt to articulate an identity that was at once both Jewish and German, you have these new formulations of traditional Judaism that challenge the status quo very significantly. In the East, you don't have a nearly as large phenomenon. In large cities like in Warsaw, in Lviv or Lvov, you might have, let's say, a Reformed temple, but the vast majority remained Orthodox, even if they were rejecting Orthodoxy. The movement they were rejecting was Orthodoxy. They did not really get attracted to Let's look at those liberal movements now. So, two very significant ones. The first is the liberal movement per se, which is known in America as the Reform movement. This is a grassroots movement that really got started in the first decade of the 19th century. It's often associated with the work of this man, the scholar Abraham Geiger, who identified a real need among German Jews to express themselves in a way that they felt spiritually meaningful. They were alienated by Hebrew. There's a large-scale ignorance of the language and its meaning. They were put off by the arcane and rather oriental forms of worship with the long tallies and the mixed seating between men and women, the kind of chaotic service, and so on. And they felt that they wanted to really emulate more Protestant German norms in their form of worship. So there are a lot of innovations that Abraham Geiger and the Reform movement in general brought about that were considered anathema by the traditionalists. That included, for example, the introduction of church bells into the synagogue. On Saturdays, of course, that was considered a violation of the Sabbath. The removal of the mechitza, separating the men's and women's section, very removal of certain passages. For example, the idea of messianism was very problematic for the whole goal of emancipation. If the Jews were ultimately waiting to go back to Zion, to Israel, then what did that mean about their homeland here in Germany? And so therefore, messianic references in the literature which are rampant were removed, and things like the term synagogue was changed to the term temple. Synagogue implies temporary, it means literally a gathering place. It's translation in Greek of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, whereas temple, Beit HaMikdash, implies permanence, singularity, and so on. So by changing the name from synagogue to temple, it meant we're going to stay here, this is our temple, here in Berlin or Hamburg or whatever. But it was the Hebrew language that caused a major split in the 1840s when at a Reform convention they voted to remove Hebrew from the liturgy entirely. And of course the movement has gone back and forth on many of these issues. But Zacharias Frankel, shown here, who was president at that convention, said that's it, it's too much. The pace of change of this liberal movement, the Reform movement, was simply too fast for him. He felt that it was moving willy-nilly and it was kind of pushed by the demands of the population rather than by a rabbinic leadership standing out front and determining the pace of change, the nature of change. So he formed a movement which was called at that time the Historical Positivist Movement, which agreed in principle with the appropriateness of changing Jewish practice, but disagreed
Those are
with the
the
reform
only two
movement in
things
terms
for
of
me.
the
I don't
process
think any
of
of
change.
this is what
He
it
emphasized
seems.
much
It's
more
either
of a
complete
leadership
baloney
of
or it's
rabbis
covering
who were
up
learned,
something
who would express
not so
themselves,
spectacular,
issue written
nevertheless
opinions, to
important.
shoot both
Well, I don't
views,
know about you,
to
man, but
try
I
to
think every
articulate
possible
the
combination
direction
stemming from
and the
three logical
pace of
points.
change. And this
Either
eventually
it's
became
all
known in the
true,
American
it's
world
all
as the
false,
conservative movement.
or it's a
So these two
combination
movements
of both.
were considered
Well,
anathema
maybe
by the
wrong,
so-called Outflabberen,
because there
the
are some
old
elements that
believers,
are
who
fantastical,
took on
but
the term
when it starts off, the
Orthodox.
story
It was
itself
originally a term of
isn't
opprobrium,
that
meaning
fantastical.
one
It just could be a
doctrine
misunderstanding
or
by
straight
Mel, who
doctrine.
self-admittedly says,
And
"I'm not
this was
jealous.
considered by those
I
who
know nothing
hurled
about
this term
this. I
at
might be
the
making a mistake as far
traditionalists
as
to
how
be
far
a
down
kind
it
of a,
goes. We thought that
a sense
possible
of
too.
being
Yeah, we
closed-minded
might just be
and
mistaken that
blinkered.
it's Bob.
But the
It's supposed
Orthodox
to be-
ultimately
it's
took
a
that
big
term and
mind
said,
shaft
yes,
of some kind.
we agree, we
And maybe
believe it's
that's deep
basically
enough
one
that-
way
and like I
to
said, I
worship
don't
God.
know
Of course,
if
there are
it's
many different
300
strands
feet
within that
deep
one way. It's
as
not monolithic, but
working
they held to the
theory by
viability
Jack
of
Powell
things
states.
like the
Now,
Torah
who
coming
knows how
from
long it would
Sinai
take over the years to fill that
in
up,
its
you know?
entirety,
It would
and
stay, I
the
would imagine.
613
Like I
mitzvot
told you
as being
before, out in
eternally
Mojave,
valid,
they're
etc.,
using
etc.
mine
So let's
shaft
look
to
at
shove a
the
lot of LA
Orthodox
garbage.
reaction to these movements.
Right, and that's going
So
to
there
they
were
like to
two
because
basic
solid rock,
reactions,
it's not gonna
very
seep,
different
and,
in
it's,
character. The
just as
first
good
is exemplified by the writings of the Khatam Sofer, a very
that's
important
not
Hungarian rabbi,
impossible. Other
who
theories
felt that
just quickly over here, and these can
reform,
be found again
either in
at
its
rainingoaks.com.
liberal form or in
The
its
blog
conservative
website
form,
of Christopher Hayden.
was
He just sums them up
represented
here. These are the
and
most popular ones, of course.
challenged
Is
a very
volcanic
existence
cave
to Judaism
or lava
and had to be
tube, and he just
rejected
gives them a
completely,
scriptural
pushed away with both hands.
post that's from
He coined a term which is kind of hard to
that,
explain in a minute, but
they
maybe I'll
don't go
try.
that deep.
There's
As
this
Jack
law
Powell himself says in
that
that
has to
short
do with the
documentary
consumption
from UW
of wheat
communication
that is
students, is
grown
it's
after
basically
a certain
plumbing for
date
volcanic
or a
system.
certain
They don't go straight
sacrifice to be
down.
offered in the
They're not
temple.
that
This
deep,
wheat was called
and they're
Kadash,
just
or new,
lava tube
was new
developer
wheat.
here says,
And there's a debate in the Talmud on what level is it forbidden? Is it forbidden by the Torah or is it forbidden by the rabbis? So the Talmud concludes Kadash Asur min Torah, which is understood in its context, meaning the new wheat is forbidden by the Torah. The Khatam Sofer took that whole phrase and he translated it literally, Kadash Asur min Torah, meaning whatever is new is forbidden by the Torah. And this represented a kind of, it's a little bit of a joke and a pun as well, but this represented a concept of saying, no, we are under such tremendous stress right now as people that any change represents a potential breach that can widen to destroy the walls that retain our identity, and therefore everything that is new, modern, must be rejected. There's a lot to talk about how exactly to apply this principle, but this is ultimately expressed in certain forms of orthodoxy today, which have an extreme allergy to anything new, whether it's technological, sociological, or so on, and view Chadash Asur min Torah. And everything new has to be approached as if it were highly toxic, and that perhaps it was quite dangerous to the well-being of the Jewish people. Another approach, which is more characteristic of Central Germany, is the one evinced by Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch. Now, the Khatam Sofer's approach would work very well in an environment where the vast majority of Jews already essentially believe in the Torah, coming from Sinai, and the inviolability of the inviolable, I'm not sure what the right word is here, and the permanence of the value of the 613 mitzvot. But Rav Hirsch was working in an entirely different environment where the vast majority of Jews are actually leaving. They're already voting with their feet and they're moving to these new liberal environments. The dam is already burst, and Rav Hirsch had to find a way to try and articulate a safe space where he could at least retain a core population that would ultimately grow to a much larger movement. And so he coined a term, actually I'm not sure if he coined the term, but the movement was named after him, Neo-Orthodoxy, or as it's translated often in America, Modern Orthodoxy. And the basic concept was that, let's look very carefully at our practices. Let us determine which practices are mandated by the Torah, and we will absolutely, without compromise, adhere to those principles and behaviors. On the other hand, those other things which are merely accretions of fashion, style over the centuries, if they are, external to the essential aspects of Judaism, we can simply abandon them. So elements like trimming one's beard in an appropriate manner, or wearing clothes that are appropriate for 19th century Germany, attending university, all kinds of things like this, which are not so clearly forbidden by the Torah. And of course, there are discussions about all of these things. But those things could be adopted, and so he tried to articulate kind of an interesting balance between modernity on the one hand and traditionalist orthodoxy at the other hand. This movement eventually coalesced into the something called Torah in Derech Eretz, meaning Torah with the way of the land. It's a paraphrase or a quotation from Pirkei Avot, and is expressed in the modern Orthodox movement in America today. However, as part of this strategy, Rav Hirsch also articulated the Austritt, which means the separation. And it was a very controversial thing that occurred in the 1860s in Germany, where he appealed to the German government, the Austrian government actually, and said, I'm not sure whether it was Austrian or German.
That's going to wrap up our series on Bell's Hole. We'll be back in 2 weeks with a new episode.
He appealed to the authorities, and it was a very unprecedented appeal to actually split the Jewish community into two. Traditionally, each municipality was governed by a single Jewish body. You had a Parnas, a president, for the entire body, the Kehillah, as we discussed in the previous lecture. But under Rav Hirsch, he says, look, it is impossible for us to have one community when you have a large number of Jews who believe, for example, in the use of bells on Shabbat, which is considered to be absolutely a desecration of Shabbat by other Jews, and therefore he appealed, he petitioned, and was granted the right to create a separatist community that was comprised entirely of Jews who wanted to observe the halakha. This strategy of retreat, strategic retreat, was emulated throughout the next few centuries as a way to maintain the standards of orthodoxy within an environment that really encouraged assimilation to the outside world. So if we kind of summarize these things, we see that in the 18th and 19th century, there's a tremendous change going on in the Jewish world. We see the growth of the Hasidic movement, which is essentially the first modern Jewish Reform movement, which was a great challenge to the status quo in Eastern Europe. We see, as we talked about very briefly today, the rise of the Haskalah and its challenge to the traditionalist authorities. And we also see the rise of neo-traditionalism, which is in many ways a reaction to reform just as much as neo-orthodoxy is. So people like the Chatam Sofer, one might even say the Vilna Gaon, and others felt that, okay, the only way to really defend against these modern challenges is to create new boundaries that perhaps did not exist in the 16th and 15th century, but create these new boundaries in order to ensure the integrity of the Jewish people. All of these things come together with the decline in the coercive authority of the Kehillah. That is, the central governing body of the Jewish self-government loses much of its authority under the pressure of the nationalist movement, like in France, which essentially did away with it because it had one court system, not a secular one and a Jewish one. And it allowed for the rise among Jews of voluntary affiliation. And for the first time, Jews could actually opt out of the traditionalist community without suffering really dire consequences, because the Beit Din no longer had that same coercive authority. On the one hand, there's a positive element of this because it allowed for a great amount of intellectual and spiritual freedom. Jews could identify themselves, for example, as Hasidim, or they could identify themselves as Reform Jews, all kinds of different ways of expressing themselves religiously. But the negative side of it is rampant assimilation, because many Jews simply said, well, why should I identify with being Jewish at all? And sometimes many of these movements were really stepping stones towards that end, as we see, for example, with Moses and so that's the Haskalah in a nutshell. There's a lot more to say about this. I hope you watch some of the longer lectures. And
I highly recommend you check out his videos on the the
Thanks
Cool
very much.
World's YouTube channel. David quickly became one of my favorite human beings. I hope to talk to him many more times in the future. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out the sponsors in the description. Hey friends, I'm David. Your research in Colombia is in part focused on worlds outside our solar system where temperature
Hello, everyone.
is sufficiently
Today
cold
we're
to
going
allow
to talk
for
about
moons,
kind of a
rings,
nasty
lights,
subject. I'll try and make it
Mars,
quick, but I
humans,
think it's an
so
extremely
so
important
can you
topic
tell
for
me
understanding
more
much
about
of the 20th century in
this
Jewish
piece of
history.
cool world?
I like to look at the
history
topic of
of
modern
observing planets outside our
anti-Semitism.
solar system is
The first thing
dominated by
that
these
we have to
other
say is
planets.
sort of
And that's just
a
because of how they're
preface,
easy to find.
and this is supported by a lot of videos that I've already put on this series, so you can go back and watch them later. But the basic concept I really need to get across is the fact that anti-Semitism can be divided into four distinct periods. There are four distinct historical ideologies that exist at various points in time, and anti-Semitism is kind of like a very dangerous ideology in that it's able to adapt to the changing climate, both culturally, spiritually, economically, religiously, of a particular host society. And anti-Semitism will adapt to the needs of that society in order to perpetrate this nasty message to another generation. Those four basic periods are ancient xenophobia, which is basically contained within the Greco-Roman world 2,000 odd years ago. And then following that, early Christian anti-Judaism, which is a rather different, you also use different terms for the anti-Semitic thought, to use that term anachronistically, because they have very different basic elements that they contain. Ancient xenophobia refers to the idea of the hatred of that which is different. That's what xenophobia means. Anti-Judaism is a religious dispute that is specific to the relationship of Christianity and Judaism as a daughter and mother religious dispute. Christianity being born from the Jewish society, Jewish ideology, and yet seeking to distinguish itself from its mother religion. There's a certain amount of antipathy that develops there, and we discussed that in an earlier lecture as well. The third period is medieval Jew hatred, which is perhaps the nastiest of all the periods of anti-Semitism in terms of the message, in which all of a sudden, although there is a very tenuous connection to religious ideology, it goes totally pathological. It goes completely off the rails. All kinds of crazy ideas like Jews need to drink the blood of Christian children, and just insane things like that are prevalent in the medieval period. The period that we're going to talk about today is modern anti-Semitism. And when I say modern here, I'm referring basically to the late 19th century onward. That's really what modern means in terms of these four categories. The term anti-Semitism was actually coined in 1879 by Wilhelm Marr. I'll show you a picture of him in a minute. And the reason why the term had to be invented is because the existing terms for Jew hatred, the German terms Judenfeinde or Judenhass, for example, were considered in 19th century German society very boorish and uncultured, and only people of very low thought and sensibility would actually resort to that sort of ideological mindset. By coining the term, a philosopher named Wilhelm Marr tried to give it a more scientific sounding name, to say that, it's not that I hate Jews, it's that I hate what Jews stand for, which is specifically this idea of Semitism. What is Semitism? I mean, obviously, as you probably know, the Semitic language family includes many peoples from the Middle East, including not only Jews, but also Arabs and so on. And many people from the Middle East are not Jewish, they are Christian or Muslim or Druze and what have you. And furthermore, many Jews, although they have an ancient connection to the Middle East, they have a wide variety of racial and ethnic backgrounds. So what exactly is Semitism? Wilhelm Marr wanted to argue that there is this international world conspiracy of Jews to try and destroy Germany and German-ness, And that's the Semitism that he's referring to. So it's not that they're anti-Jewish, it's that they are anti-Semites. They are proudly saying they're trying to rescue Germany from this horrible fate of being dominated by Jews. Here's a picture of Wilhelm Marr. You can see that here's his book also. That was where the term anti-Semitism first appeared. It's titled "The Way for the Victory of Germanness over Judaism or Jewishness." And it has kind of a shrill tone that the Jews are taking over, the Jews are dominating all society, and we have to kind of rise up and we have to defend ourselves from them. Later in life, he apparently recanted his anti-Semitism, but at that point it was really far too late. Now, this flows very heavily into the concept of race that was also gaining tremendous currency at the end of the 19th century. We, in the early 21st century, tend to think of race as a given, especially in America, which has such strong racial consciousness as a legacy of the African slave trade. But we should recall that for most of human history, race was not a functional concept. There was definitely a consciousness of different skin tones, and one finds in many societies a color bias that is linked to what might want to say proto-racism. But the idea that all of the peoples of the world can be easily categorized into, groupings based on their external physical features is something which is relatively new, meaning in the last 200 years or so it's begun to develop a lot of currency. I would like to go into this in greater detail, but I don't think this is the place. Basically, the idea gets a lot of currency after Charles Darwin's theories are promulgated. Darwin, of course, one of the great thinkers of the 19th century who developed the theory of evolution, argued that various creatures adapt to their surroundings. You have this clash of the environment and other competitors for scarce resources, and only the strongest survive. And the various creatures, whatever you have, turtles and tigers and elephants, whatever, they adapt themselves to their environments, the survival of the fittest sort of thing. And he applied this basically to creation, but he did, maybe that's not such an appropriate term to use in this context, he applied it to all the creatures of the world. However, some thinkers took his thought a step further, or a step backwards in this case, evolving a concept known as social Darwinism, which basically said that Darwin was not only correct when it came to salamanders and seaweed, he was also correct, they argued, when it came to human societies, meaning that there were elements in societies which could be broken down along racial lines that competed with each other, and they found their own particular niche in society based on their racial ability to compete with other peoples and survive. This was advanced most prominently by Arthur de Gobineau, who we could say is an anti-Semite in this regard, who really argued for the inequality of races, the non-equal nature of all races, and the Jews were among them. So taking Darwin's thought, filtering it through social Darwinism, and then through the racism of Arthur de Gobineau. And again, in this time period, racism was considered a term that would, people who believed in it could bear it proudly, who did not have the opprobrium that would have in the 21st century. And eventually, of course, it found its physical application in the writings of Alfred Rosenberg, who was Hitler's racial expert, who borrowed very heavily on these earlier thinkers. So in this context, Jews have to have some kind of role. What is their role in this, survival of the fittest of races? And this is where I'm going to get to the main point. This is the takeaway. This is what you have to get out of this lecture. Anti-Semitism in the modern period loses its religious moorings. It basically just ships away from all of the arguments that were prominent in earlier periods, such as, for example, Jews are guilty of deicide, of killing Jesus, or Jews need to drink Christian blood, or any of these kinds of crazy things. Primarily because people were becoming less religious, and they wanted something more scientific. Science was a new religion, and if science could justify anti-Semitism, then that would be very appropriate for those who wish to hold dear to this belief. And the two major elements of modern anti-Semitism, and once again, now that it's lost its religious moorings, are racism and conspiracy. The concept that Jews are somehow locked in this international conspiracy to dominate the globe. Let's have a closer look. So the concept of racism shows up all over modern anti-Semitism. If you look, for example, at a 20th century example here. This is from some of the Nazi propaganda that was directed at children. This children's book shows a child in class, an Aryan child in class, and the caption underneath says that the Jewish nose has kind of like a sort of a curve to it. It looks like the number 6. And here he's demonstrating for the benefit of the rest of the class how to recognize a Jew in the street. This is the the concept that the character of the people could be expressed somehow in their physical appearance. And Nazis made tremendous use of this. This is an English translation of Der Ewige Jude, one of the most notorious propaganda films ever filmed by the Nazis, which really emphasized a lot of these, racial characteristics of Jews. You can see in the looks and all the physiognomies of the Jews here, with the heavy cheeks and the large nose and the bulgy eyes, and, those kinds of things. And that indicate that their facial features themselves reveal, the character of the person underneath. One of the major elements you'll see in a lot of this so-called scientific anti-Semitism is the notion of parasitism. That when you think about all the various races of the world and the racial hierarchy, races do different things. There are the noble Aryan peoples of the Scandinavian countries, Germany, places like that, and they're supposed to be noble, punctual, reliable, honorable, things like that, and leaders in general in this sort of hierarchy. Then you have, for example, at the bottom you have the African races who are destined to be slaves and are slow-witted and lazy and things like that. And everyone fits in the middle, the Romance people and things like that. This is all nonsense, by the way, but this is part of the thinking of modern anti-Semitism. So what role do the Jews have? The Jews are fundamentally parasites. The Jews are understood to be some kind of bacilli, a germ, a virus, something like that eats away at society from within. So, for example, if you look at this is also Nazi propaganda. Their gift pills, the toadstool or poison mushroom, which is meant to indicate this danger that Jews may look like human beings, but they're really not. Just like toadstools and poison mushrooms, they look like mushrooms, but they're not. They're a totally different character, and so on. And in this children's book, a really twisted piece of children's literature, the Nazis were teaching young children how to recognize the difference between regular mushrooms and toadstools, regular human beings, and Jews. Or another example, you often see Jews portrayed as various denizens of the dark, like spiders, snakes, salamanders, maggots, things like that. Often the spiders are especially prized because of the idea of it combines with the domination of the globe metaphor, with the web that is often portraying them, catching things in a much larger scope than they actually physically contain. Here's an English language version of a text I'll talk about in just a second, called The Protocols of the Meetings of the Learned Elders of Zion. The world's greatest forgery ever, the world's greatest act of plagiarism ever. This is a 1977 edition. You can see you've got this snake that's encircling the globe. He's wearing a yarmulke, he's got heavy jowls, a big nose, things like that. And in case you weren't sure of his national identity, he's got Stars of David all around. It's a very helpful kind of clue as to the notion that the Jews are controlling the world. Finally, this is one I hadn't seen before in a while. It's my favorites, actually. It's got kind of a maggot, a massive, ugly maggot sitting on top of the globe, and reflected in his eyes, you can see very faintly, is the American dollar sign and the Soviet hammering signal. And the idea is that the Jews really are the root of American capitalism and Soviet communism. And the German language caption at the top left talks about how the Jews will feed on the peoples of the world. And that's this idea of parasitism. The other major element, which you see combined in those other images, is this concept of conspiracy. The notion that while it's no longer fashionable to hate Jews because of some religious purpose, Jews may be hated because of some supposed massive global conspiracy that they're all engaged in to enslave Christendom and so on. So here is one of the world's greatest architects of this conspiracy theory, the Russian monk Sergei Nilus, who in the late 19th century claimed to have discovered the minutes, the record book of the leadership of this secret world conspiracy, which was then published as the Elders of Zion Protocols, and the Elders of Zion Protocols, of course, meaning like the records, the way they do things, stuff like that. And it's been translated into multiple languages in so many editions. Here's, for example, a Brazilian version from 1937. You see once again the snake motif and circling the globe and so on. Here is an Arabic version, which is unusual because it has an octopus. Same idea of the tentacles reaching out and circling many areas and so on. And here is even a Japanese version, which again speaks to the absurdity of anti-Semitism. That Japan, which has maybe 5,000 Jews on all the 4 islands, nevertheless has a significant anti-Semitic tradition that is largely European in origin. The last thing that I'd like to touch on in this short lecture is the disturbing trend of Arab anti-Semitism. One of the characteristics of this ideology is that if you compare the Muslim world with the Christian world, it really had a much thinner and less expansive tradition of anti-Semitism. To be sure, there's definitely arguments between Jews and Arabs. There's definitely atrocities, and that's for other lectures. But the sheer amount of ideological output of ideologues, of thinkers who wanted to advance anti-Semitic ideas, there's no question that in Christian Europe you have a far greater scope of material to choose from. Nevertheless, in recent decades, especially in the context of the conflict over the state of Israel, the Arabs have been catching up, and Muslim anti-Semitism, using those terms roughly interchangeably, that's probably not so fair right now, but Arab anti-Semitism has really begun to catch up with European models, primarily by borrowing from them. Let's have a look at a few images. Here's one that shows Ariel Sharon, one of Israel's leaders, and he is bludgeoning Palestinian children with a Nazi swastika, and the blood is then sprinkling on, it looks like possibly Jewish children behind him there, indicating that they are also soiled by his decisions, his political decisions. And this is basically a political cartoon. There is an anti-Semitic element in there. Anytime you use the swastika in connection with Jews, it has kind of an overtone of anti-Semitism. But it's not nearly as nasty as some of the other versions we'll have here. This is a classic restatement of the Christian blood libel in a Muslim context. You can see here are laughing Israeli soldiers who are feeding Arab children into a kind of a ringer that kills them, obviously, and drains their blood, which is then consumed by Israelis. Very distasteful and hateful representation of what is essentially a Christian motif, but transformed into an Arab context. And finally, here's another example that emphasizes the conspiracy theory that shows contenders for the 2012 presidential election on the left, Mitt Romney, there's a spelling error there on the box, opposite Barack Obama, and they're both smiling and holding up the dome of the rock, indicating that they're both going to make a meal out of the Arab lands about Jerusalem. Of course, in the background is a leering Jew that indicates that he's going to share in that meal as well, and that gives you a sense. Anyways, that's it for a quick discussion of modern anti-Semitism. I'm sorry it's not a very pleasant topic, but have a look at some of the other lectures, they're more fun. But this is nevertheless part of the reality of Jewish history in the modern era. Thank you for watching.
Just to see all the different candidates and designs for
actual engineering of content samples, because that's the engineering that is probably essential for not either destroying life or
Hello, everyone. Today's lecture is going to be part of the Essential Lectures in Jewish History series, but it's going to be a little different for a few reasons. I've been reading Ruth Weiss's new book on Jewish humor. I'll show you a cover of it a little bit later, and it occurred to me that for the section on Jewish culture, we really should discuss humor because it is such an important element of modern Jewish culture. And she presents a fascinating thesis that I think we should explore a little more with a little more detail. So let's get right to the material. So first of all, I think what's most exciting about her book, besides the jokes, which are quite excellent for the most part, is the concept that Jews were not always funny. This is like a shocking revelation to me. My wife likes to say, for example, that Jewish men developed humor as a kind of an adaptation to the environment in a Darwinian sense. This is a way of, for example, being able to attract an appropriate mate. But, I've always thought that Jews were always funny, but the truth is when you look deeply at the sources, it's not necessarily the case. Let me give you a couple of examples of biblical humor. For example, in Genesis 32:7, so Jacob is very worried about his encounter with his brother Esau. He has, prior to this chapter, already taken his birthright and a couple other things, and so he sends out messengers to see, how is Esau going to greet him. And he says, "V'yashuva malachim el Yaakov," and so the messengers came back to Jacob, Lamor, and they said, "Banu alachicha el Esau." Hey, we talked to Esau, your brother. And you know what? He's coming. He's bringing 400 guys with him. Okay? It's going to be 400 armed men coming. So that passage was not really so funny. And here's one that I think is a little bit funnier. I actually enjoy this one every year when we read it. It's in Parshas Beshalach, Exodus chapter 14, verse 11. The Jews have just left Egypt, tremendous miracles and the death of the firstborn and all those things. And they make their way out to the sea, and they realize that they're trapped between the water and, of course, Pharaoh's army, which is behind them. And they're either going to drown or they're going to be killed in warfare. And so they turn to Moses and they complain. By Yomer el Moshe, they say to Moses, "Hamibli ein kvar b'Mitzrayim." What? There were no graves in Egypt? That you had to bring us here to die in the desert? And it's kind of funny. It illustrates this aspect of Jewish complaining, which is a remarkable theme in Jewish humor that we'll see a little later. But still, this is just a couple of jokes in a rather massive book. It's hard to imagine that a work so central to Jews would have so little humor in it. We can look a little further in the Jewish literary tradition. We see, for example, in the Talmud, Tractate Shabbat, there's a discussion of two guys have a bet, and they want to see who can make the famous sage Hillel get angry. And it's a bet for quite a large amount of money, 400 zuz. If you're familiar with the Passover Seder, a zuz is actually equivalent to half a small goat. Anyway, so this guy goes up, and it's Friday afternoon, and Hillel is in his house having a shower, and so he knocks on the door, and he speaks in a rather rough way. Is Hillel here? Is Hillel in a rather disrespectful way? Hillel turns off the shower. He comes outside, and wrapped in a towel. He says, "Yes, my son, what can I do for you?" And the guy asks him a really stupid question. Hillel takes the time to answer the question properly and then sends him on his way. The guy comes back again, takes Hillel out of the shower again, and this goes on for a few episodes until finally, when Hillel comes out, the man says, "I'm worried that you're going to get upset," which is, of course, his object because he wants to win the bet. And Hillel sits down on the front porch and says, "Ask me all the questions you have. Don't worry." And then the guy gets upset and he says, "Oh my gosh, Hillel, there should be no more of you in Israel." And Hillel asks him the whole story, and he explains to him what's going on. And Hillel says, "Hey, it's worthwhile that I should not get angry and that you should lose 400 zuz." So again, it's a nice story, and I find it amusing, but it's not exactly funny in the sense of modern humor at all. In fact, you can find so many examples where the Talmud provides excellent material, really great material for humor, and yet the rabbis of the Talmud don't follow up. Like, for example, also in Tractate Shabbat, it's stuff Kuf Nun Vav, Kuf Nun Zayin, I think, where there's a whole discussion of this concept, Ein Mazal Yisrael. There is no mazel, there's no luck for the Jews, which is meant in a different context where it's discussed there. But still, I mean, this is a great opportunity for a tremendous amount of humor, and the rabbis simply don't pick it up. So, and finally, we get to medieval humor. There's just not much funny that I can think of in medieval Jewish literature. So what do you do with this? One is tempted to conclude, as Dr. Weiss does, that in fact Jews were not especially funny, at least not any funnier than any other people until the modern era. So we're going to have to explore what exactly is it about modernity that suddenly unleashes this torrent of Jewish humor. Dr. Weiss argues that the turning point really had to do with emancipation. Here, by the way, is a picture of her. She's a tremendous scholar of Yiddish literature, and this is a picture of her recent book on the topic. You can see the fake glasses there, which are inspired by Groucho Marx. I'll show you a picture of him in a few minutes. At any rate, she argues that the 18th and especially the 19th century, which were exceptionally important for the emancipation of Jews, was connected very closely with the development of Jewish humor. And I encourage you to go have a look at the lecture on the Haskalah, the essential lecture on the Haskalah, where I talk a lot more about what that period meant in Jewish history. Specifically, she refers to the activity of this man, Heinrich Heine, arguably Germany's greatest modern poet, exceptionally popular in the 19th century, who was of Jewish origin and faced with the challenge of his Jewish background, which was impeding his career advancement. He converted, at least on the surface, to a form of Protestant Christianity, and then did not end up getting the job, and he spent the rest of his career really making fun of his own conversion. But he had an acerbic wit and a tremendous sense of humor, and he was incredibly influential. Heine really exploited the notion of Jewish otherness, of Jewish standing outside of mainstream culture, as he himself did, and by extension, many Jews identified with that feeling, particularly in Western Europe, and this is the origins of humor. I have a little bit more to say about that. In Eastern Europe, the classic figure, without doubt, towering above other humorists of the time, was the great Shalom Rabinowitz, known much more popularly by his pseudonym Shalom Aleichem, which is a greeting in traditional Yiddish, and in Hebrew it really means, how are you doing, peace upon you. And Shalom Aleichem, with his extensive treatments of, and send-ups really, of shtetl life and of Jewish foibles in late 19th century Eastern Europe, were absolutely hilarious. The thing that's so tragic, however, about Shalom Aleichem for our purposes is that the vast majority of his humor is untranslatable. Humor, more than any other genre, requires an extensive cultural familiarity, and if you have to explain a joke, you're essentially ruining the joke. So in order to understand Shalom Aleichem, you really have to have, first of all, the linguistic ability to get the nuances of the Yiddish. Not only that, the Polish, Russian, and Ukrainian that he often used, and also the dialectical variations in which you would have to be able to tell when an educated Litvak is speaking or when a peasant Galicianer is speaking, and so on. Secondly, you have to read it within the context of the persecution of Jews in the late 19th century Tsarist Empire in order to understand Tevye's subterfuge. And finally, and this is perhaps the saddest thing, his greatest character, of course, is Tevye der Milchker, Tevye the dairyman, who was made famous in the adaptation Fiddler on the Roof, which is a very, very funny adaptation for an American audience, but it is just such a pale shadow of the original. Tevye is an Am Haaretz. He is a well-meaning and lovable fool who is uneducated, and he is constantly butchering quotations from the Torah and the Mishnah and the Talmud. And the only way you get the joke is if you know how he's butchered the original phrase, how he has misconstrued it. And unfortunately, I've had many students who have listened to Tevye speak in Fiddler on the Roof and think he's actually quoting the text, which is just so sad. But we'll return to this point. Anyway, these two figures, Heine and Heine, particularly in Western Europe, Shalom Aleichem in Eastern Europe, are responsible more than anyone else for elevating the status of Jewish humor and ultimately making it a career path for many American Jewish comics as well. Now, returning to this period of time, referring specifically to the 18th and especially the 19th century, starting in Western Europe and then radiating through Eastern Europe, this is a period when Jews were gradually receiving emancipation, meaning they were gradually receiving legal status, sometimes equal status with non-Jews in their given societies, but there's a big gap between legal emancipation and social emancipation. The process begins, and again, I encourage you to look at the lecture on the Haskalah for more details on this. Begins really in the late 18th century when the French first emancipated the Jews. It was called into question, and then Napoleon, in the beginning of the 19th century, convened a Grand Sanhedrin to confirm the rights of the Jewish people. In France, here you can see he's depicting himself in 1806 as a kind of a Caesar figure with a Judean desert background, and he's holding the law, which has this ambiguous character. It could be the law of France, could be the law of the Torah. And while the clerics on the left-hand side are complaining, he's reaching out with his left hand and raising up the fallen woman of Judaism who looks to him with tremendous gratitude. So there's this idea that, legally Jews could receive, as they did in France, emancipation with very little da-da-dam. But the process of social emancipation was much more drawn out, especially in Germany. And even in Russia, the legal emancipation didn't occur until the 20th century. More to the point, we have this kind of attitude expressed in this anti-Semitic postcard, in which at the top you have this quote saying the poet's word, referring to Heine, alle Menschen gleich geboren sind eine Ehe Geschlecht, that all men or all people born equal constitute one race, one people. And that very lofty statement is nevertheless belied by the contrast between the comical and simian-looking African, and in the center, the well-groomed and well-postured, muscular Aryan, and then on the right, the corpulent and capitalistic-looking Jews. There's a lot to say about that. We'll have to talk about it in the section on anti-Semitism. In other words, the picture is directly in opposition to the statement of Heine. And this is more of the sentiment that Jews really faced in Europe. And humor was born out of this understanding that they would never get really into that society fully. In many ways, Jews actually capitalized on that. Groucho Marx, shown here, in many ways, exaggerated some of the stereotypical features of Jews in his own work, in his own physiognomy, in some way, in makeup and so on. He also made fun of it by saying things like he would never want to be a member of a club that would have him, which is in itself an inversion of these values. But let's go straight to the humor and try to understand that. So, what exactly is Jewish humor? What do we mean when we're talking about Jewish humor? I refer now to the research done by Rabbi Joseph Telushkin, who is a scholar of many aspects of Judaism, most recently famous for a very powerful biography of Rabbi Menachem English Neerson. But he wrote this other very small and quite powerful book a few years ago called Jewish Humor, What the Best Jewish Jokes Say About the Jews. And in this context, I want to really underline that Jewish humor, I'm looking specifically at those jokes which can be well categorized as only fitting Jews. The vast majority of jokes that pass for Jewish humor are just very low-class ethnic jokes in which you could really just change the ethnicities from Jewish to Polish or to Irish or to Scottish. And, it wouldn't make that much of a difference to the joke. I'm going to try and hone in right now on those jokes that really only make sense within a culturally Jewish milieu, and I'd like to break it down into three main elements. The first element is Jewish humor really has a strong tendency to exploit the psychic distance between chosen status, because the Jews, of course, historically have regarded themselves as the chosen people, and their physical reality, their status on the ground, how they are treated by other people, how they treat themselves, and how they're treated by God in some cases. Secondly, Jewish humor has a self-deprecating quality that co-opts and transvalues anti-Semitic attitudes, meaning it's kind of like a "you can't fire me, I quit" sort of attitude. That the anti-Semitic attitudes are quite prevalent, and that people are saying these things about Jews, so Jews will take hold of those attitudes and make fun of them in such a way that they really own those attitudes, and the joke is on the joker in such a case. This can slide into self-hating Judaism. Sometimes these anti-Semitic jokes, when retold by Jews, retain their anti-Semitic venom, and so they have to be approached with a great deal of caution, in my humble opinion. Finally, I think another key motif of Jewish humor is irreverence and chutzpah, which is a very difficult term to translate. It basically means like nerve or boldness or brazenness towards authority figures.
What up, big man?
But brought down to the human level to Jewish figures like rabbis and so on, presidents of congregations, and non-Jewish figures, of course, are very fair game. Okay, let me give you some examples of these jokes. So, first of all, let's look at the exploitation of the psychic distance between the chosen status and the physical reality. I'll try not to take too much time with these jokes. If you've listened to my lectures, chances are you've heard all of these, but I'll give you a couple. So first of all, there's this joke about a cucumber store in the Soviet Union. There's a big lineup of people outside the cucumber store, and the owner of the cucumber store throws up in the window, and he says to everyone, we've just learned that there are going to be less cucumbers arriving today than normal. All Jews, please leave the line. We won't have enough for you, everybody. All Jews, please leave the line. So then he closes the door. And then a little while later, he opens it up again. He says, we've just learned that one of the cucumber trucks is broken down on the way here. So therefore, all Lithuanians, Latvians, Poles, Ukrainians, and Uzbeks, please leave the line. And all these non-titular nationalities are forced to leave the line. And then a little while later, he opens up the door. And by this point, of course, it's only pure, absolutely impeccable Soviet citizens with perfect records and ethnicities and so on. They're all standing in line. And he opens up the door and he says, we just learned that the last truck was taken over by the mafia. We'll have no cucumbers today. Everybody go home. So one of these Soviet citizens turns to the other one and says, you see, the Jews get all the breaks, right? So that makes fun of the status quo of Jewish persecution and turns it into its opposite. Really, they got a break, making fun of the reality. Another example, the contrast between the chosen status and the degree of effort required to maintain that status, and an underlying question of, is it really worth it? And we could tell a lot of jokes in this vein, but here it is. The first three clergymen in outer space. I know this involves a rabbi, priest, and minister. Often those jokes are simply of very poor taste. This one is not so bad. So you have to have the background information that one of the, just to give you a sense of how Jewish humor really has to fit within a cultural milieu. Jews pray 3 times a day, Shacharis, Mincha, and Maariv, and it's related to different times of day. The Shacharis is the morning prayer, Mincha the afternoon prayer, Maariv the evening prayer. And the joke goes like this, that the first 3 clergymen in outer space, they they get onto the space shuttle and they have their time up there and they come back down to Earth, and all the journalists crowd around them and say to them, what was it like up there? And what did you think? And the Catholic priest says, I thought of the immensity of God's creation. And they asked the minister, what did you think? And he says, I thought of the tininess of humanity. And they asked the rabbi, what did you think? He said, who had time to think? Shachris, min chamarav, Shachris, min chamarav. I think I gave that joke away from the beginning, but you get the sense of it, right? They're looking at this from a scholarly perspective, so I don't have to tell these jokes so well. I can just, be the historian here. There's this kind of difference between what's promised to the Jews and what they actually get in the real world. There's a lot of jokes in that thing. Second element that's very common to Jewish humor is a self-deprecating quality that co-opts and transvalues anti-Semitic attitudes, meaning Jews are accused of having negative quality X. Here's a joke about negative quality X, but said in such a way that really has the Jews own that quality, laugh at it, and thereby remove the sting from the ones who would do them harm through this anecdote. So, for example, perhaps one of the oldest charges against the Jewish people is avarice, that they are excessively greedy. So, the joke goes like this. The two Jews are walking down the street and they see a sign in front of a church that says, convert to Christianity and get $500. And Moshe says to Shlomo, you know what? I could use $500. I'm going in. Shlomo says, are you kidding? He says, yeah, I'm going to go in. I'm going to do it. And so Shlomo, he's kind of surprised, but he stands outside. Moshe goes in. Was it Moshe? Yeah, I think so. Moshe goes in. 20 minutes go by, 30 minutes go by, an hour goes by. Finally, Moshe comes out. And Shlomo looks at him. He says, so, no? Did you do it? Did they give you $500? And Moshe looks at him and says, what is it with you people? Right? He goes in there, and an hour later he comes out, thinking of Jews as you people, the other. No, right? Okay. I'm enjoying these jokes. I hope you will. Okay, let's go to the second one here. Kavod is a Hebrew term meaning honor. The notion that the Jews are really, puffed up and arrogant and want to get honor for themselves. So the joke goes like this. There's the women's group Hadassah, raises $1 billion to buy a jet fighter for the Israeli Air Force. And there's a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Airport. They get onto these bleachers right on the landing strip, and the Israeli pilot is here to fly it home. It's an Asian maiden voyage to Israel. He sees them all, and then he climbs up into the cockpit and pulls down the cowling, starts up the engines, the fire and noise, and he shoots down the runway, and then he stops. He turns the plane around, and he shoots down the runway the other way, and he stops. Finally, he taxis up to the bleachers, and he opens up the cowling, and he gets out. He goes up to the women standing and waiting and wondering what's going on. He says to them, ladies, I'm sorry, the plane will not take off. We have to remove at least some of the plaques. Right? Again, within the cultural milieu, the idea is that Jews are giving money, but they always want to get recognition for the money they give, so they need plaques to put up. This door was donated by so-and-so. This plaque on the door was donated by so-and-so, and that kind of thing. You have to explain something. Okay, here's another one. Ambition, right? In particular, the ambition of the Jewish mother. I'm not going to get into, by the way, the whole the caricature of the Jewish mother and its anti-Semitic variant, in particular, the Jewish American princess. There's a lot to say about that. But let's restrict ourselves to this ongoing trope that Jewish mothers are excessively demanding of their sons in particular. So there's a joke about a Jewish mother who is standing on a river bank, and she's jumping up and down, and she's screaming, help, help, my son the doctor is drowning, help, my son the doctor is drowning, right? My son the doctor feels the need to say the doctor there, and there's more like that. Okay, hypochondria. Jews are like Woody Allen, and really plays this up in a lot of his movies. So for ethnicities, 4 Europeans go out for a long hike. Again, this is not one of those offensive jokes. And they come back after a long walk in the woods, and the Englishman says, I'm so thirsty, I must have tea. The German says, I'm so thirsty, I must have beer. The Frenchman says, I'm so thirsty, I must have wine. The Jewish guy says, I'm so thirsty, I must have diabetes. right? The inversion there is that everyone else is thinking about, their national drinks, and the Jewish national drink is actually a national illness. Finally, one more example is cunning. So Jews are often accused by anti-Semites of being shifty and slick and finding the angles and so on. So the joke goes, the guy goes into a Jewish deli and he's served by a Chinese waiter, and the Chinese waiter speaks impeccable Yiddish. And the Jewish guy responds and he places his order and so on. And he's just so astounded to see a person, recent immigrant, with such a phenomenal command of this European Jewish language. So he asks him to speak to the manager, and he brings the manager over and he says to him in Yiddish, that's incredible. I can't believe how well your Chinese waiter speaks Yiddish. And the manager says, Shah, he thinks he's learning English. Okay. Number 4, or the number 3, really, the last category that you see a lot of Jewish humor is having to do with irreverence or chutzpah, this idea that, Jews are an am kshei ora, to use the biblical term, a stiff-necked people who will argue with authority figures in all kinds of realms. So the rabbis in particular really have a lot of barbs directed at them. For example, there's one rabbi who is showing a young man around the synagogue, and he's showing him, he's going to be bar mitzvah soon, so he's giving him a sense of what all the furniture is and the shulchan and things like that. And he takes him out into the lobby and shows him the Yortzeit plaques, these long plaques that have little light bulbs attached to them, in which there are all these names of people who passed on. And he points to one of these plaques and he says, this young man is commemorating all the men who died in the services. And the boy looks at him and says, Rosh Hashanah or Yom Kippur? It's hard telling these jokes to a TV screen, because I don't know if you're laughing. I hope you are. Okay, another one. This one's one of my favorites. So there's this rabbi who, and I'm almost done, by the way. There's this rabbi who is overwhelmed with the desire to eat non-kosher food. It's something that he's fantasized about for a long time. Doesn't know what to do about it. So he decides to drive far out of town, way out into the suburbs, and he puts on dark clothes and a baseball cap, goes to a Chinese restaurant, and he sits at the very back, and the waiter comes up and says to him, bring me your finest pork dish. I don't care what it is, just bring me, I need to taste pork. So he goes away. And then as he's sitting there in the back of the room, door opens, and in walks the president and the entire board and all kinds of the most prominent members of the congregation who eat this restaurant regularly. They look at the back of the room, they see the rabbis there. So they walk over to him, they're kind of astounded, and they said to him, Rabbi, what are you doing here? Just as they're saying this, the waiter comes up with a huge roast suckling pig, and he puts it down in front of the rabbi. And so the rabbi looks at the president and he says, can you believe this restaurant? You order a fresh fruit, and look how they pachki it up. Right? Look how they dress it up with all this other stuff. Oh, this is so therapeutic. Okay. Now, it's hard to express these things appropriately, but a lot of this irreverence is directed at God. And it's also related to the first point of the appreciating the tension between the status quo of the actual situation of Jews on the ground, often suffering, often persecuted, and the large promises that are encapsulated in the Torah and in the prophets. And in many ways, humor can act as kind of like an escape valve for these heretical thoughts that nevertheless would bubble to the surface and could be expressed in a much less socially advantageous way were it not for the fact that there are these jokes that kind of, ease the tension. So I'll just tell you one, of which I know many, unfortunately. So there's this Jewish grandmother, and she's down here on Miami Beach, and she's walking down the beach with her little grandson. And she's talking to him, and it's a beautiful day, and the wind is blowing, and the palm trees are swaying. And all of a sudden, there's a rumbling in the ground, and a huge amount of water just comes up from the ocean and dumps onto the the grandmother and her grandson. It's a tsunami, and when the water recedes, she gets up and she looks around, and the boy's not there. So she lifts her eyes, having a word, and she raises her hand. And she says, "Ribono Shel, Master of the Universe, I have always been dedicated to you and your service. I have always done everything for the Jewish people. I have been so scrupulous with all of my observance of the mitzvot and so on. How can you do this? How can you take away my young child?" And there's a rumbling in the sand again, and another one of these huge waves comes and dumps on the Jewish grandmother. And when she gets up, she sees her young grandson is there, and she picks him up and she checks, looks him all over, and he looks fine, and she's so happy. And she looks up at heaven and she says, "He was wearing a hat." Right? The idea of the irreverence and also the difference between the promises and the realities, so on. So these are just a few examples, I hope they weren't too many, that illustrate these three key elements of Jewish humor. And notice that none of them can easily translate to other ethnicities. They only really make sense within a Jewish milieu. I hope you found this lecture useful, and hope you'll check out some of the other ones. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Well, today we've got a really complicated topic to discuss. I've got some really useful charts, and so I hope I'll make this topic fairly easy. But basically what we're going to talk about is the rise of Jewish mass politics, something that occurs around the turn of the 20th century and has lasting effects to the present day. I'm sure you're familiar with the old saying, two Jews, three opinions, and that's certainly true in the political sphere, but it's surprising to note that this is really a relatively new phenomenon, at least taken within the context of the diaspora experience. There's a joke that I can use just to begin this. I don't want to take too much time with jokes, but too bad. So it goes like this. A young boy comes back from Warsaw to his home in New York in the 1920s. His parents had sent him back to Warsaw to learn a little bit of traditional Torah in a yeshiva. And so they ask him, hey, you were in the old country, you encountered the real full experience of life in the old country. What was it like? And the boy says, "Oh my gosh, Dad, it was amazing. I really didn't understand it. I met a Jew who was a chassid. I met a Jew who was a misnagid. I met a Jew who was a litvak. I met a Jew who was an atheist. I met a Jew who was a communist, a Jew who was a Zionist, a Jew who was a diaspora nationalist. It was amazing." And the father said to him, "Well, what did you expect? Warsaw is a huge town with a large Jewish population. Of course there's going to be a lot of diversity." And the son says, "Dad, you don't understand. It was all the same Jew." Okay, that's a joke. Okay, anyways, enough joking. Let's go straight to the present and let's try and understand a little bit about the rise of mass Jewish politics. One of the more interesting aspects of the phenomenon of mass Jewish politics is the fact that it occurs, as I mentioned a second ago, very late. Certainly in the ancient period, time of the destruction of the temple, the Second Temple period, there's a lot of Jewish politics, and we discussed this in an earlier essential lecture. But really between that first century experience until you get to the turn of the 20th century, you don't have massive political movements among Jews. That is, you don't have like large organizations of kind of democratically based ideologies that capture a large population in the Jewish world and try to direct the flow of information. Now, sure, there are movements, there are ideologies, and democracy is not unknown in Jewish tradition, but the idea of trying to change a state, trying to change a nation, trying to change a large region that includes a lot of non-Jews on a political level, that's something fairly new. And there are a lot of reasons why that is so. Perhaps the most significant, though, is the fact that Jews, always constituting a minority population within a larger, sometimes hostile majority population, basically they just try to get along. The idea is to keep their heads down, try to avoid being singled out by the government for one reason or another. And there are a lot of source texts within the Jewish tradition that really emphasize this. For example, a passage that I used as the title of one of my books, "Pray for the welfare of the government," as the Mishnah continues, "For if it were not for the fear thereof, people would swallow each other alive. Meaning the government is an absolutely essential element of a normally functioning society because, the author of this particular passage felt that, he took a fairly pessimistic view towards the ability of humans to live together in a peaceful state of harmony without any kind of coercive influences keeping them from literally swallowing each other alive. And so as a result, Jews have always, or I shouldn't say always, Jews have overwhelmingly favored the government that is in control, even if that government is slightly anti-Semitic or is even discriminatory to other peoples on occasion, largely because as a minority they were powerless to affect any real change, and as a result they just tried to rely on the concept of the state as a Rechtsstaat, that is, a state that is governed by law. We'll talk about this a little bit more perhaps. I guess we should talk about it now. One of the big turning points in this movement was in 1881 in Eastern Europe, particularly in the Russian Empire, where you have a large population of Jews. And with the assassination of Tsar Alexander II,
look like
the entire society just collapsed into a period of anarchic waves of pogroms, of violence against civilian populations, primarily Jews. And as a result, Jews began to feel, oh my gosh,
talking about your moderation
on the Russian government to maintain our safety anymore. So therefore, Jews began to look to new political ideologies that were emerging all over Europe at that time as nationalism really gathered a lot of strength, especially with non-titular nationalities, that is, nationalities that did not own their own state, so to speak, at that time. And so Jews began to think about politics for themselves as well. Now, this is going to be a very brief lecture. I encourage you to look at some of the longer lectures for more discussion of these, but let's look at least two of the major movements very briefly and then put them all into context. One of the most important early parties was known as the Bund. That's short for the Jewish General or the General Jewish Workers League. And this was an organization that was socialist in nature. That is, it believed in the fundamental equality of all people, regardless of whether they were Jewish, Russian, Ukrainian, Latvian, Lithuanian, whatever it is, and that they should be joined within a Marxist experiment to create a dictatorship of the proletariat, following a socialist model towards a brand new future. The Bund was, at least in its origins, which is in the late 1890s, an anti-clerical party, meaning that it was anti-religious. And in fact, its Jewish character initially lay primarily in the fact that a lot of its early members were Jews, particularly in the northeast industrial area like Lithuania, Vilnius, places like that. It made sense in those early years to conduct a lot of its propaganda in Yiddish, which was the mother language of many of these urbanized Jews, and it worked well alongside the Russian language propaganda generated by other social democratic parties. This was actually a very large party. It was illegal until 1905, and nevertheless it garnered tens of thousands of members during that period. However, it was not a popular Jewish party by far. In the few sources that we have to get a real measurement of what Jews actually thought before, let's say, 1921, Jews tend to vote predominantly for Zionist political ideas. And just as socialism represented a break from traditional religiosity and represented a break from the capitalist viewpoint of the world, the Zionist mentality also represented a break from traditional views of Jewish identity in exile, because it posited that Jews should leave their homelands in exile and go to the final homeland of Israel. This challenged the religious status quo because it was felt by many that the idea of imposing a political solution to the Jewish people in Israel, as opposed to merely one of individual settlement or even communal settlement, was felt to be challenging God and was an affront, really, to the unfolding events. The anxious waiting for Messiah would not be rushed by Jews forcing a political solution in the Middle East. So there was a significant break from traditionalist viewpoints. And as we shall see, the majority of Zionists at the turn of the 20th century were in fact non-religious Jews. This is a great picture, by the way. Taking an iconic image of Herzl, the founder of modern political Zionism, with his famous quotation, "If you will it, it is no dream." If you only want to establish a homeland in Israel, a very audacious and rather amazing goal at the turn of the 20th century, that Herzl said it would be no dream. And in fact, he was quite correct. So with those two movements in mind, socialist movements and Zionist movements, let's have a look at the overview of all of these parties, and this is going to get really complicated. Okay, so just stay with me for a second. Having a look at this image here, this looks like a very traditional Jewish symbol. No, that's a joke. It's actually a complex political spectrum, whereas on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism. Right? You're familiar with that kind of political spectrum, where on the left wing you have the pro-Marxist, pro-communist movements that argue for a larger expanded government and a more important support system for the average citizens in government. It tends to be anti-clerical as well. And on the right wing, you have an argument for a smaller government and smaller taxation, of course, that goes along with it, and often it's associated with more tolerance of religion. But we shouldn't view this necessarily in the American context. If we were to put American parties on this graph, then the Democrats and the Republicans would be very, very close to the center. In reality, the turn of the 20th century politics, Jewish and otherwise, was really quite a bit more polarized. People who were way off to the left, people who were way off to the right, unlike American politics, where even though they argue with each other intensely, they're really quite close together on the vast majority of issues. But there's also, besides this x-axis, there's a y-axis. The y-axis has Zionism at the top, meaning the urge to develop a Jewish state in the Middle East. And at the bottom, you have diaspora nationalism, which expresses the philosophy of Doakite, using the Yiddish term for here-ness, the affirmation of Jewish life in the diaspora as opposed to moving to Israel. Okay, so there's your complicated Jewish spectrum at the turn of the 20th century. Let's see how the parties place themselves in these quadrants. So first you have the Bund. And as you see, the Bund is both socialist and diaspora nationalist. The Bund obviously rejects capitalism. They are, after all, a socialist party. But they also rejected Zionism. They felt that Zionism was just a step backwards in the thinking, the evolution of Jewish politics, that really the whole world would move towards a messianic socialist kind of position, and that they would that would be the true evolution of Judaism. Then if you move over to the other quadrant here, you see the Volkspartei. Volkspartei were very interesting, a small political party. If you view my lecture on Shimon Dubno, you'll learn more about it. But these were people who felt that the Jews should affirm their existence in the diaspora and reinforce their cultural and communal activity in the diaspora, but it should be within a capitalist and not a socialist crowd. A lot more to say about them. We don't have time for it now, but they were the inspiration for example, the Federation movement in America. Over here in the top right corner, here you have the so-called Allgemeine Zionisten, or the General Zionists. This is essentially Herzl's party that obviously believed in creating homeland in Israel, and also that this homeland should essentially be like a Western European country, a capitalist country. They are backed up by the revisionists, who are also Zionists and also capitalists, but they were quite a bit more radical, and they felt that unlike Herzl's strategy was to, let's take that all back and start that sentence over again. I'm not going to edit it because it's too difficult, but I'll just say that Herzl's strategy was one of negotiation, of accommodation, subtle diplomacy with the various heads of state to try and convince the non-Jewish leaders to grant the Jews a state. The revisionists felt that this was a waste of energy, and in reality, Israel had to be taken by force if necessary, and most likely would be by force. So they tended to accept a much more hawkish interpretation of Zionism. And then finally, on the top left quadrant, you have the Coalition, which is one of many different groups that were both Zionist and socialist, meaning that they felt that they should leave Israel, they should leave Russia and the rest of Europe, but when they got to Israel, it would be a shame if they would simply reproduce a Western European economy. They should create a socialist economy in Israel. So that's basically how the major parties, lay on this political spectrum. But wait, it's more complicated. There's also a z-axis that you have to kind of use your imagination. It's like take the 3D. The z-axis are the religious parties, because up until this point, none of these parties are specifically associated with a religious group. And in fact, to the left, towards socialism, they're actually anti-religious. So if we put a z-axis here, you have the so-called Agudat Israel, or Guinness Israel, I translate it like a bundle or a group of Israel, the Association of Israel, if you will. And this is a group that essentially became politically mobilized when they realized that traditional orthodoxy was not being represented with any of these parties. And by the way, there's no group that's especially conservative or reform at this point. Really, the only thing seriously really is the Orthodox Jews, primarily in Eastern Europe, or secularism. There really isn't much political expression to speak of somewhere in between those two extremes. So the Agudat Israel basically advanced a traditionalist agenda, promoting the observance of Kashrut, Shabbat, things like that, and just political tactics to try and mobilize their base of support. And another Z-axis goes up this way, because the Agudat Israel was some of its wings anti-Zionist and some of it non-Zionist, feeling that the traditional position was that although moving to Israel was highly desirable, the idea of conquering Israel, creating a Jewish state before the Messiah was undesirable. But there were Jews specifically associated with the Mizrahi movement who felt that no, perhaps this is what God wants. This is the unfolding of the Messianic period. For all these secular Jews into Israel and creating a planet. So you've got, it's hard to picture it, a three-dimensional political spectrum. Nothing Jewish is simple. And all these parties together make up the kind of vision of what it was like for Jews, let's say in the 1910s. And actually, pretty much stayed the same to the present day. There are two significant shifts. For example, the Jordan, it split in half, and the left half became Soviet until Stalin wiped them all out. The right half moved to America and became groups like the Arbeta Ring, and they eventually kind of faded in popularity. The Agudat Israel, of course, with the sad death of the post-Holocaust period, Israel, and even though they had originally an anti-Zionist or non-Zionist position, they're now very active in Israeli politics, defending still traditionalist Orthodox agenda. But many of the same political issues of the Europe, was called it became the Agudah or the Neighbor movement, facing off against the Likud, which eventually the general Zionists and the revisionists went together. These are the same politics that Jews were arguing about 130 odd years ago. So that's about it for a quick, rapid overview of Jewish politics, and I hope you found it reasonably helpful. Thanks very much.
Some of them, it's funny to so you get kicked out of like this, and so my hands here, and then on my camera. I don't have to pay attention to that. So this is how next Murat, this guy's Turkish. He's always at the top. I mean, like, you'll see him. You know exactly what this cat is. Yeah. And what's he going to do? So